Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending on this early, rainy, cooler day. Lots of beautiful signs of spring, especially in our area. We've got daffodils coming out of the ground. The robins are here. The cranes were flying over yesterday. So definitely getting spring fever myself. And so what a great day for a training. It's hard to do much field work today anyway. My name is Serge Koenig, and I have worked for the Sauk County Conservation Department for almost 30 years, 27 years and a couple of months at this point. And it's been a good fit. Really haven't had any inclination or desire to move up the food chain, so to speak, employment-wise, because I love the field work and I love the one-on-one connections with producers. And guess I like walking across the streams and across the meadow and just kind of enjoying the wetlands and the uplands and the cropland. That's the stuff that I love. And so I fear that if I got stuck in the office, that would be a slow death for me at that point. And so I've just been a conservation tech, and that's the way I like it. And it's been that way. And it's been a really good fit here in Sauk County. And in my experience as a field, what I was finding over and over was, yes, people might value conservation, but does it pay the bills? Does it cash flow? Is it economical? And I could never answer that question. And I suspected that was probably one of the main reasons that we just weren't able to move things along as quickly as we should have. And we all kind of suspected somewhat that, like, okay, putting in a grass waterway, that's important. But if we don't address the why as to why there was erosion to begin with, then we're just going to come back and fix that again. And if we're putting in contour strips, but then we're plowing in between. It's like, okay, that's nice, but did we really address the problem, which was the health of our soils and the health of our land, and just sheer volume of runoff, carrying with it all the problems that we're seeing today. You should see the Bear River today and yesterday and the day before. It's ugly. It's chocolate milk, basically. And all the barnyards and grass waterways in the world doesn't fix that. And part of it is obviously we've got frozen soils in pieces, but it looks like this, it seems like all the time when there's rain events. And so, you kind of just spin your wheels for me, it was 2 decades of spinning my wheels, it seemed like. And it's like we are just not getting to the root of the problem. We just are constantly on the surface, scratching at things and hoping to make it better. And in the meantime, spending a lot of taxpayer dollars. And so that's kind of where grazing started to fit in. But also, again, it's like, but if it's not economical and it doesn't pay the bills, then you don't do it. And as a result, I reached out for some help. Paul Dittman and then Aaron Pape and we kind of got a couple of things together on a spreadsheet, just a simple Excel spreadsheet. And that grew into something more and then something more and then something more. And now, and there are other spreadsheets out. There's tons of other ones out there. I just had a hard time understanding them because, like a lot of you, we're trained to be conservationists, not economics people, not enterprise budgeters, and we just, farm finances is not quite what we get trained to do, but we need to know enough so that we can get people going in the right direction. And so hence we thought, well, let's just make up our own and see where it goes. And then, later on, Jim Munch will be on and he'll talk about the livestock compass. And that's way more in depth and it's better than what we would have. This was just kind of layman's terms. This is just the basic of the basic, what Aaron and I and Paul did. Something that we conservationists could kind of easily understand and knew where the numbers were coming from. And so to kind of set the stage today, just kind of give a little background on grazing and figuring out what you want and all those things that really do matter. But I think I know I did for the longest time. And these are things we don't talk about. We don't even hardly talk about it with our family, much less with farmers or landowners. But yet, I suppose we better get comfortable ourselves first. So, and there's no better way to get comfortable than to just do it. You just got to go for it. Because I think I was scared for the longest time to do that. And I just had to bust through it. Like, nope, but this is what we have to do in order to move this along. And so that's the biggest advice I have for you is, yes, you're going to be scared. That's okay. Doesn't matter. Do it anyway. And then it gets easier and it gets better. So let's see here. Well, Penny?
Is that advancing?
Yeah, but I can just do it this way too. No, we're good. Okay, so, yep. So let's go back to, I talk about like needing to talk about the more important things, because I think what you're going to find is, like there are these like movements, just you see it in social media, you see it in just regular society where like something flashes and then it leaves. The next thing flashes and then it leaves. And so these things are sometimes cyclical, but they definitely flash and then they leave. And we don't want grazing to flash and then leave. And it's easy for people to get tired of whatever it is. Oh, we get tired of the monotony. That's a lot of life is that way, I suppose, right? Get up, go to work. Well, I mean, it becomes the same after a while. It's just trying to make the best of it and do the best you can in it. But what keeps you motivated to doing the right thing is knowing your why, knowing what you're doing all this for. And so I do think it's important for us as professionals to figure out what our why is, and then also help our producers figure out what their why is so that what we propose to them sticks. So something like this, like let's get this out of the way here. Figure out what their why is. So why do we get out of bed this morning? What was the purpose of me getting out of bed? I mean, you probably don't even think about it. I don't half the time, but I went through the bother of figuring out what my why was. And so this is not something obviously you can show up at someone's door and go, yeah, what's your why, sir? Well, duh, that's not going to work. It's like you get to know them, but you want to get here eventually. Like, why did you bother? What'd you bother getting up this morning for? Or why are you still farming? Why are you farming this way? Obviously said in a gentle, kind way. So one of the books that I read, which I just found really instrumental in helping sort this stuff through in my own head, was Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And he was a survivor of a concentration camp. And he was an academic, so he was doing this kind of work to begin with before he was put into the camps. And what he noticed over and over again was like once people lost their meaning, their why, in essence, they passed pretty quickly. This is pretty remarkable. It was within a few days. I could almost count it. You could just see it. Like, oh, you talk to them one day, they're full of hope and this and that, and everything is great, even though it's horrible. And the next day they lost that hope. They lost that meaning, whatever that was. And it wasn't long. And then they passed away. And so he had his why figured out. I think he wanted to write about the experience. He also had some unfinished stuff that he wanted to do. And if he got to leave, and he just was also very lucky too, obviously, but he kept his meaning. And so like, I think that's the stuff we want to get down to. Like, what is your and what's your purpose for farming? So you were just going through the motions. Do you feel like you just inherited this from mom and dad, and now you're stuck, you're boxed in? What is your purpose? Why are you doing this? And so if you get a chance to read this book, I think you might find it meaningful and powerful and moving, in a sense that you can see, like, then you slowly understand what moves people. It's that deeper meaning that moves people along. And I just love this saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And what that's referencing is what I talked about earlier. The next flash will grab your attention. Oh, look at that. Oh, squirrel. Oh, you're always going to be jumping around to the next thing because you have no idea. You have no roadmap. It's good to have some plan. The planning piece, I think a lot of us, and farmers are no different, we just fly by the seat of our pants. We're just kind of winging it most of the time. No real plan. Not to say plans don't change, not to say that you have to be strict about your plan. No, it's flexible, but have an idea so that you don't just get there in any road. Because I think what farmers do and what we all do is, it's like running through the jungle. I always say, like, oh, there's a deadly viper. Oh, we jump over. Oh, big thorns. Oh, there's a chasm to jump over. Okay, we jump over that. Oh, there's this to climb over. And we're running full speed through the jungle, avoiding all the pitfalls. And whoop, next thing you know, there's a big, deep ditch there and you fall in, and that's the end. And what we want to do and what we want to help our producers do is, okay, just stop a minute. Let's climb up a big, tall tree and look at the landscape and chart a course. Like, yes, it may look the same, but look at the end product. That's where we end up if we go this direction. So this is what this is getting at. Let's look at where you're going so that you know what road to take to get there. And if you don't know where you're going, well, how do you know when you get there? Will you always be chasing? And I think that happens a lot too. We just chase and chase. We don't really have a rudder, and they don't. I mean, our farmers don't either. And so it's like you're almost like their life coach. I know that's not what we came into this field work for. You still got to know your environmental stuff. I mean, we still have to know that stuff. We have to know resource conservation. We have to know our standards and specs. We have to know our job sheets. We have to know all those things still. It's not like we just ignore that and become a full-time psychologist and a financial advisor. That's not what I'm saying. But the job is way more nuanced, I think, and way more demanding than we realize if we want to be effective at it. I mean, you don't have to do this stuff, but I think you're going to find that you spin your wheels. And I just know this from experience. I've been doing it this way for so long that I'm finding that this is a much more effective way of getting about our jobs and what we're all about, and getting to the end that we want. I mean, right? Keeping the end in mind, which would mean protecting the resources and the best way to protect the resources is get to the heart of people and getting them to change their mindset. That's always the biggest obstacle. So, and even all my years of coaching my kids' soccer teams and basketball teams and whatever teams, I'm convinced probably 80% of it is between the ears. It just is. When you find a kid with the right mindset, doesn't matter how talented they are, they do well. And so, I don't think farming or life is any different. When you have the right mindset, things just tend to work better. And so that's why we have to work in this realm. If that's the 80-20 rule we're talking about, 80% is right here. You still got to know the other 20. Like, well, how do you set up a grazing plan? Well, yes, but that's the easy stuff. It's that 80% that's hard to do. And this is kind of how you get about it, I think, and first practice on yourself and practice these things with people that you're very comfortable with first. Not somebody who is someone who just you have a really solid relationship with. And then you go, can I ask you some personal questions? And if you don't feel comfortable, that's okay. But it helps me become a better employee and more effective at my job. And lots of times that isn't an issue with them. So we go through creating a future with goals and objectives. Again, you can see the plan is starting to take shape, right?
Excuse me, Serge.
Yeah.
Are you advancing your slides at all? Or are you still on? Why?
Oh, I've been advancing. Is it not advancing?
It's not advancing.
Oh, okay. So you're still at White Bottom.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I thought you probably were, but
I could just do it kind of wanted to. Can you see it this way? Okay.
Yes, just do it that way.
Yeah, that's just as easy.
So there's that book. Maybe show the book again.
Yep. Here's the book
that you were talking about. Good.
That's the book.
I thought, okay, I should have interrupted earlier.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you for telling me.
Okay.
So yeah, we got to this one, and then here's that saying that I liked, and here's the next one, and then we get to creating a planned future with goals and objectives. Believe it or not, we'll kind of sit down, and there's some sheets we start to fill out. What is it that you want? How do you want to get there? SMART goals are called. You've all heard those things, but there are templates all over out there on those things. You can pull them up and just kind of work through that with a farmer that you're very comfortable with and just see how it works. And it just takes practice. I'm still fine tuning that, but the important thing is to talk about it, is to not gloss over that, but eventually to get there so that they understand what they're doing and where they're going. And so here's what our landscapes down here by us, it's more southern Wisconsin, probably more so. It looked a lot like this. We had the mollisols, the prairies, and also the oak savannas, very diverse, microfauna, macrofauna, very stable stream banks. We efficiently cycle nutrients through all that. All that really means is, okay, the nutrients are in the grass or in the vegetation, animals eat it, and they keep, I believe, 20% of that, and the rest of it is actually deposited out the back end and broken down in an efficient nutrient manner, which then can be uptaken by the soil biology, which then feeds the plants again, and then we recycle it through. So that's what nutrient cycling means in a nutshell. It's more nuanced than that, but that's the basics of it, I would say. Best way that I found to explain it. So we had this very diverse landscape with everything, and now oftentimes what we're seeing is this is our landscape. It's not the most diverse, I would say. It's mostly corn and beans. And so, and where is our corn and beans located? It's interesting that, this area in the center, it's the prairies. Deep mollisols, like we talked about. That's where a concentration of our farming is actually. And this is from the 30s, the Dust Bowl. I'm not sure if this is Kansas or Oklahoma, but this site still exists, unfortunately. So my parents are in the Stevens Point, Clover area, and wind erosion is still a thing. I mean, we have to wash the house down every so often, especially in the next couple of months here when things dry out and there's no no vegetation holding the soil in place, and the winds kick up in the central sands, and all that valuable topsoil blowing away and ending up on the roads and also on people's houses. So the consequence of this, some of this abusive farming is pretty far-reaching, and the yellow area here being the Gulf of Mexico, that's the dead zone, and that's expanding all the time still. Actually, it fluctuates depending on rain events, is what they've noticed, but overall, over the last 40, 50 years, it's definitely grown quite a bit. Paul is looking at trends. It's like global warming. Oh, it doesn't exist. Okay, look at the trends. I think if you see the trends and it's happening, but if you compare day per day or month per month, you might go, it's a hoax. But it's not a hoax. We're looking at trends. We're talking about geologic time here. So this is down in the Kickapoo watershed. Some of you have probably been in that area, but it's interesting. You can see the big screen, that would be good. And let me try it here. There's a horse right down in here. And it's amazing how small that horse is. And the stream bank should be down here, but it's just filled in with, 12 to 15 feet. And we've seen it where it's filled in 20 feet, 30 feet in sediment from here to here. And all that came from the uplands. And that's what's choking up our streams as we speak. And so, well, what do we do about that? Well, one of the things that I guess obviously I'm a big advocate for is managed grazing, then keeping the land covered all the time with permanent vegetation. That imitates nature. And that's why I think it works well, because the animals have co-evolved with that, with the land being the way it is. And the grass is actually, it's interesting where they've also evolved with being pulled on. So animals wrapping their tongues around the plant and walking on it and pulling on it stimulates root growth and some other things too. It's interesting. That's part of the evolution. And again, that's part of the reason that grazing works so well, because you're in essence mimicking what nature does naturally and has done for thousands of years. We've only really just screwed things up pretty badly the last couple hundred years. And again, from a geologic standpoint, that's nothing. I mean, that's just a drop in the bucket, but it can go south in a hurry, and it has. And so we're in the process of trying to fix it at this point. These are the original rotational grazers in our area, the bison. And, so there's the short grass prairie, and in Sauk, we're in this area here. Let's go to the next one. So many of you probably have seen this, the root mass underneath, where way to the right here is a set stock grazing. Set stock meaning you open the gate and you let the animals alone. They basically eat down the pasture to nothing. And that, you've all seen that. Overgrazed pastures it's almost as bad as plowed fields. So don't look at that and go, it's green and it's lush and looks like a golf course. That's actually not great. There's a lot of runoff that comes from that, and I'll show you in the next slide here. But generally what we move towards is this 50%, ungrazed. Yeah, that it works. Look at the root mass. It definitely works, but it doesn't pay the bills, right? What we want to do is catch, and also our land did not evolve with it being ungrazed. It's just you graze it and you leave it alone and let it rest, and this will recuperate. So that's kind of the goal. So many of you have seen this too already, the rainfall simulator. We actually have one in Sauk County, and here's what I was talking about. An annual pasture, so bare soil is over here. You can just see the runoff amount. it's dirty water, and most of the water ran off and very little of it infiltrated. Perennial pasture, well managed, it's clean water, very little runoff. Most of it is infiltrated, which is what we want. And the one that says annual weeds, that's permanent pasture is what that is. But overgrazed pasture, look at the difference. It's pretty much the same as bare soil or 10% residue, which is kind of a joke. That might as well be bare soil. So the way we manage the land, you can really, really see that it makes a difference. So just go through some of the basics of rotational grazing. And I know a lot of you are already here, and we're here for the financial piece, but I just want to lay the groundwork for all of this so that if you still do have to understand this pretty well, so that you can talk about finances in a way that makes it seamless, that they go together. You can explain how this leads to this, which leads to this, which leads to more profit, which leads to, it kind of all works together. So I think it's good to have a good foundational understanding and a reminder, if anything. So manage intensive grazing. So if you see here, 30 days, one paddock, that would be what we would call set stock grazing. Open the gate, let it go. We go from one paddock over 30 days to 30 paddocks over 30. Now we get into more of that managed rotational grazing. And that's what we're shooting for. And that also mimics nature much better. I won't go into all that. So we're just looking for top productivity, top quality. It's all about intake. We leave residue behind. We let it rest so we can regrow. And then we rotate. That's the basics of it. And so again, our primary job is resource protection. And so that's why I kind of want to show you some of these so that we're not just doing numbers, but you understand, like, with all this that we're trying to do with finances, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is protect the soil, protect the resources, protect our waterways. And so this picture to the left, where it's definitely overgrazed. It may not look overgrazed to you, but for those of us that have been in rotational grazing for a while, this is overgrazed, and this is not what we want. It's either, so we go from that, we go from this to this with good managed rotational grazing. And this is what we want to the right here. And it's all management. And we have to set it up right, but then we have to manage, right? So many of you have seen this, have probably done, stream bank erosion, 580s, to help control the sloughing, the runoff, the trampling. And so with managed grazing, I don't actually advocate for fencing off the stream. Again, if we're trying to mimic nature, the bison didn't come to our streams and put on the brakes and went, whoa, we gotta go around. There's a stream here. And the DNR will be unhappy if we cross the stream. They didn't do that. They ate around the stream. They walked through the stream. They went to the other side and they kept on going, and they may not have come back for another 2-3 years. But the point is they went through that stream. And if we don't, what happens is we get box elders and willows and everything. And what we see down here especially is it actually does a worse job of protecting the bank, having that whole stream corridor covered in trees, especially the more invasive trees, the more aggressive trees, like I said, box elder. Because what we're seeing is that it shades the banks. And so now the banks are more bare. And I think maybe that may have worked better 200-300 years ago, because we didn't have all this sediment filling up the floodplain. Now that we have all the sediment filling up the flood, we have more of these vertical banks, and a lot of these banks need good grass growth in order to hold them in place. And for that to happen, we need sunlight to penetrate, actually, penetrate the floor. And we can't do that if we have box elders filling it up. And then what I just see over and over is it actually causes a lot of problems. So I encourage the grazing of our stream corridors. What we want to do is limit the amount of time our fences go across the stream corridor, the stream itself. We just put them parallel the best we can. And so that treat the whole stream corridor as like, say, 1 or 2 paddocks that you get them in and then you get them out, so that you don't cross the stream, because inevitably we're going to get flooding and it's going to wipe out all your fencing. And so we want to minimize that. Yep. So this tends to happen to our streams too. With that continuous grazing, or it does start to shallow up a little bit on us, and it gets shallower and it gets wider and more ultraviolet rays penetrating into it. And that warms up the water. Warmer water holds less oxygen, less macroinvertebrates, less fish. It starts the whole, the trophic, the status, I would say the biological trophic, I don't know how you want to say that, but the whole thing kind of breaks down. The chain breaks down when this happens. And so that's what we want to avoid. And of course, with grazing, grassland habitat, it's great for the grassland birds who have been decimated by the way we're farming these days. And so, let's see what upland sandpipers, the bobolink, sedge wrens, the meadowlarks. This is a meadowlark here that you're seeing on the picture. So here's the basic goal: have animals at the right place at the right time for the right reasons. Sounds pretty simple. Obviously there's more to it than that, but that's the basic concept. Here's an example. I can maybe blow this one up. Here's an example of one that I worked on a few years back. This is a grazing setup. And you'll notice that, these are lanes. You see double lines coming through. These are lanes. And these animals, I'd say from here to here is probably a half a mile almost. It's a ways, but they do just fine. So this lane services this side and this side, and this lane services this side and this side. That's why we have it every other. And this is our job, to kind of just lay this out. And it looks way more complicated than it really is. Honestly, this is the easy stuff. And there's lots of people to help you with this kind of stuff. So this is just kind of an example. Any strips, what I'm finding here by us anyways, is like, if we make these strips, though 150 to 300 feet wide, depending on the layout, it seems to work better. If we make them too wide, then we're putting these step-in posts an awfully long ways across the field. And it doesn't seem like it's as efficient and as quick for the landowner. And here's what our landscape tends to look like. This site way to the right is what ours around here looks like right about now. We got a little bit of snow melt. We've had rain all day yesterday. We had rain last night. Got rain today. This is what the Baraboo looks like, chocolate brown. And look around your streams and take some pictures if you want. And sometimes I think we gloss over it. We're so used to it that people don't realize how bad it really is until you have some pictures to show them. And maybe as you're making your case, just have some of these handy to remind them of, like, this is what it actually looks like. And it's not supposed to look like that. And so maybe we approach a farm and things look like this. And here's one of my newer conversions. We put a 7-way mix of grass and legumes and oats with it, obviously. And it was corn the year before. You can see the residue in there. And things grow well. Perimeter fence we put up, and some interior fence we put up. And you also notice the water lines here. We try to keep those underneath the fences. And there are these quick disconnect couplers that are spaced every 150 to 200 feet. And so what happens is when we're ready to go to the next paddock, literally you just detach this here and put the cap back over and dump the water out of here and just drag the thing or put it in your UTV to the next 150 feet or 200 feet over, click it back in and you're good. So moving water is pretty simple, again, when things are set up right. Just in case you're not seeing things, I better get back here. Yep, so here's what that dairy farm I was showing you. Here are his animals. And yeah, I think they're loving life out there much better than in the freestall. Here they are on a beautiful day. Yeah, seeing these pictures make me want summer here right now. Here's one of my other sites, and I'll zoom in on this one a little bit. It's a little more to do, but so we have dairy cows on one side and we have beef cows on one side and beef cows on the other. And you can just see again, these are like, I don't know, 180 to 300 feet apart. And here we don't have lanes set up. It's just single wire. And at the end of all these runs are like 20-foot openings so that the animals can go through, get through that opening, come back all the way back, get through this opening. We just kind of snake our way through. And then we start again. And the same over here, just snake our way back and forth. And in doing that, by the time we get back to the starting end, this is regrown and off we go again. Kind of that's the concept. Another one of my dairy farms, we tend to go with gateless fences where we raise the fence up with a 2x4 with a notch on the end that's 7 feet tall. We get underneath and just raise this up and the animals go underneath it. And that's kind of that way, then there is no designated gates. Everywhere is a gate if we want it to be. And you can see that the water line lays underneath the fence. And if they step on it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to affect it any. I suppose I better get back here in case you can't see. Just more pictures. This was a guy that had dry cows out here. And they just went on basically a circular pattern. Start grazing here and you work in the blue line is the water line. So we just worked our way across. Remember, there was an opening on the end. We up across, work our way through, come back again. Just kind of go back and forth like this. Over here, you had another group. I think these were dry. Yeah, I think these were heifers he had over here. And so same thing here, just went in a circle. It's back and forth. And every situation is different. The layout's a little different, but the concept is the same, I would say. And here are his animals out on pasture. And some of his dry cows would actually freshen out there. And so we created a lane here so he can come and get them and bring them back to the barn. And we actually started putting up these rotational grazing signs, and I think they've been effective. People have definitely noticed them scared around, and we just took realty signs basically and fastened these to them, the framework, and just step them in. It's really easy to put in and take back out again. And so we'll run through that. And we probably have 7 or 8 of these spread out, and especially the really visible ones, really like to advertise them the best we can. So people know that it's actually planned, and my goal is for people to run into it. I'm not literally run into them, but physically see them everywhere they go in the county. That's what I would like. Because sometimes the grazing farms look messy to the human eye because we want lawns. What do we do with our yards? We mow them 3 inches, 2 inches, and we want them to look like golf courses. Well, that's not good. That isn't what we want out here. It's got to look messy. It looks like they've only eaten half and left half and trampled a bunch, and it doesn't look necessarily well kept, but that's how nature looks, and that's what we're imitating. And so that's why I thought it like, let's advertise that, no, this is actually planned, and here's our name, Here's our number, give us a call. And so we would get calls from that. That's been really good. Just another one of the farms again. And I'll just show you real quick here. Again, here's the concept again. Wide strips here that are, again, 150 to 300 feet wide. And openings on the end, we start grazing. We go through this end, we come across, we go through this end, and maybe this one we pick through. And we do this, and then we bring the animals back and we start again. And there's everywhere they go, they have access to water. So again, that's not that hard to figure that out. And we can help you with that. Lots of people can help you with that. In this situation, he had some dairy heifers out here, and this is how he chose to give them some minerals and some supplements. He cut some 55-gallon barrels and put them on skids, and he pulled that with his UTV and worked great for him. Here are his animals. And here's what he used for water tank, just 55-gallon drum cut in half with a float valve in here, and cut a hole in here so you can grab it. And that's it. Nothing to it. The other thing here too is you're going to really notice an increase in pollinators, and not just bees, but butterflies and just all kinds of really cool pollinators. And no, they're not, you can walk amongst them and you'll hear the ground just buzzing. I've never been stung once. They're not there for you. I mean, they're there for this stuff. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, but it's really cool to see nature come back when you build it like this. So this is from one of my grazing farms. And here's this is the same farm, and here's what it looks like from far away. Just look at the diversity out there. And the animals are out there. Yep, there's not a whole lot of shade. Some animals, depends on the class of animals you're working with. And I think that day was 80 degrees, which isn't that big of a deal for these beef animals. Let's see. And I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear this one, but this was a recording that I took in one of my grazing farms last summer. These are bobolinks. There's 1, 2, 3. There's like 4 or 5 of them hanging here. And it was such a cool thing. I thought I'm going to record that. Let's see if you can hear it. So they showed up in 1 year. They were never there before, the landowner said, but as soon as we created the habitat, they came back. If you build it, they will come. And it is true when it comes to the birds, for sure, and the pollinators, for sure. And so there are things slithering in the grass here too that I'm not catching. Once in a while, I get a glimpse of a snake, through there. But if frogs, you'll hear them in here. The toads, you'll hear them in here. So, and it's weird that, and even with all that, without fertilizing, without heavy machinery, without planting seeds, without all of that, guess what? This is more profitable than corn. How does that work? Right? That's a really hard concept. So then you can take, well, let's say like you could give me the roughest ground you got, and we'll put animals on there, the right class of animals done the right way with rotational grazing. And I would say that a lot of times it'll be more profitable than your most profitable corn ground, or your best corn ground in quotes. So then if that's the case, what do you think would happen if we took your best ground and put it into grass? And it would be, and that's what happens sometimes, is people actually do that eventually once they see it in action. And they see that, whoa, definitely, we may not gross as much, but our gross margin is much higher doing it this way than planting it to corn. Of course, we have $7 corn this year, but that's the kind of mindset that can get you in trouble. It's like we have Ho Chunk Casino right next door, and no one ever remembers. Everybody remembers the time they won it big, right? but they forget the other 30 times you went and lost your butt. And so, and it feels like that's the way farming is sometimes. It's like, yep, $7 corn, everything's great. Yeah. What happens when it drops back down to 3? Where are you at then? Is that good long-term planning? And the answer is pretty obvious, and you just have to, it's like telling them that gently. So just in our county alone, since 2017, about 3,800 acres that we put into rotational grazing. And we did the SNAP Plus and Russell 2 calculations on that. And it's over 40,000 tons of soil. And so if we filled one of these dump trucks up, we'd need to fill about 3,400 dump trucks. And I measured one of these once. How long is one of these dump trucks? And it's the equivalent. If you put them end to end, that's like 17 miles lined up from end to end. That's filled with soil that we used to practically dump into the stream every year. So it's an awful lot of savings, and it makes sense because you go from tillage or just working the ground up and keeping it bare, and even in soybean ground, we've all seen like no-till soybean ground that doesn't have any cover crop, which is very normal. It still erodes. You go from that situation to a situation where there's green growing vegetation on that soil all the time, keeping the soil covered. It's just going to be better all around from a soil loss standpoint, obviously. But along with that is just increased infiltration. And so, it's like 263 million gallons, which is just kind of doing the math for fun. It's like about 110,000 dump trucks. And with that end to end, it's 561 miles long. I thought, how far is that? So it's like from Baraboo to Jamestown. I thought, just for fun, let me just see what that looks like in Google Maps. And yeah, this is every year now. That's how much less water. That's dump truck full, obviously. How much less water? It's no longer just running off and filling up our waterways and our lakes. And so it starts to add up, and that's only within the last 5 years. And we're really trying to get it going here in Sauk. And so making some major progress there. And we've all seen lakes and rivers and streams are just greening up with these algae blooms. And I think someone just died last year swimming in something like this out west, the blue-green, which has got some toxins in it too. Was it someone or their dog just passed away last year swimming in something like this? And so in these last 5 years, it's about 35,000 pounds of phosphorus that we've kept out of the stream. And how significant that is, to kind of put it in perspective, it's like a 35,000 acre lake, which is a pretty big lake, 10 feet deep, being greened up every year. That's what was running off, and now is no longer running off and causing that kind of a problem. And for those of you who may have been to Devil's Lake, it's about 95 Devil's Lake that's 10 feet deep every year. That's how much phosphorus we're dumping into our streams and rivers, and putting it into grazing makes a difference. And a lot of times we'll have field days and pasture walks, and we kind of have a bunch lined up now for this year. And those are always well attended. But along with all this, I always sprinkle in talk about economics. We'll have our pasture walk. Well, how much are you saving on that? Well, what do you make on this, would you say? And, most of the time we keep it somewhat generic, depending on how private that landowner is and how much they're willing to share those numbers. But I really try to make a point of keeping the finances front and center. And because that's what really that tends to move people more than the environmental reasons. So stick to that if you can. So even in these pasture walks that I organize, these are, we try to sprinkle in talk about economics, even if it's just for a minute or two, just to keep people engaged and interested and asking questions. And I love sharing this this graph with a lot of people these days. I just started doing that probably 8-9 months ago because it's so telling. So, and this is my last slide, and then we can move on. So 1926, way to the left here, 1926 and 2016. And what this is basically the amount of wealth in agriculture. And obviously there's always going to be more wealth in the agribusiness share than the farmer share. But if you'll notice in 1926, farmers had quite a bit of share of the wealth. And then what happened? World War II came, 1946. We figured out that, oh, all that synthetic fertilizer that we used to make bombs with, we can actually make synthetic fertilizer with. And so that's and then the chemicals that we used, we started to just realize we can use it in an ag setting. And if you start to notice that, like, okay, agribusiness's share is good, farmer share went up too, though. So that's pretty good. And then what happens? You can just see the lines separating. And down here in 2006, lots of people went bankrupt. In the 80s, the farm crisis, lots of people went bankrupt. But notice the share, the amount of wealth in agriculture, it didn't go down. This part just kept going. Sure, it has its blips too, but you can just see this is the game, right? This is the game that's being played, unfortunately, at the expense of real people and real people's lives. But I think I like to show this to farmers so that they can see how the game is played and where they fit in it. And the goal is to increase this green line for them as much as we can. And one of the best ways to do that is, so when you see this agribusiness line, and it's not to say people that work in agribusiness are evil, has nothing to do with that. I mean, really, we're talking about a system, right? And this is how systems work. It's not personal. This is just the system. This is the game. This is the rule of the game. And so once you know the rules of the game, well, you start working within those rules and bend them to your favor. And so when I say agribusiness, what am I talking about? Well, you need to get seed, right? Well, that's agribusiness. Monsanto, Syngenta, and the like, agribusiness. And you pay for that. And they charge a pretty penny for that. It's patented seed. You have to fertilize. Well, that's agribusiness. You have to have a fertilizer buggy to apply the fertilizer. That's agribusiness. There's a planter. That's agribusiness. There's a tractor that pulls all this to make it work. That's agribusiness. And then we got to spray it. Well, the sprayer, that's agribusiness. The tractor that pulls the sprayer, agribusiness. The actual spray itself, that's agribusiness. You see what I'm getting at here all the way through. And then lots of times they dry the grain. That's agribusiness. Just so along the way, farmers are getting less and less share of all that hard work and labor that they put into their craft. And so my encouragement would be like, don't play this game. Once you know the game and you choose to play it anyways, that's on you. But a lot of times, what did I say? Like earlier, we're so busy going through life that we're not noticing that there's a cliff ahead that we're about to jump into. It's called bankruptcy. It's called suicide. It's called mental illness. All these things come along with the stresses of the job. And so I think it's good to step away 20,000 feet and look down, like, what is going on? Do I want to participate in this? And this is where I encourage them, like, maybe jump into grazing, have a little more control, because now you don't need the big tractor. You don't need the fertilizer. You don't need the planter. You don't need to buy special seed. You buy seed once and you're done. If you have fertilizer in the beginning, you do it once and you're done. And I mean, it's like you get out of the business of supporting agribusiness, then you're going to always support agribusiness to some extent, but you want to lessen that. You want to increase the green line, basically. That's what we're trying to do. And so I'd encourage you to use this chart as an education tool to help people really see the full entirety of what they're doing and how they fit into the system and how to buck the system to their favor instead of just playing along with it unknowingly. So I think that's it for me, Penny. I went over just a little bit, but
okay. We started a little bit late too.
Yeah.
So that chart, Serge, could you send that maybe to me and then I could send it out to people separately, and then they can share that with their people that they're working with.
Yep, okay. I'll do that right now.
Okay, cool. And I'll be sending out an evaluation after tomorrow's training. So I'll include it in that email to everyone. And we'll get the recording from these to the people that registered. So why don't you stop sharing and we'll get Adam going. And does anyone have a quick question for Serge while we're getting Adam ready, that you want to unmute yourself and ask Serge a quick question or two, and we'll get Adam going then. And Serge, you can stop sharing. There you go. And Adam's having his webcam. We're not going to put that on today because he'd be having like a disco light behind him. If anyone remembers a disco light or strobe light or whatever. So
it's a dance party.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Should be able to see my screen now, right?
It's coming.
Says I'm sharing.
Yes, you're good. That's
perfect.
Thank you.
First of all, I agree with everything that Serge said. Everything that he's seeing is what I'm seeing, and I can't stress this enough. You got to understand how to get people to change the system and what's going to motivate them. And specifically, before we jump into that, I'm going to talk about a very specific example with heifers and large heifer pasture systems. A lot of people who are interested in grazing heifers, or I've had a lot of interest with CAFOs and larger dairies grazing heifers over the last number of years. And one of the things that these farmers do, the manager, the owner of the operation says, this is what we're going to do. And then they assign the pasture rotation to one of their employees. But what we've seen, and it's actually been an unfortunate situation in several circumstances, is they put somebody who came to a farm operation who is mechanically inclined. They like driving tractors and that's what they like doing. And now they were assigned heifers. That wasn't their why, just like Serge would say. And that doesn't work. So you need to understand what motivates people in order to be successful. And if you can understand that motivation and then point that and funnel that, you can have long-term adoption of these practices. And like I'll show with these slides here and what we're going to get into more, the economics are something that we can't underestimate. You know, what is conservation if it's not going to be there 3 years from now? Why spend federal funds or state funds on a project if it's economically incapable of supporting itself? And I think dairy is a clear winner for grazing, but I think something else that we're not talking about right now that Serge and Aaron will get into later, beef operations. The infrastructure that people spend on beef operations are just almost unfortunate. And you know, it's one thing to spend money if it's going to make you money. It's another thing to spend money if it's going to guarantee you a loss every single year. And those are real scenarios that we run across, and we need to understand that as conservationists, as planners, and also people who are promoting rotational grazing. That said, we're going to start why every heifer should be raised on pasture. And this is the reality of it. There are situations where you don't have enough land in a contiguous block or other reasons. But the reality is, when you look at the economics of this, every single dairy heifer in the state of Wisconsin should be on pasture. There's just no doubt that it is a better scenario from cost of raising them, animal health, the environment. There's no downside to this. So this is a quote that was given to me quite a while ago. It was by Hans Breitenmoser. After 5 years of managed grazing, I can raise heifers on pastures for about 40 cents per animal per day. Now that number has gone up, and they'll go over that later, but it's still very good. And Hans was able to reach all the industry standards for weight and height rates of gain. They are strong and in good condition when they come into the freestall. This saves him about $40,000 per year over having them custom raised. And when we go over some of our examples later, you're going to see that while the numbers have gone up, the shift has gone just because everything's increased. We're still seeing excellent returns on pasture with heifers. So why is this? So what you have to look at here, and these numbers are, I keep this up. This is 2007 and 2013. They don't have another spreadsheet where they've compared the exact same things. So while you can look these numbers up and you can cross correlate between them, there's not a real nice graph, but what they are, it shows the trends. And the feed costs have gone up, the bedding have gone up, the veterinary bills have gone up, everything has gone up. But these are the costs that it takes to raise a heifer from birth to freshening. And that was in 2013. These numbers based off of real data are going to be more like 27, 28, and 3,000, depending on where you go now. So the prices have really escalated over the last 20 years. And these are real costs that are incurred to farmers all over Wisconsin. And these are not scale dependent. Like, these are small guys, medium guys, and big guys. Obviously, each farm has their own situation, but this is the real cost. And it is a big cost on any dairy operation in the state. It's the second largest cost that people are going to incur, their heifer operation. And you don't want to minimize that. If you got bad heifers, you're going to have bad cows in your milking herd, or at least they're going to come in late. And all these decisions cost people money. And when you look at that net profit or gross profit to farmers, that chart that Serge showed, you cannot afford to make mistakes, especially in the dairy business, especially with $10,000 plus acre of land. So that was something else. Serge was talking about using the poorest land and comparing that to the best land. And then he talked about what happens if you use it with the best land. Well, what we're doing is we're using the best land. It makes sense to put your best land into grazing. And when you do that, you can't lose production on that. You still need to maintain that forward momentum because you still have to pay for that property. You still have to feed the animals. So those are real things that are the challenges that you need to think about when you're transitioning dairy, especially on the pasture. And that's one thing that we'll talk about later, but I'll talk about right now a little bit, is that's why I like starting with the bred heifers. They're like the easiest group to deal with because the possibility of something going wrong is much less than if you're to put your milking herd out there. So dairy heifer raising expenses are the second highest expense of most farms. This has been proven true across the board. When we look at the numbers, when people share their data with us, this is consistent. So this is university data, but it also is correlated and backed up by real world people sharing their data with me. When you break these numbers down, feed is 57%, fixed costs are 11, variable costs are 15, and labor and management are 17. So if we're just going to break this down simply for comparison for grazing, and it's never this simple, so don't think about it like this, but what we can do is show you a trend so you can understand how grazing works and can save money. Your fixed costs are not going to change. They might actually increase if you put out fence, right? Because you're going to have more money invested in infrastructure, but you're still probably going to have your buildings. Your variable costs, they can change up and down, but they're probably not going to change much whether you're grazing heifers or not. But your labor and management and your feed, those are two things that you can have a real impact on with rotational grazing. So let's just say, because we were able to save labor and also feed costs and by putting animals out on pasture for 6 months of the year, because most areas are still very conventional in the wintertime. So for only 6 months of the year, we can hack off half to a third of those two biggest portions of that pie and just remove them out of this equation. And that kind of shows you how people are, where they're cutting the dollars out of the grazing operation or out of their confinement operation and putting them into grazing, and where the opportunity for that net gain is. So as far as heifer development goals, one thing that you have to think about, especially if you're talking to dairies, is if you're going to put these animals out on pasture, you don't want them to lose momentum. You don't want them to not meet industry standards. You don't want them to fall behind in any way, shape, or form. So understanding what the goals are, the rates of gain and where you want to go with those are a really big deal. And these are the typical breeds that we're dealing with in Wisconsin. Holstein is by far #1, the biggest breed that is grazed and raised in Wisconsin. That said, if you're grazing, there's a lot of people who have gone to other breeds out there, and those are typically Brown Swiss, Guernsey, Ayrshire, and Jersey. These are probably the big dairy animals in the state. That being said, it's not all of them, but Holstein by far is still the #1 milk producer in Wisconsin. And in my experience, it's still the #1 grazed animal in Wisconsin from a dairy aspect. So when we looked at research that was done here in Wisconsin, Arlington did studies from 2000 to 2009. And these are some of the briefs. You can look at them yourself. But one of the things that was collected was average daily milk production in the first lactation, health issues, age at first calving, and the heifers were 500 pounds, 6 to 10 months old, and they were mostly Holsteins. What did we find out? We found out was that the pasture group, this is information. They were pastured from May to October on red clover, smooth brome, timothy, and orchard grass. So just for everyone's understanding, that's an okay pasture mix. It's not super rich. It's not super poor. It's probably a really good heifer mix. Excess pasture was cut for hay. They were supplemented with hay to maintain adequate pasture growth when needed. Pasture rest was 25 to 30 days, and they were fed 2.5 pounds of grain per day. Now that said, most grazers I'm working with are not supplementing any grain on pasture, but that's a very specific to your herd and your genetics that you need to understand, or they need to understand what they want them to be. And if they're going backwards, or for some reason the animals aren't able to utilize pasture, you don't have high enough quality pasture or the right quality of pasture for your animals, at that point you would need to consider supplementing. So supplementation has not been something that I've seen most heifer raisers are doing, but that said, it's very dependent on the herd and the type and class of animals. And the confinement group was kept in confinement year round. They were fed a TMR of 11 pounds of alfalfa, 5 pounds of corn silage, 5 pounds of corn soybean meal mixed with oats and molasses. So what did they find? They find that the pastured group gained at 1.97 pounds average daily gain versus the confined at 1.86. Now that's contrary to what most people think. They think that if you put animals in confinement, that you're going to have a better rate of gain. This particular study showed that we had a higher rate of gain on pasture over confined. And what I would say is that from my experience for people who've weighed animals, what we can expect for sure is that we're not going to see less rate of gain. I think there's a lot of things that go into this. Management is being one of them. But when we're talking about dairy producers putting their dairy animals on the pasture, they're not looking to kind of throw it to the wind and see what happens. They need to maintain the momentum, so they are high level managers. And we're seeing this or better as far as rates of gain with heifers on pasture. With beef, I consistently see over 2+ pounds and quite a bit higher in some situations for rates of gain on, like, beef calves that are with their mom raised on pasture. And also when you go into grass finished markets. So there is a lot to be said for understanding how to manage and maintain quality pasture and understanding how to keep that going. And the biggest thing with pasture management, if there's one word that resonates with me that makes this system work, is residual. That's the most important thing you need to understand. What you leave behind, so that way that grass can springboard back into its regrowth. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more going on with that. But if the only thing as conservationists we can get people to do is leave residual there, we've already laid that foundation and pointed them in a direction, hopefully to be economically sound, environmentally sound, and have quality animals out of that. What else did the study show? They found that as far as the industry weight, we've got the pastured versus the industry target. So the industry target was 1.8 pounds of gain per day, and that was for the Holsteins. So that means that on pasture, not only did we meet the industry target, we exceeded it. So that's a big deal. So there's the argument that putting animals out on pasture, rotationally grazed, doesn't work. It just doesn't hold water. And you need to arm yourself with this information if you're going to have conversations with people, because people have a misunderstanding of what pasture is. That picture when Serge showed that heifer on that green pasture versus the managed pasture, if you're putting animals onto overgrazed pasture with nothing out there to eat, you're not going to achieve any of what I'm talking about. There's a huge difference between grass and well-managed pasture. And that's what people don't understand. And people almost get hostile about that. So, you know, if you're going to have these conversations, don't be scared of them. Educate yourself, arm yourself with data, arm yourself with the data from the university. That's what it's there for. The same university that they use for their nutrient management planning and corn yield does this research as well. So it's coming from the same place. And then the other thing I found is very useful is finding somebody that's doing this. So that way you can take them to that place and they can have a conversation with the landowner doing it as well. So that can be a very vulnerable situation for the producer because he's talking about what's going on. So make sure that they're comfortable with that and you understand that. But as far as actual adoption and going forward with it, that is the linchpin key that I found is just kind of seals the deal, let's say. Like you can talk about this all day long. Most people want to see it. Once they've been able to talk to a producer and see that, that's what takes them to the next level. At that point, we need to develop a plan. And like Serge said, there are people out there that are doing this. There's layouts out there. And the one point I would disagree with Serge on is it's rotational grazing is absolutely easy. And once you understand these layouts, it's perfect, straightforward, it's fun, most fun conservation planning that you're going to do, but you need to understand that. And I think that underestimating the importance of a layout is nothing that should be done. And I guess I'm not disagreeing with Serge, but as a new grazing planner, if this is something you want to do not underestimate or assume that, you know, just because it meets the NRCS standard, that it's perfect. I see a lot of grazing plans that meet the 528 standard, that meet the pipeline standard, that meet the fence standard. But when you put all those moving pieces together into one, it doesn't work very well. So Serge has been doing this a long time. My best advice for anybody is Serge is down in the Southwest. Doesn't matter what area you're in, latch on to somebody who's been doing that, who has some experience, have them mentor you. That is the best way to understand how the animal husbandry and the rotation and all these pieces mix and match together. That is crucial for making these systems go forward. Because if we set up a system with a grazer that's inefficient and difficult to manage, they don't do it. That's another thing Serge said too, and I've found the exact same thing. 200 to 300 foot breaks is what works. If you're going to be doing daily rotation and you start thinking about having to run thousands of feet of polywire every single day, that works for about a year for most people, and then they get out of it. Some people really don't like having interior fences. It's absolutely fine. It can work fantastic. But most people have lives outside of work. They got to go to church. They got to get to their kids' basketball game. And if it takes you 5 minutes to move a fence, the likelihood of you doing that all the time is greatly improved over if it's going to take you an hour or an hour and a half to move fence. It's a big difference. That being said, you need to understand what that producer's goals are and help them achieve that goal. Also, the other thing that they found out with putting these heifers on pasture, and this is there should be more research on this, and I've actually tried to follow up with these numbers on real farms and I haven't got this yet. But what they found initially was that over the first lactation, they were seeing just about 2,000 pounds more milk from these animals on pasture versus the ones that were confined. And when I talk to producers, they see differences, but they have not mined that data out of their graphs yet, so or any of their economic sheets. So this is something that I haven't been able to say with certainty from a producer that they've seen that. What I do hear from producers is I can see when the animals from pasture come in. They're better, they're healthier, we have less trouble, everything is smoother. That is consistent across the board in well-managed systems. So let's just say that we were accurate and we got that bump. What does that mean? If we've got 100 animals, 100 heifers that came off the pasture, that's 190,000 pounds of milk at $15 a hundredweight. That's a very fluctuating number there. It's 28,000, just about 30,000 gross. That's a big number just by having them on pasture. When you combine that with, we haven't lost any rates of gain. We've lowered our cost of production. We have healthier animals. Oh, and by the way, we're seeing increased milk production that first lactation. When I said the title is Why Every Heifer Should Be Raised on Pasture, you can really start to see why these pieces fall together quite nicely. Another UW study was, or what they found, this is just reiterating what I just said. Another study from Minnesota was that they had less DAs. They had 40% less calving difficulty and 33% less ketosis. So what was interesting to me when I was putting this presentation together, and I've done this for a while now, and I can go back and look back, but you look at all the dairy states, you look at Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, you go out to the Eastern Coast where we've got Vermont and New York, all the universities there, all their land grant universities have done similar research on rotational grazing. And what's really interesting is you see the same trends. So this is what Minnesota has. But if you go to the other universities, you can find similar data that shows similar numbers. So it's really fun when you can really tie that university data into something like this, and then you can go give that to a producer and then get their data back, and they're seeing the exact same thing. So we're seeing these results. They're being field proven. Every situation is different, but the reality is all these trends are happening in the direction that the universities say. Why NRCS is interested in rotational grazing is pretty obvious. So I like to say to people that NRCS isn't in the grazing business, we're still in the conservation business. That being said, doesn't mean that we can't have similar goals. Why we like pasture and pasture grasses, especially cropland conversion, is because we have less sediment loss, we have less pea runoff, we have less soluble pea runoff, which is becoming a bigger and bigger number that we've got to think about, especially as phosphorus levels increase in our soils. We've got less volatilization of ammonia because the grasses are there to use it. We've got a lower net emission of greenhouse gases. We have a 25% smaller carbon footprint. And that's because, you know, if you don't have to turn the key on the tractor to feed your animals, you just use less gas. That's just the way it works. And the thing that you have to wrap your mind on with rotational grazing, whether it's beef, heifers, or anything, is that this is just a different form of harvesting. It's all we're doing is we're harvesting forage with the animals instead of the equipment. We're taking one whole or a whole bunch of steps out of that, but we're still harvesting the same quality forage. And that's what people need to understand in order for this to work. So you need to understand how to set these fences up so that way any scale of equipment can go in there, yet also it's efficient enough that you can go out there and put your animals out there and you can flex it back and forth. Just because it's grazed this time doesn't mean it shouldn't be cut for hay next time. Don't pigeonhole yourself into this is my pasture and this is my cropland. Think about it as a flow of forage, and it's going to be grazed or cut depending on the stage it's at and where and how many animals you got out there. That's how these systems can really thrive and work well. How do you set these systems up? Serge talked about a little bit. I'm going pretty fast because I know we're on a little bit of a timeline, but I do want to stress that these are super important things to realize and understand. And also, I should have mentioned before that every picture in this presentation, pretty sure every picture in this presentation are in actual grazing farms that I've worked on or have been on. Most of them are farms that I've set up myself. So this is a farm up in Brown County. They've got 60 to 90 heifers out all summer long. The field that you're looking at right now, what you don't see is that there's about 3/4 of a mile of stream that runs along that property that we put all into permanent pasture. So when you think about this, think about what that means. One, that's probably some of the most sensitive property out there, right up against the stream. Basically, by well-managed pasture, we've got this amazing buffer there 100% of the time. Think about how much less sediment is going down, how much less nitrogen, how much less everything. This system is just fantastic for long-term resource conservation. And by the way, these heifers were just let out in this picture. You talk to this particular producer right now, he's actually going through the permitting process as we speak. But one of the fun things are they get done milking in the morning. It's always a rush to see who's going to move the heifers, because the person who doesn't move the heifers has to do like the cleaning of cleaning out the barn, and they're dealing with the other stuff, feeding. So they're always jockeying and juggling to see who's going to go to the pasture and move the animals. So not only is it economical, environmentally friendly, great for the animals, but people who are animal people especially really love seeing that. And there's a lot of stress relief. I mean, if you've ever been in a pasture, it's pretty hard not to just stand there and watch animals graze. One of the best things we can do. So proper layout. So there is no right way, but there are definitely wrong ways. And if you've heard me talk before, this is absolutely true. That's what I was getting at. Understanding what works. And gate placement, water line placement, water tank placement. These are all things that you can easily ebb and flow and flex these. And just because you built the fence and it doesn't work right, doesn't mean that you can't cut a gate in there and make it work. But what's really interesting to me, I've done this a lot. It's hard for some people to realize that. And those are things where we can help people. If we're a planner setting up a grazing operation with the producer and we screwed up the fence, or hey, we should really have a gate in that corner, it's crazy to me how many people don't realize, well, we just got to pound a post in there, cut a gate in there. Some people, because it's a cost shared project, or they're scared to move that or make that work or make those changes to those systems. We're never going to get it right the first time, 100% of the time. We strive to, but we'll never get it right. But the big mistake that we're going to do is not follow back up with them, see how it's working. And if something needs to be changed, we need to change it to make it work. Permanent fence placement. Fence over 20 years, amortized, it's really not that big of an investment. But when you're doing this, it's a big deal. There's labor, there's time, and there's cost involved with that. So we want to make sure that when we're putting permanent fence out there, we're really considering how we do that. Specifically on bigger operations, in a manner and form that big equipment can then go out there and harvest it. The largest custom operator in northeastern Wisconsin also harvests off of several of the rotational graze pastures that I set up. They've got the biggest equipment in northeast Wisconsin, CAFO center of the world. I'm not joking, more CAFOs per square mile in northeast Wisconsin than anywhere else in the world. Because we thought about our layouts and how we set that up, it is not a problem for them to go out there and harvest the forage. That's a really big deal. And we need to understand how to do that. So that way people have that flexibility like I was talking about before. Temporary fences. This gets back to what Serge was talking about. And it's exactly what I've seen. You get much over 300 feet, it becomes more of a chore. Now, the one thing I don't want people to think is, well, Adam said 300 feet and Serge said 300 feet. This isn't some sort of hard and fast rule, but it is enough. We've seen it enough that it should be considered with the layouts. And I see people that are scared. Well, I'm scared to put another fence in there because it's going to cost the producer more. I'm scared to put a pipeline in there because it's going to cost the producer more. From a cost sharing standpoint, from a producer standpoint, that's probably some of the cheapest money you're going to spend. You've already got that stuff there. Pipeline's a glorified garden hose. It doesn't cost so much to roll it out there, and it gives you much better management. Don't be scared to put a little bit extra out there from a planning standpoint, from a grazing standpoint. These are tools to make this system work. So understand how to make these work. And then also, like I said, with this temporary fence, these are the tools that they're going to be using day to day. Make sure you get good stuff, because I've worked with some of the cheaper poly wires and cheaper reels. People don't buy good stuff with these day-to-day tools. It breaks down pretty quick, and then people don't like it. So I'm not saying that you need to go out there and spend a bunch of money, but you also want to set them up with the tools that work and are going to be less problematic. With grazing, things are going to break. Poly wire is going to break. Pipelines are going to spring leaks. Fences are going to break. Trees are going to fall in. That's just part of the system. You need to understand that, but that doesn't mean it needs to be a roadblock or a hurdle. Watering systems, we talked about that already. These are a really big deal. You want to make grazing management succeed and thrive and really do well, put a water line out there. People think that, oh, I'm saving money by having one water. And one of my favorite things to say is, if you've got one water tank or only a few water tanks, where are those cows going to be standing on August 2nd at 2 p.m. in the afternoon? They're going to be standing right next to the water tank. So understanding how those animals are going to behave, and then you start putting more couplers out there, more water tanks, and allowing them to be around forage while they're standing there, you're going to get more of that rotation and more of that grazing going on. They're not all just going to be standing there muddled together, not grazing, not consuming forage. Intake is going to go down, and you're going to lose milk and meat production. Those are real things that have big impacts to producers. Also, the more they're grazing out there, the better it's going to be for the environment. So there's no downside to this. Lanes with dairy operations, they're necessary. They're absolutely very expensive. Now, Serge put a non-reinforced lane out there. That's great. Those are things that we should be doing. Not every lane needs to be super reinforced. That said, You need to kind of work with people as to figure out where that's going to be. Because with dairy operations, they're coming back and forth. If we've got low spots, if we've got wet clay soils, if we don't have slope or topography to work with, you need to figure out how those cows are going to get back and forth to the barn so they're not belly deep in mud. That said, these are permanent and expensive. So use sparingly and with caution, but as we're planning them, make sure we put them where they need to go. And if you're going to start talking about lanes with somebody, you absolutely need to talk to a technician that's done them before and a grazing planner to make sure that the two plans mesh up all together. Grass growth, we talked about this a little bit, but these are the 3 different stages of grass growth. We got 1, 2, and 3. You know, you got just coming out of the ground, you know, 2 to 3 inches. You got the vegetative growth in the middle, and then you got one that's going to the seed head. And if you can graze that in the middle, where it's growing exponentially as fast, that means you're coming back to it faster. And this is what I was talking about with residual. And if you start taking grass clippings for yourself and measuring pasture on your own, you're going to see quite quickly that when people think they're wasting grass by leaving residual out there, it's absolutely incorrect. They're losing a little bit on that rotation, but they're probably gaining at least 1, maybe 2 more rotations over the course of the season because they've left that leaf bud there. So their net dry matter production over the course of the season increases, even though they left a little bit extra leaf out there. That's a very important concept because dry matter equals money in this. You need to understand that grazers make money by understanding how to grow forages. Forage is going to make you money, and that's something that's beneficial for everybody. So understanding residual, like I said before, if there's only one thing you leave them with, that's the most important concept. And then proper amounts of animals with the correct amount of rest. You can see this here. Look at the residual that's left behind there. A lot of people, like Serge said, well, that doesn't look neat. That's not a lawn. That's going to be back up and growing and grazed in another 28 days. If this is May, maybe 15 days. Think about how fast you're coming back onto that and the quality that's out there. And those animals look fantastic, by the way. And his rates of gain are stunning. Also, then basic maintenance and operation. Rest your paddocks, don't overgraze, square paddocks. So big, long, rectangular paddocks, that gets back to that 300 foot that Serge was talking about. If you've got animals and say you've got a 40 and you're going to run a polywire from one end to the other end, and you got a water tank on one end, they're going to spend 70% of their time within that water tank's easy walking distance. So if you don't have a square paddock where you put the water in the center, you quickly see that areas get overgrazed if you don't have that square. By having the tank in the center, you get a much more uniform distribution of manure, urine, and grazing. It's a very important part of this because that's one of those small things that builds every time you graze, and it gets better next year and the following year, and it really allows these systems to snowball and become more efficient. And then always work on improving fertility. Now that doesn't mean buying fertilizer. That could mean buying hay and outwintering. That could mean making sure you got proper legumes in there. It could mean managing your pastures so that way you've got a situation that allows legumes to thrive, so that way you don't have to buy nitrogen fertilizer. But these are things you should do, and I'm a strong advocate and supporter, not to mention if it comes to anything practice standard, we do need to have soil tests with those, and that's something you shouldn't underestimate because a bad soil test, I've seen it specifically with potassium, where if you lose potassium, you lose your legumes, and you can go from a high productive system to really scrambling to produce forage within a year or 2. And it's stunning how fast that can drop off, because like walking off a cliff, it's good until it's not, and then you got to deal with it. So don't pretend like it's not something that's there. These pastures are working just as hard as any hay field or as hard as any cornfield, and we need to recognize that. Other things, budget, nutrient management, plan for the weather. You know, if it's going to be wet, it's going to be dry. March, if you're out wintering, in April are miserable months. If you don't plan for them, you're going to hate yourself. Harvest strategies, how to set these up so that way you can easily take hay off versus grazing and have it so it's both out wintering like we talked about, and then heavy use area protection. Do you need it? Is it something you need? Do you need it just around winter waters? Do you need a concrete pad because you don't have any soils that aren't seasonal high with water tables in the spring? These are all things that we should work through with the planning process. And NRCS can help people with that. Land conservationists can help people with that. And setting them up so they're successful is extremely important. That being said, I'm very much one to de-emphasize infrastructure and emphasize management, because when you see some of these talks later down the road, or down today and tomorrow, you're going to see what that actually means. And then so the bottom line with heifers, they can gain at the industry standards on pasture. They have improved first lactation production. They've got greater longevity, produced at lower costs. They're clean, well-conditioned animals, and they're very healthy. So that's what I got. I went through that quick because we were on a timeline, but do you have any questions?
Any questions out there? If you want to just unmute yourself quick, and if you want to unshare your screen, we'll get Connor.
I have a question. Do you have numbers comparing rotational grazing
that's
to
right.
row crop, converting ag land to grazing? I actually do. I'll have to dig them up. It might be in a computer. I'll have to look at that. Let me tell you what we found with real live numbers in northeastern Wisconsin. We had a spreadsheet that we were running analysis on. It's different than what Surge has got, but we were looking at that. We had it looked at by a couple economists. Tom Kriegel, I believe, was one that looked at it. I have to double check that. But either way, UW-Madison did verify that it was a solid spreadsheet. It wasn't taking a look at opportunity costs, but it was taking a look at basic costs like Surge is looking at. And when we compared the numbers, it showed that you would have to have $5 to $5.50 a bushel for corn grain before it made more sense to grow corn than it did to graze your heifers. As far as real numbers comparing rotational grazing to row crops, what's really fun about the presentation that you're going to see, this grazing compass, we can actually compare that in real live data right now and have that number back and forth. That's what I like, because these different economic prediction tools like Surge found out, like I've seen, these are real decision makers and they can drive forward with how people will be going forward in the future. So don't underestimate economics on any of this. Hope that answers your question. It's probably not as specific as you want, but the reality is it's much better to graze, or let me put this differently. From what we saw with the numbers we saw, it made a lot more sense to graze more often than what people thought, even with land rents at $300 an acre and $10,000 an acre cropland, which was pretty stunning. And to have the university look at that and say, yeah, your numbers, while they're not perfect, they're definitely trending in the right direction.
Okay, I think that's good for now. Let's unshare. If you can unshare your screen, we'll get Connor's loaded. And I know Jim is out there. And we can get, there he is. You want to try talking, Jim?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Perfect.
Good. That's important.
Yes. And there's Connor.
Connor's running the slides. I'm sitting in the palatial Dane County Land and Water Department. Palatial compared to Vernon County. Let me put it that way.
There you go. And we got the PowerPoint ready. So people, yeah, just keep on sending in your questions through the chat. We'll get those. Internally, we're a little bit behind schedule, but all is good. We'll get this out to you. And I think there's some other people that may be in the wings also helping Connor and Jim, but Jim is actually not Katie. He's just sitting in Katie's office. So, okay,
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah, my name's Jim.
Yes.
Jim. Anyway, I've been listening so far to what Adam and Serge have been talking about, and it fits in exactly what we're trying to accomplish. Connor, take that go back one. So these are actual pictures taken on farms right next to each other in Vernon County. And the point I'd like to make is that there is, in my experience, not a lot of farmers that wouldn't admit that they would rather see what's on the right versus what's on the left. And to get them to go from that value judgment to actually doing something about it is what you're going to spend 2 days talking about. And both Serge and Adam are two guys that if you have somebody that's a bit recalcitrant, I would suggest you get them to come over and they will use their silver-tongued arguments. But ultimately, what I have found is that a farmer, a landowner will say, oh, that's very good, but will it work on my farm? And so what we have done, click it once, Connor, in a combination of Grassland 2.0, which is part of the University of Wisconsin, and the Center for Integrated Ag Systems, which is also a part of the University of Wisconsin. In this team, Brad Barnum and Connor are both in the, what I used to call the ag econ area. They're the guys that keep us straight. John Hendrickson and Connor also is the guy that does all the algorithms and what we're going to show you. John Hendrickson and I go way back. John works for the university. I do not. I'm actually a cattle farmer. In Vernon County, we raise grass-fed beef. John does all of the Excel spreadsheet work. So the goal was to have a tool, a workbench, if you will, that a service provider like all of you could sit with a producer and use the producer's numbers to make the argument that, yes, you can do it, and here's what the financial outcome will be. So that we have done compass tools of other sorts through CIAS for years. One is livestock compass, the other is a vegetable compass, etc. These particular compass tools that we're doing with Grassland 2.0, we try to make site and operation specific. That is, you're sitting right at the kitchen table with a producer proving that, yes, he can do this or she can do this. In all of these, we encompass, we embed a pasture planning sheet, which is exactly like a certified pasture planner would use in coming up with the balance between the number of animals, the amount of land, how many times you are willing to move them over a period of time, what cultivars you're using in the paddock, and so forth. It is a pasture plan. And that, however, we've gone one more step, and that is answering the question whether with that pasture plan, you can get the animal performance that you're after. And by performance, usually measured in gain per day, but also, and this is where the art comes in, also all the other things that being on pasture does to animals. And then we go one more step and wrap numbers around what you're doing now with your animals versus what you could see if you embraced a pasture system. In that, the spreadsheets that you're going to see, keep in mind that what we're trying to do is base load pasture as the main feed source. To Adam's point, pasture is the least expensive feed that you can put into a ruminant. And we've accumulated numbers. We're not going to show you those numbers here. This is also part of the art that you guys have to perform. Having done that, so we've got a pasture plan, we've got animal performance, and now we're going to look at the cost of establishing and running that pasture system versus the cost of what you're doing right now. Profitability is a bit of a misnomer. We're going to look at cost. What cost savings can I have if I go to a pasture-based system? And then we're going to compare those two, both in terms of cash and in terms of expense. The beauty of these tools is that they have the ability to do real-time iteration with a producer. So you can fill it all out. And if they say, no, I can't move my cattle every 3 days because of such and so, I got to go to 5 days. You can show them in the tool what that's going to do to pasture performance, which will then mean fewer animals being able to be supported on the land. So you can make those iterations. Next slide. So we've started out with dairy heifers because the opportunity, as as Adam has pointed out, the opportunity is huge in Wisconsin and we're at a time when a lot of economics are in play right now in the dairy heifer raising business. A lot of heifers get out of the state of Wisconsin, go someplace else to be raised. That is becoming either A, impossible with drought hitting those areas, or B, very expensive. So we're in a state of flux. We started with dairy heifers, and besides, we're the dairy state. But we're also going to include, in fact, Connor, I think we're almost ready to announce a beef growing and finishing compass. Adam has nominated, and we have embraced, a dairy steer growing and finishing compass, and then a beef cow and calf compass, which will be structured a little bit differently, but it'll blow your mind. Next slide. So the structure, I've really alluded to already. We've got the first page that Connor will show you of the worksheet is this pasture and animal balance, which in layman's terms, or in the state of the art, is a pasture plan. And the asterisk is there because if you did nothing else, it is a true pasture plan. The second piece will be a pasture feeding plan, which compares the nutrients required to meet the animal performance you want to the nutrient load that you're going to get off the pasture. And you can determine if it's going to be enough or not. And if it's not, you can supplement within the tool. You can pick feeds to supplement. That also is a full stop plan that you can discuss with the producer. And then the next step will be in the structure is the costs of establishing pasture and operating it versus the next point, which is the existing system operating expense. And then finally, the last page of this spreadsheet book is a financial comparison, one system to the other. Okay, Connor? So this is what it looks like. It is available. We don't have an internet home for it, I don't think yet, but if you'd ask Connor, he would be very happy to send you a copy. As a matter of fact, we've introduced this to some other groups, and Connor has committed that he will do an in-depth study or training of the tool if there's enough interest. So again, down the tabs on the bottom of the sheet are exactly what I just talked about. The pasture plan, the feeding plan, cost to establish and run, existing system operating expense, and then finally a financial analysis. And Connor, that's all I've got. You can take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Also want to thank Adam too. He introduced basically the topic perfectly. It makes 100% sense to put heifers on pasture, pretty much in every way you could possibly think. So I am going to walk you through a demo we did with CAFO in northeastern Wisconsin. This demo was done after they've done the conversion to a pasture system for their heifers. But obviously the tool is a what if tool, a comparison tool to see, what if I were to take this land with these heifers, does that work out? And is that better than what I'm doing right now? So this is the pasture heifer balance. The first sheet, one thing before I get started, just to help this make sense, the light gray cells or boxes, those are input cells. Light green boxes are output cells or cells that we calculate for you. And then your dark green boxes are your headers for your columns and your rows. Obviously you don't input anything in there. So first things first, in the pasture heifer balance, we look to see, does the land that you are interested in using in pasture, or a user or a farmer is interested in using in pasture, would that meet the dry matter demand of their heifer herd? So first thing you have to do in this first step, step 1.1, is to define your pasture areas of interest. We use areas of interest as terminology because that's what's used in the web soil survey from the NRCS. And basically it's just a plot of land, and you can split up your plot of lands based on either what you were using the land for or the major characteristics of the land. Say you have a field that has a steep slope compared to a flat field, you would obviously want to separate those two. So first you put in the acres of each area of interest, and then your existing land use for each area of interest as well. Then you need to either find the dominant soil type of your areas of interest, which you can go to the web soil survey. The link is right there, or the forage suitability group that goes along with your areas of interest as well. If as a service provider, you don't know much about the land of the farmer that we are talking about, or you are talking to, please go through and actually find the dominant soil type, each areas of interest, because then you would do the next step, which is step 1.3. And this is made possible by an app, the Pasture Prediction Yield app, that was made by a fellow member of the Grassland 2.0 project. This app is amazing. All you need to do is input your dominant soil type and the county, and then you'll get a table of your dry matter per acre per season that could be made off of that land as pasture. And the table is then ranged by a low, medium, or high yielding variety grass, and is ranged by occupancy period. So as you can see in the tables in 1.3, you have a different productivity based on your occupancy period. Thus, following basic managed grazing theory, the more you move your animals, the more you will get off of your land. So either you go find your soil type, use the app, and get an estimate of what your pasture productivity could be for the farmer, or you have a pretty good context going in and you know the forage suitability group that also corresponds with a certain productivity of dry matter per acre per season. So in this case, we did do step 1.3. We found those two tables of productivity, and then we use them to find out actually the utilization of the pasture. Utilization is different than growth because not everything that is grown will get eaten by the animals. Kind of silly to think so. But if you did step 1.3, you would select your occupancy period, the type of species that goes along with each area of interest. And then we, in the predicted productivity column, we compute basically what your productivity per acre per season in tons of dry matter. Then just a quick timeout. If you didn't do step 1.3 and you do have a good context, or you know the forage suitability group of soil, you can actually just input your own productivity figure in the estimated productivity column that would overwrite anything previously. But that is only, you should do that if you have a good guess or a good contextual reason to know what the productivity of that farm will be. So then either with the predicted productivity from step 1.3 or your own productivity, we have a weighted average per acre. We then apply a residual or a target residual that would make sense with your productivity measure. If you use the app in step 1.3, that would be about 20 to 30% because of the way the data was, the way that the data informs the tool, that's the number that makes sense. But if you have your own productivity measure in the estimated productivity, please put a number that makes sense with that. If you already were factoring in residual, put 0% there. If you were already thinking graze half, leave half, put 50% there. That's more of a judgment call. So now we know the tons of dry matter per season in utilization. So that's actually what is available for animals to eat in the total pasture utilization. Next, we look at actually the animals. Step 1.5, you would go through and basically go down the list and fill it out to what makes sense with your heifer herd, large or small breed, typically brown cow, small, white cow, large, in very layman terms. But if you really are unsure, just go large as a cautious measure. And then are the heifers bred or unbred? In this case, they were unbred. How many heifers? What was their average beginning weight going into the grazing season? I'm actually going to take another timeout real quick. This entire sheet, this entire module for Excel, we are comparing the grazing season and only the heifer enterprise. We don't want to try to make any kind of assumptions or any kind of comparisons that would factor in other things, because simply we are not asking the right questions for that. But we are asking the perfect questions for the grazing season and the heifer enterprise. Time back in, then you would select your target daily weight gain. We have a drop-down box of acceptable pounds per day that are healthy for a heifer to put on. In this case, we chose 1.76. And then how many days on pasture your farmer is willing to work. Then we can calculate how much dry matter will be demanded per head per day, and then for the grazing season for the entire heifer herd. That number, in this case, was about 600 tons of dry matter, then compared to the 1,155 tons of pasture feed available. In this case, obviously 1,155 is much bigger than 600. You actually will return excess pasture with this kind of pasture plan. That's okay, because this user wants to use that excess pasture for hay. And then the pasture sufficiency ratio to the right, basically what would make a pasture plan sufficient is if it was about 120%, meaning that we are planning that extra 20% of dry matter just in case there's, a dry month or extra wet month, or an asteroid hits your pasture. I'm not sure, but we want to have a little bit of a buffer room in there. And that's also kind of what the residual does as well. So basically, we're making a pretty cautious pasture plan, knowing that if you are sufficient or in excess, this probably will very much work for you going forward. You can also input any kind of supplemental feed in this initial part of the pasture plan. This is so if you put a large amount of supplemental feed, that will reduce the amount of pasture your animals eat. But if it is a small percent of high energy feed, it probably won't move any pasture demand at all. So just to make sure you guys are paying attention, I'm going to come back around and basically say the main points of every sheet. The main point of the pasture heifer balance is to see if the available land can support the dry matter demand of the heifer herd. And we saw that was very much feasible and actually in very much excess. So now we're going to see if a feeding plan based off this pasture, does that make sense for the animal performance that you're looking for in your heifer herd? So up top, we have the NRC nutrient and energy recommendations. This is from the latest NRC publication. And based on the heifer herd size, breed, pregnancy status, and target daily gain, that is what that is the nutrient loadout that a heifer should hit on a daily basis to make sure that they can actually reach that average daily gain. We compare that to 100% pasture feeding plan, because previously in last sheet, they selected to do no supplementation. So we're going to assume 100% pasture then. And this pasture nutrient profile comes from the Dairy One Feed Library. It's an average of over 14,000 different pasture samples. We use this because people probably don't have a pasture sample at this point when they're planning the what if, is this possible? So this is a very average number. Most pastures, if well managed, are actually quite better than this. But say, we'll assume the average at least. In this case, your most vital nutrients, your total digestible nutrients, the TDN, the net energy maintenance, NEM, and net energy growth are all good. They all get checked off in the evaluation check. And in fact, the only thing that's low is metabolic energy. And that's okay because it's really iffy to calculate metabolic energy. It's a lot less of a concrete number compared to the first two energies. So if you have the first three nutrients, you're pretty much good to go. So in this case, they're good to go. That being said, you can also implement any supplements, any mineral, anything that's not like an energy source or a protein source. You could put that in below that just as an economic consideration. Plus, if you see that you're low on calcium or phosphorus and you supplement with the mineral mix with calcium or phosphorus, you can obviously like ignore that. So going forward, what have we done so far? We saw that a plot of land can support the heifer herd in a volume sense. And then we saw that if that land is average at best, that would still meet the healthy development for the heifer herd. So next, we kind of gotten the green lights to say, okay, this pasture plan actually makes some sense. Let's see what kind of figures come with that. So we're going to go to the pasture establishment and annual operating costs. There's basically two ways that this sheet could work. You can either enter in per acre estimates for pasture establishment, fencing, and a watering system, or you can go the long way, as we say, and enter in detailed information about the same exact stuff. In this case, since this is a big farm and we're just looking for basically a guesstimate or a rough guess for how much that establishment would be, we opted to do the per acre option. And this is, as a specialist, since you guys do have a good context of what these kind of things cost, or maybe even what they cost in certain areas of Wisconsin, you would go ahead and most likely use this per acre short form. But if you're completely clueless, go through the long form. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just asking you the exact specifics of all of these cost measures. We go through each area of interest, step 1, 2, and 3 for the pasture establishment costs, which is like your ecological, your fertility, your conversion really of the land. And as you can see, the existing grassland had less of a conversion cost than conversion from hay or row crop. And then we go through the fencing. Fencing is pretty similar for both areas of interest, and same with the watering system. But in both of these, we would like you to put useful life of both systems or both infrastructures. This is so we can get a depreciation figure. As we are economists, we're looking for the true economic cost. And it really is up to how well the user or the farmer can, maintain and repair the systems over time. But typically, it's just the amount of years it would take you to then have to completely replace the system. That's what you should put for useful life. So we have the main pasture establishment costs laid out, and then any other equipment related costs, any kind of equipment that you need to get to run this pasture system that they already don't have, you want to put in the price that they would pay for that, like the market price, the useful life, same idea there. And then we have the column that says percent use for heifers. This is so we don't accidentally apply depreciation that would belong to other parts of the farm towards the heifer system. So this is kind of a subjective guess, but if you know that you're only going to use an ATV for your grazing your heifers, put 100% there. If you think about half the time, you'll use it for other stuff, 50% there. That's kind of a subjective guess, but we add up the new equipment costs there, all of the pasture establishment costs that we calculated before, and then we have a total upfront cost for the heifer grazing system. As you can see, that's a pretty freaking big number, 189,500. To be fair, this is a very, very large farm system, and all of this has no financial assistance calculated into it. We understand that National Resource Conservation has the EQIP program, There are county, state, and federal grants available. And yeah, so basically, yeah, so this number is not 100% concrete, but those things kind of vary depending on your situation. So we don't really apply them right now. So we've gone through, saw that the land can support the volume of feed the heifers need. That feed made sense for the heifer's healthy development. So then we calculate the establishment costs. Now to calculate the operating expense. So for step 3.5, this is your labor expense. This is normal, reoccurring operating labor expense. So any kind of one-time custom hires, please do not put in step 3.5. This in the grazing system is really kind of just feeding or moving fence or repairing fence. This you would have to have a conversation with the user, but you input your daily labor and then you split it up between owner labor or hired labor. And if you have hired labor, you have to put an hourly rate to assign to that hired labor. And then we have the total hired labor during the grazing season, basically just multiplying and adding that up. In step 3.6, we have any kind of direct cash expense that would be incurred in the operating of the pasture during the grazing season. We reiterate hired labor, but then you put things in there like seed, fertility, any kind of custom hires, rent, basically your others when it comes to expense. And then you have your non-cash expense, which we have is owner labor and depreciation. Depreciation we calculate from above, and then owner labor, you can assign hourly wage that you can want to give yourself. Since this isn't a direct cost that time is everyone can value their time differently. This isn't really included in the direct comparison of cash expense, but it is good to have that in mind, basically to see how much time and how much money per se the owner would be putting towards a grazing system. And then we have the labor, we have the establishment, we have any kind of extra expense, and then any kind of feed that would be not from pasture. So if you chose to have supplemental feed, this would pop up as well. But in this case, we only had those minerals and salt lick from before. So you just input your price per pound. And if you had supplemental feed, you would input your price or your cost to grow, depending if you bought it or grew it. And then we basically add up this non-pasture feed expense with all of your normal recurring operating expense. And we get that number to the right, 82,725 in this example. And just to reiterate, that is cash expense for the heifers during the grazing season. So we have determined the operating expense and labor expense during the grazing season. We see that this pasture plan makes sense. Let's compare it to what are you doing now? This answer is very easy for this demonstration because in this case, they used to actually send their heifers off to somebody else to be raised. And basically there's two options for the sheet. Either my heifers are raised by somebody else, which is what we have right here, or you used to raise your heifers. You raise your heifers on your farm. Then you would go through basically your feeding plan and then labor and then operating expense, very similar to the last sheet, basically because a lot of farmers actually don't know exactly how much time and how much money and how much feed exactly that they spend towards their heifers. So we had to make that number up for them so we can compare. But in this case, it's very easy. They used to just have their heifers raised by somebody else. So you put in your total cost for raising, any kind of transportation costs. So basically your contract. And then how many days those heifers are off your farm. We do that so we can get a cost per head per day that is equivalent or is comparable for the grazing season. And this number is actually comparable for the grazing season and not the grazing season. But like I keep on saying, we're only comparing the grazing season. So we basically have everything we need to make a financial comparison of the existing heifer raising strategy compared to this proposed pasture plan. Yeah, and this is just to make sure you've been following along. We've checked that the pasture plan makes sense, calculated how much it would cost for you to start and run this pasture plan, and then how much is it costing you right now to do what you're doing. So it's time to compare. So just a quick timeout. As a junior economist, we went and we are looking at economic costs. So economic cost is cash plus depreciation plus opportunity cost. First thing we compare is cash, because this is the most real, the most tangible expense. So we have the cash cost of the pasture system establishment, we have the cash cost of the operating expense of the pasture system during the grazing season, and then the cash cost of either your operating expense on farm, in this case, $0, or cash expense of having your heifers raised by somebody else. And in this case, that pops up. So you can see right away, there's a pretty big discrepancy in the cash cost in total and cost per head per day, over $1 difference from the pasture system to a contracted heifer raising system. And granted that these are old numbers because they used to have their heifers raised a couple of years ago now. You'd be very lucky to get $2.35 per head per day these days with everything going on. So anyways, we compared the cash. Now we're going to find out the opportunity costs. Basically, the way that we would find the opportunity cost is to see how much, basically, if you have any excess hay that you could get off pasture, that would actually help to discount your opportunity cost. In this case, that they really have planned for, harvesting about 300 tons of extra hay per year. So that would equate to about an extra $45,000 that they wouldn't have to spend on hay for their farm. The next section is operated land opportunity costs. And in this case, we look at the amount of land that you took out of cropland, basically trying to attribute any kind of lost feed from that cropland to the rest of the farm. And in this case, about $58,000 of lost feed. So in true, to find the true opportunity cost, it's really that 58,000 minus the 45,000, plus any rented land opportunity costs. This would be if you own the land and you were previously renting it out, then then we would want to account for that too. In this case, they actually were renting the land themselves, so they didn't have any lost rental income. So now we have cash, opportunity costs, and depreciation. We can make the total economic comparison. And we look at the pasture system in the steady state versus the existing system. And it's very favorable to the pasture system. So you can see the $2.35 per head per day pales in comparison to the $1.38 per head per day in the pasture system. And yeah, it's a cost savings of about $1 per head per day. And we say steady state because we are assuming that those productivities we were talking about before, those management costs we were talking about before, basically everything to do with the pasture, we were thinking it as an already developed, well-managed pasture. Obviously, there's going to be a learning curve if farmers never done pasture before. So this next part is where we try to basically factor in this learning curve. We have a little survey, and based on your level of experience, how much time you're willing to put in, and when you're going to seed your pasture, we will basically knock off a certain amount of productivity from your pasture, and then you would have to replace that productivity with extra feed. In this case, we're seeing in that first year that you might have an extra $6,000 in feed costs to cover up of your lack of productivity. So we factor this back in, and then we can compare the steady state, the well-managed, fully developed pasture to what would probably be in your first grazing season. For this specific example, And you can see that there's a bit of a bump up in cost per head per day, but it's still favorable to the existing strategy. And you know that you might start off at $2 per head per day, but you can make it down to $1.30. So basically, we wrap this up really nice in part 5, and you have a full printable summary. This prints off easy into a nice page, and we look at economic costs per head per day, and then basically your cost savings, which is about $1 per head per day. In this case, since it's such a large farm, that turns into $74,000 per season. So that initial investment of 190 grand about, if you are good and if you are inept at converting to a pasture system, should take you less than 3 grazing seasons just by cost savings to recoup that. And then if you really struggle, say it takes you 2 years of bad seasons to really get it down, it would take you about 6 seasons to fully recoup your initial investment. And that's with no financial assistance, nothing like that. We're just talking about your cost savings that we can calculate right now. And then we also talk through the labor. Excuse me. And in this system, obviously there's actually gonna be more labor in the grazing system compared to the custom heifers, simply because you're paying somebody else to do the labor for you. So in this case, we compare that basically just to, drive home, basically the labor outcome of making this transition. So yeah, that pretty much wraps it up. We go through the pasture plan, we see if it makes sense, we see how much it would cost to set up, how much it would cost to run, compare that to what you're doing right now, and time again, you're going to see results like this.
So I'll actually, Connor and I forgot a couple of things that are pretty important. One is when I flashed that picture of the Excel spreadsheet up the very first time, the picture was of a user's guide. There is a user guide at the beginning of the workbook. It's about 7-8 pages long, I think, isn't it, Connor? Something like that.
Yeah, printable too.
And it goes through all the steps that Connor went through with an explanation of how you input. There's also some tutorial on what Connor referred to as input cells and output cells. And if you noticed, as he went through the sheet, there are very few input cells. All of the calculations are under the hood, right? Isn't that what we say, under the hood?
Yeah.
That, for instance, pulls up nutrient requirements depending on the breed and the size and whether they're bred or not. And for instance, pulls up nutrients that are available in any kind of supplemental feed. All that's under the hood. And so it becomes a very articulate tool so that you can sit and talk with somebody about their operation, their cost structure, and their total operation. And this really then bridges this gap of, oh, here's what other people have done, or here's all the advantages. And not that those aren't important, that you have to have those to get them to the table to do their farm. And so the other thing I have to point out about the tool is that we dance around this labor issue. The real issue is hours, and hours spent on most operations. Well, the bigger operations not, but on a lot of operations, it's the owner. And so they have to ask themselves, do I have the time to actually do this? The ironic thing, according to the farms that Adam has looked at, is that they reduce the labor when they go from a confinement system to a pasture system during the pasture season. So anyway, that's our tool. Any questions of either of us? Connor's a lot smarter than I am. Okay.
I don't
Okay,
see any
then,
questions. Connor, were you gonna share a Google link?
yeah,
Form?
so, yeah, so actually, hold up, I copied that on
These touchpads.
over. So yeah, this is actually just real quick. This is our contacts, all of our emails if you're interested. And then yeah, I'm going to drop a link in the chat.
Great.
Perfect. Oh, shoot, that was not supposed to. I sent that to you, Penny. There we go. This will be to everybody. Please
you.
follow this link if you are interested in all on either future training sessions. That will be a lot more in depth than that. I was trying to speed through a little bit just so didn't take up other people's time. And then yeah, we also do have the beef compasses that are in development and also a total pasture compass as well. If you're at all interested in any of these, please fill out the Google form and yeah, we'll continue relations going forward. But yeah, any last questions, any comments, anybody?
Anybody want to unmute yourself and ask some quick questions? Oh, I think we're good. Well, thanks, Connor and Jim, for joining us. So that's a new addition to our annual training. So thank you. That was great.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, yes. And I know you guys have some other things that you need to attend to. But
Mhm.
I know we have Aaron and Serge out there. So do you guys want, I think Aaron may be loading the next presentation.
Yeah, I'll pull some stuff up.
Perfect.
Let's see where we want to start.
I'll let you
Yes.
run with this one, Aaron.
All right.
Okay. All right.
And just
Feel
send any
free to-
questions to the chat.
Feel free to chime in, Serge,
Sure.
and really anybody. So yeah, so we'll back up. My name is Aaron Pape. My day job is as a farm business instructor for Northeast Wisconsin Technical College up in Green Bay. The rest of my day and night's job is spent as a farmer. I raise grass-fed beef, pastured pigs, and pastured chickens on my farm here in Peshtigo called Pape Family Pastures. So I started actually as a land conservation guy. I worked with Serge down in Sauk County, and that's how I really got into grazing, was through Serge. And Serge and I started working on these spreadsheets together, trying to figure out how we could get our hands around the economics of grazing and use that as a means of trying to spread the grazing gospel. And then now, as a actual practicing farmer for the past 6 years, and farm business instructor for the last 3 years, I have a much better handle on economics because I'm actually doing it now. And so I have expanded on some of this on the spreadsheets that Serge and I started with, many years ago, and have kind of diversified that portfolio quite a bit for my own uses, and then use those to help other folks as well. So I just want to share how some of this stuff works. And whatever you're going to see here is not going to be near as polished and clean as what you just saw from Connor and Jim. Those guys that working on the livestock stuff do a really nice job. But what I'm going to show you is just some kind of basic spreadsheet tools that I've and Serge have created to try to help us compare enterprises, get an idea of what is the actual economic potential of a lot of different grazing enterprises. So I'm going to start with the one that started it all here, which is the grass-fed beef analysis. I used to call this a total grazing analysis, but turns out that there is not one spreadsheet that can rule them all. And so now this has been relegated to just grass-fed beef analysis. But I'd really like to ask you guys, like, how many of you work with grass-fed beef people or are grass-fed beef folks yourself? I don't know how easy that is to do on Zoom, but
They can throw it in the chat, or we could have people raise their hands.
yeah, I don't know. Grass-fed beef, I mean, obviously that's my main enterprise, and that seems to be what a lot of the interest is from the new grazing folks. I personally work with quite a few new grazing startups, and a lot of them are looking at grass-fed beef. You know, it's gaining in popularity and stuff. And so that's how we got started on this. So let me just go through this real quickly here. So this first tab on the spreadsheet is the pasture worksheet. And for those of you who are familiar with like the NRCS stocking spreadsheets, you're not going to see anything mind-blowing here that you don't see on those. So you just got different categories of livestock, the number of head you have, the amount of weight, or how many pounds they weigh. And that gives us our total herd weight, which then is multiplied by what percent of their body weight they need to eat per day. So, you know, rule of thumb is 3%. I like to throw in a little bit of fudge factor at 3.2. Then you have the option of saying what percent of their feed is going to come from pasture. So in a grass-fed beef situation, well, more than likely 100% of it's going to come from pasture. But if you were feeding hay or some other sort of supplement, you could reduce the amount of feed you're demanding from the pasture, you know, right there on that percentage spot. Then we scroll down here, we have to put in how much forage supply is that pasture going to provide for rotation. Again, this is just a chart from NRCS, and depending on your region and your soils, these numbers are going to be different. So for example, I just did a grazing plan for a guy over in Door County. He's right on Lake Michigan. And whereas normally I would use 1,200 pounds as a starting place, based on the forage suitability group ratings for his soils right on the edge of the lake, I had to knock that down to 1,000 pounds, you know, because it's colder right along the lake. So just be aware of that. You know, forage suitability group ratings from NRCS are a good place to try to get some of those numbers. Or if you're familiar with, you know, hay yields in your neck of the woods, use that localized information in order to get those numbers. And we put in our residency period here. So, you know, I'm a daily or sometimes twice a day mover. So I got 1 day in here for residency period, which then calculates how big your typical paddock needs to be. That's going to vary extremely throughout the year. For example, my first rotation around the farm, when I go out in May, you know, we're covering like 4 acres a day. We're just flying over everything. Versus when we get down to early July, well, now we're down to like, yeah, 1 acre a day. So it's going to vary depending on the time of year. So, but what that is getting into is we multiply that paddock size by the number of paddocks needed, which is based on your residency period. So if we're moving every day, a typical rotation is going to be about 30 days. Again, that's going to vary throughout the year, but we were just ballparking numbers here. So then residency period gives us our number of paddocks needed times the paddock size, which gives us the number of acres that we need to have in order to support those animals. So I'm going to show you several different spreadsheets. I've got those all standardized to 40 acres. So obviously some operations are larger or smaller, but just for comparison purposes, I've got these all set for 40 acres. So 37.6 acres needed, 40 acres we have available. That's a good little fudge factor. So that's where we can stock. That was 14 cows, calf pairs, 14 yearlings, and 14 two-year-olds. Because in a grass finishing operation, it's going to take you 2 years to finish a steer. I know Adam is going to jump on and claim that there are people that are doing it shorter. Well, those are the extreme exceptions. Most of us are doing it in about 2 years. So that's why we need to have those different classes of animals. Any questions on that pasture stocking worksheet before I move on?
There's none in the chat. If someone wants to unmute yourself, go ahead. We have a small group.
Yeah. I'll leave an uncomfortable amount of time for questions. Okay, moving on then, winter feeding. For now, that's, you know, pasture takes care of our summer needs here in the winter time. At the top, we put in our last day of fall grazing. So I very consistently end my grazing season on opening day of deer season, or more or less, you know, so November 20th to 22nd, somewhere around there is when I typically am done. And I start between the 10th and the 14th of May, May 12th, May 13th, something like that is a pretty good number. For what I use and for my operation. But again, that's going to vary. So you can put that in for wherever you're at. So those dates give us the number of days that we're actually feeding. we have to put in a percent of body weight for dry matter intake. So I had 3.2 for pasture. I've got 3.5 for the winter time. Wintertime, colder, so their metabolic demands are higher just to stay warm. So they're going to eat more in the wintertime than they are in the summer. Bale weight, that's just in order to convert things into bales so that people have an idea of if they're buying round bales or whatever, how many they're going to need. But really, this is based on tons. So we take our herd weight to figure out how many tons we need. And so when we're pricing it on a per ton basis. And I'll show you where this is. You can find some good ballpark numbers for this, but $120 a ton for beef quality hay is pretty typical right now. Hay prices have been on the rise for the last 6 months or so. So based on our 14 cows, 14 calves, and 14 yearlings at these various weights, which can be adjusted according to your needs, we need 110 tons of hay, or approximately 276 800-pound round bales, in order to get us through the winter. And at a price of $120 a ton, we need 13,200 and change bales dollars in order to purchase that hay. If you're making hay off some of your pasture, which is a perfectly fine thing to do, I don't like to see a lot of it, but maybe 25%. I'm pretty conservative with this sort of thing. If you're going to do 25% of your pasture, then we're going to need 10 tons less, because we're going to harvest 10 tons of hay off of our pasture. So that's a tool you can use to see how many additional acres of hay ground that you would need if you're trying to produce your own hay. Any questions on the winter feed tab? All right, grass-fed beef financials. So this is where kind of the rubber hits the road here. We're actually gonna start putting some real dollar amounts in here. So the stuff that you need to pay attention to in particular is this green cell right here, animals direct marketed. If a person is doing direct marketing, they should put in how many animals they're gonna sell there. So this animal sold to co-op. Serge and I first started doing this, our big push was, well, folks should just be selling to the grass-fed beef co-op, or that's a good outlet anyways, not just, but that's an easy entryway into the grass-fed world. And so baseline assumption here is that we're going to sell all our animals through the grass-fed co-op. So our hanging weight, I've got it 630 pounds. Again, your mileage will vary. The grass-fed co-op pay price for top end finished cattle right now is $240 a pound. You can put in your direct market price. So my price for 2022 is $420 a pound for direct marketing. If you were going to buy calves, and also to calculate the opportunity cost of owning the cows, which is a thing that I'll talk about later. What's the price of calves right now if you were going to go buy one? Boy, even $170 is probably a little low right now. $180, let's say. I don't know. Jim, you still on? Maybe Jim's gone. I was gonna ask him what calves were going for down at his neck.
He's not on.
He's on, okay. See what calves are going for down at his neck of the woods. $1.80 for a 450-pound calf right now is probably not unreasonable. Calving success, what's your cost of replacements? So to make this simple, we're assuming that we're purchasing all our replacement heifers instead of keeping replacements. Obviously, a lot of people keep their replacement heifers. Think of this as the opportunity cost of not selling that heifer, but instead of retaining that heifer. Either way, there's a cost involved, whether you're retaining her yourself or you're purchasing her. It's going to cost something. In fact, I'd probably bump that to 800 right now. Our cull rate, what's the price for cull cows? What's the hanging weight of cull cows? All right, so then this tells us what is it costing us to raise a calf. So $678. If we can buy a calf for cheaper than that, well, then there's no point owning the cows. If you can raise a calf for cheaper than what you can buy it for, well, then the cows are a good value. And so up here, I got a little thing here that just says yes or no. If it's a good deal to own the cows right now. So right now, it's absolutely true. For the last 5 years until this year, it has absolutely not been true. In fact, I've come this close to selling all my cows just because it hasn't been the case. Serge, you want to expound on that? What have you seen?
I think you're right on. It varies, of course, every year, but I think it's best to maybe do what you're heading towards, which is straddling the two. Don't keep a ton of cows, but maybe if you want to protect yourself, don't buy every calf. So it's you're blending, you're covering your bases a little bit. That's just my opinion, but that's where the compass tool might come in handy too.
Yeah, so what Serge is referring to is I have a group of my own cows that we breed, and then I buy a lot of calves as well. Gives me a lot of flexibility based on supply demand. You know, I can buy cattle in when I need to, and it frees up my pasture for more room for more finishing animals, because there's an opportunity cost to that cow. That cow eats the most of any animal on your farm. And if she's there, that means that there's a steer that doesn't have a home on your pasture because that room is being taken up by a cow. So depending on the economics of the day, that's going to either be a good thing or a bad thing to have that cow. And right now with current prices, cows are worth owning. But you know, that can change. And so there's other non-financial rationale for why you would or would not own cows. So anyway, so assuming that we're going to sell all 14 of our steers, and heifers, whatever, through the grass-fed co-op, on just the variable expenses only, we're looking at, you know, making $4,836, or on a per acre basis, about $120. And so before I get too far, sorry. So I've got this broken out by different category of animals: own calves, own yearlings, purchase calves, purchase yearlings, and the cows and bulls. And each one of those have variable expenses that you can adjust on there. So vet and medicine, supplies, minerals, electricity, hauling and marketing, death loss, labor, operating interest. On the cow bull one, you know, breeding fees or amortized bull ownership. You know, what's the cost of breeding those cows? So that's all stuff that you should put in there. These are some numbers that I have based on my experience and working with other folks, but you know, everybody's going to have a little bit different scenario for what it costs them for some of those variable expenses. All right, so this one's more complicated. There's got to be a question on this. Well, either you're all just floored and amazed, or you're desperately confused. All right, I'll keep going then. So then we get to this financial summary page. And so in here, we've got fixed costs. So this is a little bit of a catch-all category here. So we got land charge. So if you were renting land, you know, what's it going to cost you? I've got $100 an acre in here for land charge. Even if you own the land, there's an opportunity cost to that land as well as direct costs. So direct costs of land ownership are obviously property taxes and insurance. The opportunity cost is, okay, well, I could rent that land out to somebody, you know, to grow corn and beans on it for $100, that sort of thing. So you be reasonable with your land charge. Some people will say, oh, well, I own it and I don't, taxes on it are $7, so I'm going to put a land charge of $7. Well, come on, that's not fair. You're subsidizing the enterprise unfairly then. So be fair with the land charge. Pasture costs. So what I mean here is stuff like pasture clipping, which is something that I do. If you're adding any fertilizer, every year I repair and reseed where I outwinter my cattle. You know, I have a sacrifice paddock. So there's costs, you know, that go into managing that pasture. It's not completely just a steady state. Generally, you're going to have some sort of input expenses to manage that pasture. So I've got a charge of $30 an acre on here. Again, that can vary. And then depreciation. We'll talk more about this tomorrow, but depreciation, what we're talking about there is the cost of maintaining and replacing infrastructure and equipment. So you've got your fence, you've got your water system, all of the stuff that goes along with that, corral, handling systems. You've probably got a tractor and various implements that go along with, general farming stuff. So we have to account for the cost of having all this stuff. And Connor showed kind of how they take care of that in that heifer grazing compass. Depreciation is something that people like to ignore because it's not a cash expense until it is. It's not, you don't spend money fixing your tractor until it's broken. So, but at some point stuff breaks and has to be repaired. So we have to account for that somewhere. So this number could vary wildly from less than $20 an acre to a couple $100 an acre, depending on how much stuff somebody owns and the scale of their operation. So we'll talk more about that stuff tomorrow, but that's where you would put in, some sort of measure of depreciation. So that gives us some fixed costs. So if we look over here, we've got our total gross revenue, 22 grand, variable expenses of 17 grand, fixed cost of 6,600, which means leaves us with a net profit of minus 1,700 bucks. And return per acre minus $44. So in this particular scenario at the moment, that's going to change depending on economic circumstances, but that's where it's at the moment, I would say. So then, sorry, any questions on that? Nobody. Come on, somebody be brave. All right. So then over here, the next tab is a grain finishing. And so what this spreadsheet was initially for was comparing, should you be a grass finisher or should you be a grain finisher? And so I haven't updated any numbers in here. I haven't used this one in a while. I use a different sheet now for that sort of thing. But you could update the numbers in here based on what market cost is for things. So for example, cost to acquire a bushel of corn. The last time I used this, it was $3.90. I wish. It's $7 now. So you can adjust that stuff. We've got, the cost of the calf, which you would change based on either what you can buy one for or what you're raising it for. These other costs. We've got yardage in here. Here's our land charge, should be at $100, and those other costs that we had before. And so in this one, we're still losing 2,600 bucks, as this is. Actually, the price is higher right now. Okay, you'd make $22 a head, or $22 total, something like that, based on the numbers that are in here. And again, I haven't gone through those numbers real carefully. So here then is a corn budget. This is from 2020. That's the most recent one I've got from Extension. But Serge will go through this tomorrow, I believe, is he's supposed to do. And then on the end of this is a really basic cash flow spreadsheet that it can be adjusted. And again, I'll talk more about cash flow tomorrow, but the long and short of it is what this spreadsheet mostly does is show you, like Connor said, steady state scenario. What does this look like when things are up and rolling? But it's getting to that point. That's the challenge. And so that comes down to cash flow. What expenses do you have to shell out in order to make it to the point that you're going to start returning income? And that's a big challenge with grass finishing operations is that, 2 to 3 year time lag. Again, we'll talk more about that tomorrow, but I just want to introduce the spreadsheet. So any questions on this and how to use it? Okie doke. Got a silent bunch. So I've got a whole bunch of other spreadsheets, and I don't want to bore you guys with spreadsheets. That's not really my intention here. But that spreadsheet was the original one that kind of started this whole kind of training to begin with. And it has now morphed into a variety of other things. So here, let me just show you the cow-calf operation. So exact same pasture worksheet we had before, except we have much fewer slots now. Now we've just got livestock classes for cows and calves and bulls on here. Same exact thing. Again, I've got these all set to 40 acres. Same exact winter feeding spreadsheet. Pared down financials page, because all we're concerned about is selling calves now. And then that very similar pasture worksheet, or excuse me, financial summary page here, where we're looking at least in this scenario, you know, return per acre of minus $55 an acre based on this scenario. Any questions on this one? There's a cash flow on here too. Every one of these has or most of them have a cash flow attached to them. Questions on this stuff? Boy, I am bombing hard today, evidently, because there's no discussion.
No, I think it's you remember when we first had these trainings, it was in person and we could walk around and people would bring their own examples and they would run through it. It's harder in this situation, I think, you know, to do that, because it would say most people are just watching, and after a while you probably zone out a bit, you know, with it, I think.
You're kind, Serge. You're kind.
No, I'm just saying, I think that's what happens here.
Yeah, well, look at watching somebody go through spreadsheets about as interesting as watching.
Yes.
Try, but.
Yes.
So let me change direction here a little bit. So I don't want to ruin my presentation for tomorrow, but long story short, we haven't seen an enterprise that's making any money yet, have we?
Yeah, that's what.
Is there some consternation in the room regarding that?
Can you hear me? That's what I was going to ask. Is there any method to show any kind of profit gain in this market right now?
I'm sorry, I don't know who this is. Who's talking?
This is Gary Hahn in Ashland.
Hey, Gary. Yes, there is, but you've got to do things right and you've got to select the right enterprise. So here, I'll just show you a different enterprise here. So this is a custom grazing. So Serge and I have been talking a lot about custom grazing. I'm trying to work out a deal with somebody to do some custom grazing myself. So Adam and Connor and company have talked about raising heifers on pasture. Well, one of the best custom grazing arrangements is custom grazing Holstein heifers. The easiest way to get into it is with bred heifers. You don't have to fool around with who's going to take care of the breeding, how are you going to get them locked up and bred and all that sort of stuff. So once they're confirmed pregnant, 60 days pregnant, then you throw them out on pasture and manage them from there. So here, this is a crude one that I've been working on myself. And the whole point of all these spreadsheets is just to show, like, you can make tools to suit your needs. And it doesn't have to be particularly fancy. You just have to make sure that you're accounting for the correct expenses and income and not overlooking too many things. But so here's, again, same old pasture worksheet. I've got in here 40 bred heifers, about 1,100 pounds. And that's maybe, a conservative weight, but if we're taking them from breeding weight, which is probably going to be 850 up to, when they calve in at probably 1,250, then, 1,100 pounds is somewhere in that middle range. So that's why I've got that in there. Then we go to this next tab, custom grazing financials. Well, you'll see, okay, this is very bare bones. I haven't even taken them, putting fancy colors in or anything like that. But, so we've got a land charge in here, again, a rent of $100. Labor, so labor for the scenario that I was looking at, so I'm renting another farm. And I'm gonna have to drive there in order to manage these animals. And so I don't want to go there every day. It's almost a half an hour from my house. And so I bought some automatic fence movers they're like a bat latch, but not a bat latch because bat latches are too expensive. But I bought a couple of those so I can set up a daily move, but at 3 days at a time. And so every 3 days, then I don't have to be going out there and moving animals. But it's going to take like an hour and a half a day of management because it's just a half an hour just to get out there. So I've definitely have a labor charge in here, which is, some people don't like to charge labor, but if you have to go drive somewhere, well, then there's totally a direct cost involved in operating your vehicle just to get out there. Got some machine time in here, clipping. I got a custom guy in that neighborhood that he'll charge $17 an acre to mow. So I'll probably have him mow part of that farm. If you're going to be feeding and moving things around, there's probably some expense involved with that. Payback on infrastructure. So, we've got a 20-year fence supposedly, but like 20 years is a long time to amortize stuff and things break in the meantime. And I want to make sure that this is going to be payback on a much shorter time frame. And so I've got, like $5,000 worth of infrastructure amortized over 5 years. So we got to be making $1,000 a year just to cover that infrastructure. Okay, we got 40 head out there. We're grazing for about 170 days. So on just covering those costs, you need to be getting $1.24 per day. So if I have a profit margin minimum of 30% that I would want to be making on that. So then I have to get a minimum of $1.62 basically in order to get that to pay back or to be worth my while. But I say, well, it's still not enough because if I go to say $1.62 here, my profit is $2,500. 6 months of work for $2,500 to me is like, this is not worth it. So $1.75 is what I want. Okay, so now my profit's going to be almost $3,500. Okay, that's worth doing then at that rate. So, and then it gives us a profit breaker. If you're doing the labor yourself, well, obviously that's not a direct expense. And so then, I just like to show that if I have to pay somebody to do it, which you should always include some sort of labor charge because if a business is ever going to get to any sort of size, you're going to need to hire somebody to do stuff. And so, but in the meantime, if you're pocketing that money yourself, okay, well, now we're looking at $5,500, I'm going to make for that 6 months for the work. So, custom grazing can be a really good situation. And, $1.75 per head per day is not an unreasonable price to charge for custom grazing services. And like we just saw from Connor's spreadsheet, people are charging, like a guy I work with, he's a custom heifer raiser, all in confinement, but he's $265 a day for heifers. And so if I can take bred heifers for $1.75 a day, people are saving money then by sending them over here. And I'm still making money. So this is just one enterprise that right here, right now, will definitely make money. Anybody have any experience working with custom grazers or custom grazing themselves?
I've got quite a few people here in Sauk County that are doing this now, and it's amazing that the opportunity is there. And it's kind of a nice, easy way to get into grazing without taking the risk as far as buying animals and them getting sick and paying for hay and paying for this. And so generally what we're doing then is, the actual, they post it on Facebook or Craigslist or let's see, Midwest Grazing Exchange is another place. And it's just, they're finding people. A lot of them are beef animals though. So these are going to be cow-calf operations or something like that. And so they don't have to bring the animals to their farm. The owner does that. The owner pays for the mineral. The owner pays for, whatever. And we actually have made up contracts that I found offline online that landowners can fill in their own numbers and how much they want to charge. And what if an animal dies? Who is responsible for that? That's all kind of written in that language. And so everything is spelled out. And at the end of the season, or if you run out of grass a little sooner than you thought you're going to, or if it's lasting longer than you think, well, just keep them there an extra few days. And the landowner comes back and picks them up, and you're done for the winter. And so that's been somewhat of a lucrative, I feel like that's kind of a nice little launching point. If you want to expand and you want to make more money, go for it, expand, or do a combination of both or something like that, just to get you going. And I never thought that the market would be there for it, but it's strong. It's actually pretty strong. There are people willing to drive from Iowa to bring their animals up to Sauk County to be basically taken care of. I mean, it's rare that you're going to find a place to drop off your animals where someone's watching them and moving them every day and tending to their needs every day. Obviously, you're getting compensated for that. So you get your fix of animals and you get to heal the land, but you don't bear the brunt of the risk. And so that's why this has been somewhat attractive here. That's been my experience.
Yeah, the biggest thing about the custom grazing is the low risk, like Serge said. Very little expenses that you have to bear other than the management side of things. But the feed and stuff is generally taken care of by the owner. Not each individual arrangement can vary. But fact of the matter is you're guaranteed a price per head per day. And so you can plan, okay, this is how much money I'm gonna make, and work backwards from there. So you get a monthly check. So from a cash flow perspective, it's you can't be beat. It's as good as milking cows without the work. Now the income potential, there are much higher income potential enterprises than custom grazing, but from a cash flow and risk perspective, custom grazing is a great enterprise, and like Serge said, a really good place to start. So there you go, Gary. So here's one. And there are cow calf and grass fed operations that are making money, and we'll talk more about that maybe tomorrow or maybe today. We'll see how far we get here. But it all just depends on the management, and it depends on the economic situation that we have at hand. Show you another one here. Okay, so I think Jim mentioned, or Connor, one of those guys, about, or maybe it was Adam, about dairy steer raising. So this is another direction that I'm headed, is finishing dairy steers. It's actually it's cross calf, but Holstein calf, Angus cross calves, whatever. They're a horse a piece, more or less. Just you got to change your purchase costs a little bit. So in this scenario, we're going to be feeding grain. So I've got 88% of their pasture, or for feed is coming from pasture for the summertime. We're feeding about 4 to 5 pounds per head per day, depending on age of corn. And so we got 40 acres. We can have like 28 small ones, 28 big ones. So in this scenario, and this is a real life scenario that I'm working on. I got a friend with a dairy farm. We're looking to partner on something. And so we'd be getting a certain number of calves per month, as the cows freshen in and have calves. And so when you crunch it out to, whatever it's going to be, 15 calves per month, you can make this whole gigantic long spreadsheet list of animals by age, which I did. And it turns out that if you just average it all, it's close enough. And so that's why I kind of take the halfway point for everything here. So on that 40 acres in this, scenario of a 40 acre parcel, again, have like 28 of them around that 650 and 28 of them around that 1300. But really what that comes down to is, a certain number per month. Winter feed, same thing. You got your number of animals in here. So price per ton of feed, I've got a little bit higher. I had 120 on the other ones. I got 135 on here. If we're trying to finish steers quickly, you probably want a little bit higher quality feed going into them. And then on the beef financials tab, a few changes here. So sold to co-op. Okay, we're not going to co-op. We're going, you know, whatever commodity, going to a sale barn, going to American Foods or just beef or whatever outlet you've got for them. Hanging weight, these are now, you know, 1,400 pounds instead of, excuse me, that should be live weight, not hanging weight. Going on live here. Live weight of 1,400 pounds. Conservative number for finished Holstein or Holstein cross right now is $1.20. Most folks are getting in that $1.26 to $1.32 range right now, but you know, I like to plan conservatively. So $1.20. If you're going to go out and buy these animals, I just looked up this morning on Bloomington's market reports. A 400-pound cross calf is about $1.50 a pound right now. And so the other big change compared to the grass-fed one here is, scroll over here, we've got purchase grain. So at 5 pounds per head per day for 17 months, that comes out to about $300 per head. And so $320 for whatever mineral and other stuff you've got in them. So that's one in here. And again, I apologize, these aren't clean spreadsheets, but this is just stuff that I use literally every day to try to calculate what enterprise I should pursue or to help people make decisions. You know, these are just basic decision-making tools that I cobble together and use literally every day. So I got my purchase grain in here. You know, so that's a $7 a bushel. Then we go to our financial summary. So we've got our land charge, actually it's higher than $100 for a land charge. Like everything else, all that's the same as before, yada, yada. Come down to, okay, now we're getting a return per acre of $102 an acre. So that's much more attractive. And so a point I want to make on this is when I first started out, grass fed, that's all it was about. And that, you know, that's still my primary business. We sell grass fed beef, but I've become much more pragmatic and my eyes have been open to opportunities if you're willing to be flexible. So for example, right now, commodity beef is worth a lot. And the grass-fed branded programs in particular just have not held pace, not at all. We saw before the grass-fed beef hanging weight price was $240. Right now you can get like $220 for conventional beef. And so it's not worth the extra work and expense right now. You're not being rewarded for it in the market currently. And so that's why being flexible, being open to other things, you're better off pushing some corn through these critters, getting them out 8 months faster, and you're gonna make more money at it. So that's the long and short of it. So when you're working with producers, don't try to pigeonhole them into one particular enterprise, and just let them know or help them be aware that opportunities are going to come and go and change, and that being flexible is one of the beauties of being a grazer. Because no matter what type of animal that you're grazing, or what class or what arrangement you have versus you own it or you're custom raising it or whatever, the management principles remain the same. Of, you know, that rest period, graze period, residual, all that business is the bedrock of all of it. And what animal you're actually managing doesn't really matter. What animal you particularly are managing at the moment should depend on the economic situation that you find yourself in. So that's the beauty. You're not tied down to really anything. You know, you can buy and sell animals as you wish. So right now, if you are a branded program grass finisher, like, you know, so you're selling Wisconsin Meadows or you're selling the Strauss or whatever, you're leaving money on the table compared to if you would be pushing some corn for them. Even $7 a bushel corn, there's still money to be made on these animals because you can get them done so much faster. The market does not always reward that. You know, 3 years ago, that was not the case, that you'd be necessarily making more money on grain finishing than grass finishing. But that's the scenario we find ourselves in right now. So just be aware of that flexibility is a definite asset to being a grazer. And we got any questions on or discussion on any of this stuff? Please, I'm begging you. What do you think, Gary?
Well, I think it's gonna take having access to the spreadsheets and playing with them with some producers that you can get good data from. And, getting comfortable with all this information that you have available.
Yeah, for those of you who are working in, conservation offices or whatever the case is, what is the general feeling that you guys are seeing as far as enterprises that folks are interested in?
Most of my guys in the north like the cow-calf enterprise.
Cow-calf, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Dane County, we're doing cow-calf, beef operations, sheep. I've been working with some sheep farmers as well.
Good. Hey, speaking of the devil, I got one on sheep. So I work with the sheep guy now. So now I've had to learn something about sheep. And every day that we talk, he tries to convince me that I should be getting in the sheep business myself. He's come close, but I'm still not quite there yet. There's a few hurdles to overcome. So here's the sheep spreadsheet I've got. So again, same idea with the pasture stocking sheet. So this one, I've got a little formula in here. So in American sheep operations, we see a lambing percentage of about 160% on average. And so if you put in a U number, the lambs is automatically calculated based on 160% lambing. Sheep, if for those of you who are not familiar with it, have a lot of twins, and so that's why our lambing percentage is above 100%, as opposed to cattle. We're looking at like 90, 92%, something like that. So that's where the real economic power of sheep comes in. It's just because you have so many of them. Winter feed, exact same business here. Based on percent of body weight, yada yada. So then in here we're just putting our price for those lambs that we're getting, price for our cull ewes, placement cost of a ewe, that sort of business. And get to our financial summary. With all this fixed costs being the same, I only got $180 return per acre. So sheep, there is definitely money to be had in sheep. Sheep and goats prices have really increased the last 12 to 18 months. And folks in the biz that I've been talking with, they don't see that changing anytime soon. So if you have people that are interested in sheep or people that are new to livestock and are maybe intimidated by the cattle, they're big animals, they're expensive animals. I think sheep is a great enterprise. It's good turnover. You're selling those lambs at 6 months old. They're not hanging around for 18 to 30 months, depending on what kind of cattle enterprise you might have. So again, flexibility, being open to different opportunities. Sheep, there's not. I listened to a podcast called the Working Cows Podcast, which is more of a rangeland focused grazing management podcast. But there's a lot of folks on there that talk about how the cattle are in the pasture by the road because that's what makes you look like a cowboy, but the sheep in the back, those are what pays for the farm. And there seems to be a lot of truth in that. So I think sheep enterprise is definitely a good one these days. Anybody have any personal connection to sheep or work with sheep producers that can verify any of this?
Yeah, our local, we have a local producer here, Greg Brickner, and he does a really nice job, and he rotational grazes, and I've seen his numbers, and definitely more profitable than cattle for sure. That's without doing direct marketing of any kind, just sending them down to commodities basically. We have a local place here at Fenimore that lots of the local sheep producers go to, and the prices, like you say, have been really good. And so it's a good one to enter for sure. I think some of the hesitation is predation. We have a lot of coyotes around, and so that starts to eat into your bottom line real quick. So you need to have either a guard dog or llamas, oftentimes is what they end up doing. And the fencing is a little trickier too. You need a lot more strands. Some people use the poly fence and others use multiple strands of poly wire. So a little more labor there too, but it's all profitable if that's what you're interested in. You just have to think slightly differently as far as animal husbandry, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with that, Serge. That's why my friend Cody here has not made me pull the trigger on sheep. All the things you said. I'd have to get a donkey. That would be my guardian of choice, I think. Not a dog guy. And the fencing, you had to add more strands of fence, and yeah. And just like you said, it's a different management mindset being a shepherd versus a cattleman. But for people that are willing and able and interested,
Yeah.
definitely a good enterprise. I got one more for you here.
Aaron, are you going to be sharing your spreadsheets with everybody?
Yeah,
Can
so
we send
I'll
those out?
email all these to you, Penny.
Okay. So
And
I'll send
then,
those out then.
Yeah, and then if you wouldn't mind doing that.
Perfect.
So all right, here's my last one. So this is stockers. Anybody work with stocker producers? Nobody.
We've been messing around with it a little bit here in Sauk.
Yeah.
Sure.
So stockers pasture spreadsheet again is basically the same. It's just, we got whatever weight you're gonna have in here. Should probably change that weight. I think I've got, these are gonna be like 600 pounders, which then means we can have a whole bunch more of them. Yeah, that's a good guess. So on this 40 acres, if we've got, an average weight of 600 pounds, we can have 70 stocker cattle.
Oh, do you want to change your forage availability to 1,200 to match it up? You got 1,100 per acre.
Look at that. Good catch, Serge.
There we go. That probably could add more.
I use these all the time, so they're always changing.
Yeah.
Which is a problem. Yeah, quite a few more. That's gonna look a lot different. Yeah, that's close enough. It's close enough. 76. Okay, so let me go to our stocker financials tab here. So if you're gonna buy like a 400-pound calf right now, it's gonna cost you $2 a pound. Our average daily gain, you should be shooting for 2 pounds per day. And let's just say you've got about 160-day grazing season you're gonna have them on. So then that means that at the time of sale, there'll be about 720 pounds. And so those cattle right now are worth about $1.60 a pound. We have 6 of them. So if you're going to supplement grain, it's just something that some stocker operations do, and in some scenarios is valuable. You might be able to push your average daily gains higher with that. This is where you can put in how, the price and how many pounds of grain you're going to feed. I can tell you right now, at the price of corn, it is not worthwhile to supplement stocker cattle with grain. At least in my calculations, it just does not make sense. So we've got our fixed costs here again. So that calf's going to cost us $800, which seems ridiculous for a 400-pound animal, but that's the world we live in right now. We don't have any grain in here right now, but so vet, medicine, supplies and minerals, electricity, hauling and marketing, yada yada, all that sort of stuff. Might actually need to be a little bit higher. So because when you're selling at auction barns, you got to account for that marketing charge that they throw on a per head basis, somewhere around 20 or $25. Let's pump that to 30. This should be conservative. So On here, you'll see operating interest, $60. So this is one of the challenges with stocker operations and reason why some particularly beginning folks are hesitant to get into stockers is because in order to buy all these animals, let's just take our total expenses. Okay, so we need $70,000 in order to operate because we got to buy all those cattle every year. And so if we just take $70,000 and a typical operating loan right now is going to be around 6%. Okay, but you're only going to have that for 6 months. So divide by 2, so 2,100. You know, and then we divide that by what, 76 head. So actually that's a $28 operating loan. Not too bad. It's going to depend based on the size of your operation and whatnot, but don't let that scare people too much. So I'm a very conservative financial guy. I don't like to borrow money, but to pay 3%, you know, in order to stock your farm with the animals that you need is kind of a small potatoes. So come down to our net profit loss, you know, $13,000, you know, per acre basis, $335. Well, now we're talking some serious money. So stockers can be extremely profitable. Stockers are also high risk though. And that's the way everything in life works, right? High risk, high reward. People can get upside down based on how they buy and sell those animals. So if they pay too much for those calves and are not able to sell them for enough, I mean, it's basic economics, you know, they don't make money. The other big killer in stocker operations is literally killing, you know, death loss. When you're buying animals through an auction barn or from a source of unknown origin, you never know what you're bringing in. And so, you know, vet and medicine, maybe that should be more like $25 a head, depending on where you get your animals from and what your protocols are. Folks that run stockers in typically have kind of just a prescription list of vaccinations and drugs that they give right off the bat, just to make sure that those animals are going to be healthy. Because you lose a few animals at $800 a pop, well, that's a big loss. So death loss can very much be a problem with stocker operations, but done right and managed well, you know, very profitable enterprise. Any questions on stockers? Serge, you got some guys you're working with doing stockers?
Yeah, I do. You know, like you say, it's yeah, you got to get the loan and there's interest with the loan. But I think what I learned last year from two of the guys that I work with is just knowing the market, the stocker market, so that I think the guy bought animals that were odd colored of all things. You wouldn't think that would make any difference. Went to the auction barn and they're like, well, that doesn't look like any kind of Angus of any, whether it's red or black Angus, or it just didn't look like. They were kind of a mixed breed of different animals with various different color patterns, and they actually got docked for that significantly more than I thought they would. Like, wow, that's something I didn't see coming. And so he's like, well, I bought what was cheap at the auction barn. And he goes, well, I learned from that. Even if you have to pay a little more, you get a lot of that back on the back end. Being cheap on the front end end up biting him in the butt back end. So that's would be my caution with all that too. So that's why I really these days I lean more towards custom graze and work stockers in, you know, maybe just work stockers in with your custom grazed animals and split the difference between the two. But stockers is it can be profitable. I agree. And what I love about it is you don't have to do the winter work. I mean, we do live in Wisconsin. And so with that, we should maybe take that into consideration as we make our decisions, in that we have like days like today, and we have a lot of nasty weather in the winter, and maybe it's not a horrible thing not to have animals in the winter here in Wisconsin. Because I think, well, what did the bison do? They didn't stay in Wisconsin over the winter. They left. There's a reason for that. And so obviously we're not back in 1700, and we have to bring things to modern times, but it's just a consideration, just an extra layer of thinking that might be goes into your, picking your enterprise.
Yeah, absolutely. That idea of like, should we have cattle year round? That's something that like the ranch management consultant, Ranching for Profit, that they run that school. Those guys talk about a lot. Are we asking the right questions? Is the question, how do we raise these cows cheaper, or should the right question be, should we have cows at all? And so that's something I think that is definitely worth considering, especially because of our climate. And yeah, so like when you're thinking about just the workload as well, with the custom grazing or the stockers, stuff that's seasonal. If you can make $100 an acre or whatever, or in the stockers, close to maybe around 300, for only 6 months of work, versus if we make 150 or whatever on a different cattle enterprise that you have to manage the entire year round. What is your time worth? What's the opportunity cost? What kind of lifestyle do you want to have? And this all comes back to Serge's talk about what's your goals, why do you do this, and what are your interests? So my busy time with my day job is in the winter time. I teach class November through March, and that's 6 days a week. And so I don't have time to do much of anything in the winter time. And so that really makes a big difference on what type of stuff I do. So for example, my wife and I, we did an experiment last winter on raising some bottle calves, to see if maybe that was an enterprise we wanted to try out. Well, I think raising calves can be a good enterprise. In fact, I've got a friend that's doing it. He's raising bottle calves, he and his wife, and they're making good money at it. But that is a enterprise that takes a lot of time and effort, and that's just not something that I have and don't really have like super interest in. So getting back to all this stuff about goal setting and priorities and whatnot, you got to pay the bills. But what do you like to do? What do you like to spend your time doing, and what's your priority? So if you can make more money doing a year-round enterprise, or you can make half the money doing a 6-month enterprise, well, what can you do with the other 6 months of your year that you could do instead that might be less work or more enjoyable, whatever the case may be? So a lot of different things to consider when looking at which of these enterprises is profitable.
But what I enjoy is having those discussions with producers, because I think oftentimes they're just pigeonholed in their thinking. I would say, like, well, we grow corn, that's what we do. And so like, that's why you want to have those discussions. Like, well, do you have to grow corn? Well, what else am I going to do? Well, there's this enterprise A, B, C, and D. Do you like to work all winter? Do you not? Do you like work with animals? Do you not? I mean, I think it just opens up opportunities and possibilities for producers when you start to have these discussions with them. And whether they adopt grazing or not, well, at least we've exposed them. And I would say, I think over the past 30 years, I would say shooting about 30%. I may talk to 10 producers and might get 3 to bite on rotational grazing. That's about the average, is what I come up with. But if I'd never brought it up, if I'd never shown them the numbers, well, I'd get 0 for the most part. And so I think that's that's the beauty of you attending these trainings, is to just start to think from a financial standpoint instead of just us being stuck on the conservation mindset all the time, which is good. And that's our training and that's our job, but that doesn't work if the finances don't work.
Yeah. And so kind of thinking about like, what's the point of all this stuff? There are people who are just not going to be interested. It's just the end of the world, you know, and that's end of the story. That's just the reality of it. You know, I work with about 60 farmers in my job as a farm business instructor, and I talk about grazing all the time because that's what I love and that's what I'm passionate about. And I see the economic potential of it because I'm doing it. You know, we're making money at it, and I have people all day telling me, you know, well, you know, that's for hippie farmers, or that doesn't really make money. It's like, well, actually it does make money. And so when you can sit down and show somebody that they can make $300 an acre grazing stocker cattle, they might not want to do that, and that's fine, but don't let them tell you that you can't make money at it, because you absolutely can. And so at least people have the information and they can mull it over. But like, you know, there's a kid I work with, he's got to be, I don't know, like 23, and he's got like 20-acre little piece, you know, that he's got his 10 sloppy, fat, enormous Hereford cows that he feeds corn silage to, and, you know, doesn't make any money at. And he says he wants to farm. You know, I'm like, well, if you really wanted to make any sort of money at these, you know, you should really be grazing these cows. But the kid is just obsessed with machinery. You know, he likes to drive tractors. He likes to play with his toys. And so I keep working on him a little bit, but long and short of it is, you know, somebody who just loves driving tractor and playing with equipment is never going to become a good grazer. Yeah, there's an exceptions to every rule, but typically you don't find success with those folks. And so just be aware of that you can show, you know, like the old phrase, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That's absolutely true with grazing. There's money to be had in these enterprises, but if people just are simply not interested or don't want to see it, then they won't. And that's their prerogative. You know. I will say a couple of notes about selling grazing in our current economic environment. You cannot make more money grazing right now than you can growing corn. That's just, you can't compete with $7 corn. Even at $1,000 a ton fertilizer, there is still $250 to $300 an acre margin on that. You know, so here we got our stocker enterprise that maybe you'll make $300. You know, that's not typical. You know, most grazing enterprises under the right conditions are going to return somewhere around $100 to $200 an acre, which is good money and better money than most years of growing grains. Consistently, we see returns from corn and soybeans somewhere in that $80 to $130 an acre range. But right now, grains are so high that people are going to make money hand over fist at that. And so it's a tough year to try to convert any sort of row crop farmers to get into grazing. I don't know if this is going to be I don't have a crystal ball, if this is going to be a new plateau or benchmark for grain pricing. You know, we sat at $3 to $4 corn for more than 10 years. Are we going to now sit at $5 to $7 corn for another 10 years? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know what the future may hold. But if that's the case, then it's going to be more challenging to try to convert row crop farmers into grazers. But for people that are interested in managing cattle, doing the right thing for the land, and having a really good lifestyle, that's one of my favorite things about the way we farm. There is money to be made in it, and that's what we're here to kind of walk you guys through. So I think we're probably getting towards wrapping up here. So tomorrow, what my plan is, I got a PowerPoint ready, and I'm gonna talk through some of the finer points of how to run a profitable grazing business. So these spreadsheets, these are just tools to help kind of get us in the ballpark and show us how management changes may make a difference to our bottom line. Don't get too caught up in the spreadsheets. We're going to email them out to you. Take time, play around with them and stuff. But really what they're for is just to compare enterprises and management changes. It's not like it's the absolute be all end all. This is how much money you're going to make or not. But it's the finer points of business management that really make or break whether somebody's going to be successful grazing, making money grazing. So that's what I'm going to talk about more tomorrow. Sorry if this was kind of bland here, going through these spreadsheets. Maybe this is a lot easier to do in person than it is on Zoom, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think so too.
But
So
go ahead,
I think
Serge.
then tomorrow I will touch base on just a quick crop budget. You touched on it a little bit, and I'll try to bring the numbers up to speed the best I can. I'll look some of that up and update the different costs. But yeah, just to reiterate what you were saying, yeah, there's no way grazing is going to compete with growing corn at $7 a bushel. No way. It's just, yeah. But I always like to use the analogy of going to the casino. You forgot you forgot the last 10 years when it really sucked. You just remember when you hit the jackpot. And so just step back and look at the big picture. And yep, there you can make money doing almost anything any given year. But what do you make money doing consistently? And what do you lose money doing consistently? And I would say going to the casino consistently would lose you money. That's just how that goes. And so maybe that's a way. I'm always just looking for angles. How do I get through and pierce through the thinking and dispel the myth at the same time in a way that's easy to understand? And I think using the casino analogy has worked well for me. As far as like growing corn is like betting. And yet I feel like the grazing thing is a little more consistent. And you're not feeding into that agribusiness side of that graph either. And I forwarded that on to Penny so you can get that out to you too. So yeah, we look forward to having you guys tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to be quite as long. And I know that it starts at 8:30 instead of 8 o'clock, which hopefully will make it easier for everyone. Can you see this okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so yesterday after our training, maybe I should back up. So this is the corn budget, but it's also like soybean budget, wheat budget, direct seeded alfalfa budget, established alfalfa budget's all down here, but I would say 99.999% of the time I'm looking at the corn. That seems to be king out there. And so I updated these numbers yesterday after our little show and tell with our local agronomy center. And so like, if you look to the right here, it has like starter, phosphorus, potash. These numbers were just updated. It's interesting, like the price per ton for starter, I believe the last numbers I saw from 2019 was, I don't know, 800 and something. And look at it, it's $1,000 now. And some like MAP and DAP, I believe that was 8 something, and it's, almost $1,100 now. So things are definitely.
I paid $3.59 a ton for urea last year and $3.29 a ton for potash last year. So they've tripled in a year.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So here it is. And this is a good one. I think this is a good starting point for like looking at enterprise budgets to dive straight into grazing stuff, like the stuff you saw yesterday with Aaron's and mine and, Connor's, and they can be overwhelming. I get it. I mean, I think we could get that from the response or the lack of response yesterday. And that's what makes it hard about the online trainings is used to be, like I said, we would bring your laptop to a classroom and we would just look over your shoulder as you brought your own examples. And then you had no choice but to be engaged. and to work through it. And to be honest, we developed that because we didn't see anything out there that met our needs that we could understand anyway. And so we're like, well, let's just do our own then. And so it looks as though with that livestock compass, Aaron and I were talking about this yesterday. It's like, that's it. That's what we were looking for. I don't know, 5-6 years ago when we started these classes. And so someone took the ball and ran with it, and it's awesome. What I saw yesterday, I don't know that I will use our spreadsheet in the future as I learned their spreadsheet. We just didn't have anything to go off of. And so, and I'm not saying that it was because of us that they developed that, but I like that they developed it. You know, I like that they came out with something that's practical, that I think once we work through it, just like everything, once you practice through it, I think you're going to be okay. I think you're going to like it. So I like this one. This is one of the first ones I started with, just to get my brain thinking about enterprise budgets instead of running Russell or Snap Plus or something like that, or engineering spreadsheets. This is looking at numbers. This is the stuff that farmers look at. So really cool, really simple and easy. And this is where you sit down with the farmer, especially if you have a good relationship with somebody. Like I said, this is a good one to start with. So do you mind if we go through what your crop budget may have been for, say, growing corn this year or last year, just so I can understand the spreadsheet a little better? And then all of a sudden they become your teacher, and that's always the best. But you really are learning from them for sure. But you're getting practice going through numbers like this. And so I talked to my coworker yesterday. I said, "What are some of the numbers, typical numbers that you're seeing?" And he pulled up a Snap Plus plan that he had just finished last week for someone. And so that farmer put in 150 pounds per acre starter, and it pulls the number here from the right, obviously. And then they used, if you don't know what DAP and MAP and TSP, just look it up. And the farmers know, just ask them, but just be knowledgeable enough. It's phosphorus. You can see it, that it's the first line here is starter, and then we go to phosphorus, and then we go to potassium, and then nitrogen fertilizer. So then the farmer also put on 150 pounds of potash per acre, plugs that in, which is pretty expensive, as Aaron is telling us. Urea, they put 100 units of N on for urea, but then they came back with 32%. And it's at 70 pounds. And then looks like they put on, it fills this in itself, because when you put like things like MAP and DAP in, there's also a little bit of nitrogen with it. And so that's where this is coming from here. But the blue cells is what you fill in, basically. And you don't need to fill in the right if you don't want to. If you want to call your co-op and fill this in, fine, but it just gets you in the ballpark. And they can tell you. And a lot of times we'll look at their receipts and go, what did you pay? Okay, so then we'll plug that in accordingly. And then if they had alignment, and then oftentimes the plant population, people experiment with this, but the standard is 32,000, seeds per acre. And the last one I had in there was $270 per bag. And when I checked yesterday, of course, there's 50 million different varieties, and they're all patented seeds, and some are the Cadillac and super expensive, and others are very basic. But $300 a bag was right in there. They're doing soil tests, custom fertilizer spreading, weed control. Again, you don't have to guess this stuff. You ask them directly. What are you, and so we got herbicide here. We got the actual herbicide itself. Well, 30 is what it defaults to, but it depends on what concoction they use. Sometimes it's a combination of 3 or 4 chemicals that they're putting out there for weed control. And so you have to ask them. And then the spraying operation itself, obviously that costs money. Irrigation, if they have that, put that in there. And then this is the lowest hanging fruit, in my opinion. So in Sauk, only 23% of our soils are actually no-tilled. And this is the year 2022. And you would think that, I think sometimes the way farmers talk about no-till, it seems like a scary new thing. It's like landing on Mars or something. No, it's no-till. It's been around for decades and decades. And yet we're still stuck in the old way of doing things. The one that we discussed yesterday. Honestly, yeah, the guy still chisel plows, he discs, and there's a field cultivator in there too. And then he goes and plants. And every pass, it's costing him, look at that, it's between $13 and $21, $22. And now with gas prices the way they are, fuel prices, I'm sure these are even higher. So plug all that in every pass. But why I say it's low-hanging fruit is like, well, you can get rid of chisel plow, you can get rid of the disc, you can get rid of no-till. I mean, just go to no-till and look at what the expenses are. So right now he's spending $63 an acre just on tillage and planting. That's excessive. That's a lot. So we have to combine, that costs something. And then the grain is usually dried. So that's something that I'm not exactly completely versed in everything that's grain farming, but I learned it along the way, and you can too. Just look it up, ask somebody, but lots of times they bring it to the elevator and they test the moisture of the corn as it comes in, and it has to get dried a certain amount, and they call it points. You got to dry so many points to get it down to that 15%ish or something like that. It's got to be trucked, right? If there's crop insurance, we put that in. And then land rent, obviously, we put that in here too. And I didn't put anything in here for land rent, but I mean, it depends. Like if they're renting it around here, we're averaging 150 to 100 to 200 bucks an acre. So if they're renting land, and then, so here's what the gross expense, here's the operating expense, almost $1,000 an acre. And the gross return, and I'm figuring 170 bushels per acre. Ask them what their average is. Certain parts of their land are going to be above 200, other parts it's going to be below 150. And even with the modern varieties, it might be too wet, it might be too dry. There's a lot of different factors, or the fertility really sucks. And so 170 is like right in the ballpark, I would say. So then you put in here what the price per bushel of corn is. And right now it's been $7 a bushel. And if they're smart, maybe you lock it.
Put in 621. I just looked up United's cash bids for new crop corn is 621 right now.
6.21. So here's the gross return per acre. Remember what our expenses was about 1,000. So the net return per acre is 82.49. Now, Aaron, this is, and Adam too, I'm trying to figure out. So when we look at these prices, is this factoring in because these are custom rates that they're using per acre. Is this factoring in depreciation, overheads, and all of that too? Or is this just direct expenses? Do you guys know?
It's direct expense.
Direct expense.
So everything on this type of spreadsheet is based on custom rates. So custom rates should be accounting for depreciation in their rates. So, but if a guy was doing this himself, he would charge himself less because his direct costs would be lower. And so that's one thing when you're using the spreadsheet like this, people say, well, it doesn't cost me $20 an acre to plant. Well, not cash this year, it's not going to cost you, but to account for the depreciation of your machinery over time, then this is about what you should be
and
charging.
Repairing. So just and any annual maintenance and repair, I would say too, right? Yeah. Okay. So even with $6 corn, they're making $82 an acre. So he's going to say, well, this is my own land and I don't charge myself I'm not charging myself rent. And so what ends up in my checking account? So why don't you put 100, why don't you put 0 in there, Serge? Like, okay. So 232 is what that comes out to. That's what they end up in their checking account. Now, if we could do the same thing for grazing, and guess what? Our numbers would look a lot better too. But if you're trying to make the equivalent to grazing, you'd make, I think, Aaron, you were using 100 yesterday, so we'll put in 100 here. And so the return is $132 an acre. And that's with $6 corn. And lots of times it's not $6 corn. I mean, for the longest time, we're hovering around 4. Look at that. And then I always just shake my head like, how can you continue to do that every year? I mean, look at the gross return, 680, and look at the operating expense, 9. Okay, so were the prices always high? No. Up here, no. But it was, so what I find, I'll tell you what I found, because I've done this so many times with producers. We average about $50 an acre return. This bottom number is plus, we go from minus to 150 at the highest, but on average, it's about that $50 an acre plus or minus. I don't know what you find, Aaron. You guys have run this too, but this is kind of where we're at in Sauk County. It's always about that. What do you have?
Yeah, I work with a number of cash grain operators, and we do financials, and the good operators will hit $100 an acre pretty consistently. But again, in a good grazer can do that or better, so they are comparable. And I would say again, a good cash grain operator is going to have lower tillage expenses. Going to have probably a little bit lower seed cost and fertilizer cost. This seems pretty high. $300 a bag. That's for the high end stuff. I know a lot of the folks I work with are using places like the Farm Business Network that they're paying $150 a bag for seed corn. But again, this is all chewing around the margins. You're in the ballpark for sure.
Right.
So you can increase this by $30 or $50 an acre, maybe, if you pick away at things a little bit. But
Yep.
the long and short of it is, most people are not making money hand over fist on cash grain.
And what we want to remind them of too is that while they're doing that, basically just barely making it, they have an awful lot of equipment that's sitting there losing value. So like it's not uncommon to have, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I've added it up on farms, it's $400,000 to almost $1 million worth of equipment to put all this corn and beans in, from the sprayers to the tillers, to then to all the tractors and everything, GPS this and GPS that. It starts to add up really fast. And so, and it's not like that equipment appreciates in value, and people don't take into account the money they lose in depreciation. Yes, you can write it off on taxes, but I almost feel like that's like saying, I'll spend $1 to save 30 cents. Like that seems kind of a silly way to get about it. I mean, I just feel like they don't see all that money that's sitting there losing value and losing all that equipment, losing value and losing money. So even if you had $500,000 worth of equipment and it depreciates, we'll say 10% every year, we'll do the math. That's a lot of money that you're losing, right there. And so that's the advantage that something like grazing has over the corn enterprise that isn't as profitable as you think it is when you actually run the numbers. What I often notice is that people don't take into their spreadsheets and into their accounting, like the grain drying, the combining operation, the trucking costs, all those things start to add up and chip away at the bottom line. And so, and I think this is a good one to get used to and get comfortable working with numbers on. And people love talking about their corn crop. And so they'll have fun with this one. And I think it's good, because then as you build your knowledge base on the grazing spreadsheet enterprises, you start to bring that into it. Like, okay, now let's see, if you were to graze this, what would that look like? And what kind of overhead would you have? And could that work for you? What kind of lifestyle would you have? And does that fit your goals? And this is how it all ties together, but you got to start somewhere. And I think this is a good one to start on. So that's all I wanted to get across with this one. Unless someone has, burning questions, go ahead and ask. Otherwise, I'll just hand it over to Aaron for the next one.
I would just say, Serge, so my favorite cash, actually they're not on here, so I can say it. My favorite farm to work with is a mostly cash grain operator here in Crivets. And I just pulled up their balance sheet. They've got $780,000 worth of equipment.
See, there it is. Yep.
Yeah. And that doesn't include their grain storage facility or their sheds or anything like that. That's just on straight up equipment, machinery. But so I had a success with them this last year. They've got some cattle, and they do she's a good grazer. She just doesn't have enough pasture. She's very intensive on like the 25 acres that her and her husband have allotted to grazing, but they've got like 90 cattle. And so she'll graze it really well, and then she just has to pull them off and wait for the pasture to regrow, which is the right thing to do by all means. Like I commend her for her commitment to good management. And so last winter, we were sitting down trying to figure out what would be the next good project, to a good investment on their farm. They made money. Where are we going to put this money as far as an investment in the future? And so we were doing an internal rate of return analysis, which is probably not going to dive into deeply here, but it's really good, really useful tool. Basically, you figure out what's the payback on various different investments that you can make. And so what we did was I asked him, I said, Joe, how much money do you make per acre growing corn and beans? And he's like, $100 an acre. I can do that just about every year. I said, okay, so let's look at what if we fence this 40 acres next to your house? What's the value of the forage that we can produce off of that 40 acres if we fenced it and turned it into pasture? And the value of the forage alone was, like $200 an acre, or more than that, something in that ballpark. I don't remember. But the point was, that was a really good way to get through his mind and get on the same scale, apples to apples. Okay, I can have a net return of $100 on grain, or I can get a net return of $200 worth of forage that my cattle can graze. And so that was a good win. And so this year they're fencing that 40 acres. So it's money talks when you can do it intelligently.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing. And Aaron, I think you're it.
All right. Oh, you gotta stop screen sharing.
Oh, there we go. Let's try that.
So I've got two things I want to show you guys. So first off, just kind of following up. You don't need to see their financials. Close that up. The first thing here is just following up on yesterday with those spreadsheets. Where can you find sources of information as far as pricing and things like that you can use when you're talking with folks? So if you want, the first place to look for conventional beef pricing is the USDA weekly car lot meat report. Sorry, there's a beeping in the background. So just Google USDA car lot meat report, and you'll get this very long document. But what you want to do is look for page 2, and at the bottom of page 2, sometimes it's page 3, depending on how many things are on there up above. Page 2 or 3, there will be this area that looks like this. It's kind of this grid down here. And what that is the weekly average carcass price equivalent index. And so that is nationally, what's the average price being paid for carcasses? And so this number right here, this is choice yield grades 1 through 3, 6 to 900 pound carcasses. They're getting paid $224.16 a hundredweight, or $224 a pound. Okay, so you can use that number as a ballpark for conventional beef prices. And so I don't know, like Serge, when you and I started doing this stuff back when I worked at SOC, this number was like, what, $180
Yep, easily.
Yeah,
Yep.
so conventional beef prices are very high right now, which is why grass-fed is not necessarily competitive with conventional beef right now if you're going through a branded program. I'm a grass-fed beef producer, not gonna poo-poo grass-fed at all, but it's the fact of the matter remains that conventional beef is very competitive price-wise right now. All right, so that's that. Yeah, there it is. So if you're looking for cattle pricing, so like on calves or feeders, Bloomington Livestock has really good market reports. You can look at equities as well. Equities are not as good because they don't show you real prices. They give you like, they kind of just throw out like, yeah, they were somewhere in this range, you know, at equity, but Bloomington does a really nice job with their market reports. So like here's a feeder auction that they held last week, and they give you the range of prices for what weights. And actually at the bottom of this, that, you know, you can't see it's cut off, but they actually give you the actual lots of cattle, what they were, what they weighed, and what they've got paid for them. You know, so you can get very accurate pricing information from Bloomington market report. So this is conventional beef, you know, fancy beef they call them. Here's Holstein and Holstein cross cattle on the left side here, you know, so you can see what the difference is in pricing. And I was talking to Serge yesterday, you know, I think I'm probably going to end up buying a pot load of cross calves to do as stockers this year, just because it's a much lower risk. The price you pay for Angus cross calves is way cheaper than you pay for a traditional beef calf, you know, so you got options out there. But anyway, so I really like Bloomington as far as their market reports. If you're looking at for futures prices, I use this app called Cattle Market Mobile that gives you futures prices for your cattle, live cattle, all the commodities. So that's one I call all the time. You know, gives you milk, gives you pork, gives you grains, currencies, whatever. And so like this is not from that app. This is just from the CME market report. I just snipped this up this morning here. But so this is for live cattle, which would be like finished cattle. And so looking ahead here, you know, we can see, you know, well, you can't see because my thing's in the way. The settlement over here, that's the final price, you know, that it settled on yesterday, you know, so for June, you know, $1.35 a pound, December, $1.49, February, $1.52, you know, so pricing, and this is on a live weight, you know, cattle prices are very high and continuing to gain. But futures prices, that's how you can start to make a marketing plan. So if you're going to buy cattle now and they're going to be ready at some distant point in the future, you want to look at what the futures prices are when you're planning on selling those animals, so that you have some idea of, okay, what's the value gain I'm going to get on those critters? Are they going to be worth enough at the end of this or not? And then you can use tools like livestock insurance and things in order to protect that price. That's a deeper conversation for another day. But we want to pay attention to futures prices to see what are these things potentially going to be worth when we get to the end of whatever your production time frame is. UW hay market report. So if you're looking for hay pricing, this is a great place to look. You know, beef quality hay, we're probably somewhere down in this range. You know, large round bale, $1.20 or $123 a ton right now. Hay prices have definitely climbed in the last 6 months. Typically, we'd see this number somewhere around $100, but it's been going up with the drought out west, in particular, in the inflation affecting everything. But the UW hay market report that comes out every other week. If you're looking for grass-fed beef prices, so the Wisconsin grass-fed co-op pay price, you can get this off of their website. So like I said yesterday, their top tier pricing right now is $2.40 a pound hanging weight. This changes, you know, they have a board meeting every other month that they readdress the pricing scale. So sometimes it moves, sometimes it doesn't, but every other month they reevaluate. All right, so that's just what I wanted to show you there. So some places you can find some of this information on pricing. So then what I want to talk with you about is kind of some of the finer points on how to run a profitable grazing enterprise. So like I said before, you know, I actually do this. My wife and I run, our farm paid family pastures here up in Peshtigo. And then I am a tech college instructor. So I don't teach on campus. I work out in the field with farmers. So like I said, I got about 55 to 60 at any given time that I'm working with, doing production and financial consulting with. And so it's given me a really good opportunity to get intimate with how it is that you actually make money at this stuff. So I do grass-fed beef. So here's some of my cattle. Pictures of not getting old 2 years ago, maybe. I do pastured pigs, which is one of my favorite enterprises. They're just a lot of fun. Pigs have a lot of personality. And I do pastured chickens, broilers. They are excellent cash flow, really good money makers. It's good for the land. We already know that. And it's good for the animals. And it's good for us. It's a wonderful lifestyle, going out and moving fence every day. You're going out, taking a walk through gorgeous pastures, hanging out with your cattle. It's just a great lifestyle. So all of that, though, doesn't get to happen unless you're actually making money at this stuff. You can only sustain to do something at a loss for so long. And quite frankly, it gets to be not very much fun if you're not making any money at it. So that's what I'm here to try to talk about. How do we get to be profitable grazers? And then how do we help new beginning grazers get started and be on the path to success, especially you guys as NRCS or county folks? How do you help folks get on the right path? So grass-fed beef, that's kind of the frame of reference that I'm going to be using today. That's my main enterprise, and it's what a lot of what I see people interested in. New grazers are interested in selling, direct market grass-fed beef. So back in 2010, Laura Payne did a study on the cost of production for grass-fed beef, and she found an enormous range of values as far as what their cost of production was. As low as $1.48 a pound hanging weight, as high as $5.77 a pound hanging weight. If the grass-fed beef co-op, if you're going to get an average of $2.25 a pound, a low-cost producer is going to make $150 an acre selling through the grass-fed co-op. So that's better than you can do growing corn right now. But if you're on the other end of this and your cost of production is $5.77, well, you're losing money, like crazy. Jim Munch, who we saw yesterday, he did a survey of grass-fed beef producers a couple years after Laura, and he found that they were getting returns of less than zero, or up to about $120 an acre. So in the branded grass-fed programs like Wisconsin Meadows or Strauss or Thousand Hills or whatever, good producers are making $100 to $130 an acre, let's say. So good money can be made. The downside, or the flip side of that, is there's a lot of people that are not doing a good job and are losing money at it or making next to nothing. So that's where these finer points of management come into play. So the real basic formula for profit is income minus cost. So we can either reduce costs so we can increase our income. And so I want to just talk about what some of those management tweaks might be that we can increase those profits. So you saw this spreadsheet yesterday. This is kind of what I'm going to use to illustrate how those changes might impact our bottom line. So the number that we're going to be paying attention to is this one up here, return per acre of pasture for variable costs. I'm just going to kind of ignore those fixed costs for the moment, although like as a financial guy, you never ignore fixed costs because they're not really fixed. It can be changed, but for simplicity's sake, that's the number we're going to be watching right now. So there's our fixed costs and stuff in our summary, but we're going to be paying more attention to that other number, that variable return. So in our baseline scenario, what we've got right now is, this person selling grass-fed beef to, a branded program is losing $76 an acre. So that's no good. Actually, I didn't even cover it. So again, we're looking at grass-fed beef finishing operation, but all these other principles of management and finances apply to any sort of grazing enterprise. And so this tool is just to examine directionality of magnitude of management changes. It's not going to tell us exactly how much money you're going to make. It's not an accounting. So the assumption is that we're finishing all calves and buying replacements. And we're taking 2 winters to finish cattle, about 26 months total. So, yeah, and there's Serge, that handsome devil. So first things first, when it comes to talking about trying to improve the profitability of a grazing operation, nothing else is going to matter unless their grazing management is good. So if their pasture looks like this instead of like this, no other conversation even needs to be had until we address that issue. Grazing management is the number one most important thing when it comes to a profitable enterprise. So what are we doing? Are we moving at least every 3 days? Are they, maintaining adequate rest periods? Is that grass able to recover fully before it's grazed again? Are they leaving enough residual? I know Adam mentioned this yesterday, and people feel like they're wasting grass. It's something I had to overcome as a beginning grazer. If you're like, oh, I'll leave them out there a little bit, they got to clean up that grass. Well, if you leave them out there to clean up, then they overgraze, and they don't leave enough residual. So leaving lots of residual, 5-6 inches is not too much. And then are they stocked appropriately? Either over or under stocked. So just those basic grazing principles, that's where this all starts. Because if they're not able to graze 180 days of the year, it's because of their grazing management, and nothing else that you do is going to make as big of an impact as making sure that they're grazing for a full entire season. That's.
Or they're overstocked, which is, I guess, part of the grazing management.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Matching your animal numbers to your land base, is extremely important, because feeding stored feed is your number one expense. And so that's what we're after here. So your number one expense on any sort of cattle or any livestock operation is feed. And so how do we reduce that feed cost? So I made this presentation over a year ago. Back then, the average Wisconsin hay price is somewhere around $85 to $120 a ton for decent beef quality hay. It's probably a little bit higher than that now, around that $120 a ton range, like I said before. But I used to use $100 a ton, and if you look, you can find deals on hay to get $100 a ton hay for halfway decent stuff. Might pay a little more now, but $100 a ton is a good place to start. 100 to 120. This year is going to be higher. There's no doubt about it. In fact, if you guys are working with any grazers right now, there are people out there, particularly horse people, who are trying to clean out their barns right now, and are selling last year's hay at a discount. It's a good tip for you. Go scoop up that hay right now. A bird in the hand's worth in the bush. Who knows what hay is going to be later this summer? So if you can, grab it now, go for it. So like I said, for today's conversation, we use $100 a ton for hay cost. Now, a lot of people will say, well, I make my hay cheaper than that. And so this was last year's expenses for producing hay. $67 a ton is approximately what I came out to for the cost of production for a ton of hay. I reran those numbers. I didn't update the spreadsheet, but I reran those numbers this morning. For 2022, we're looking at $102 a ton to make your own hay. So the point I want to make here is that I'm a big advocate of buying hay. If you are a grazer, you are much better off spending your time on grazing management than you are trying to make hay. It's time consuming, it's capital intensive, and it's a big distraction from what really makes you money, which is grazing management. And so you can't really buy hay for cheaper than, or if you can't really make hay for cheaper than you could make it, if you really look at the grand scheme of things. Because not including that is land cost, so like this is my land cost, I pay property taxes $8 an acre and land payment is $66 an acre. So, I need to add $23.12 a ton to that cost if I'm making hay. So last year's number was $90.13 a ton. If I was counting for land costs, this year it's going to be $125 a ton. So if you can buy hay for $125 a ton, you're still coming out ahead because you didn't have to spend any time making it. So keep that in mind. There's an opportunity cost to everything. And are you better off grazing it, or are you better off haying it? Every time you're going to come out ahead if you graze it instead of hay it. Again, you're not included in the cost of production of the hay is your time. It takes a lot of time and a lot of stress and consternation watching the weather and, oh my God, is it going to rain tomorrow? You know, when I'm trying to rake the hay and get it dry and blah, 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 you know, so if you can just buy it, go for it. You know, and then there's, of course, the equipment costs, repairs, depreciation. It takes stuff in order to make that hay. So there's ownership costs associated with that. Plus, it's tied up your capital. What I mean by that is, like, you had to spend cash in order to buy that equipment. And so that's money that you didn't spend on something that's going to make you money. So you need to have a lot of acres in order to justify the equipment and time it takes to make hay. And most small grazing operations do not qualify as being large enough to justify the expense and time of making hay. That being said, we can use haying on some small portion of our pastures for first crop to manage our grass quality. So if you're just hiring a custom guy to come cut, rake, you know, bale and wrap, you know, making baleage, that's what I like to do, then it can still be pretty cost effective, you know. But again, hire a custom guy to do this because they'll come in, zip, zip, done. You didn't have to spend the time on it, and you didn't have to throw down for the cost of the equipment in order to do that. You write the guy a check for a few $100 and you're done. And the big benefit of it is helps to manage that pasture quality, because it doesn't take very long for your grass to look like this in June. Beautiful prime quality flag leaf, you know, just starting to head maybe, for it to turn into a big stemmy mess like this. You know, these pictures were taken about a week apart. And so our quality is really starting to decline now at this point. So if we can utilize strategic haying on, you know, maybe 20% of our pastures in order to manage that quality, you know, I'm all for that. The one caveat I will say is when I have done this, you see that pasture that you hayed suffer because of the nutrient removal that happened. And so we either need to spread fertilizer back on it, feed hay back onto that portion of the pasture, spread manure on it or whatever, to return those nutrients to those acres that were hayed. And so those additional costs, or there are additional costs accrued from that manure spreading or fertilizing that we didn't account for already in the cost of that hay. So as a rule of thumb, there's 50 pounds of nitrogen, 12 pounds of phosphorus, and 45 pounds of potassium in every ton of dry matter that you remove from pasture. So those are going to have to be replaced if you're removing those from the pasture. So what I like to do is find deals on hay and buy as much of it as I can. You know, hay prices are volatile. They can go up, they can go down based on the weather, based on local production, you know, how much hay is being produced locally. And so you need to just be aware of what hay is going for and leave yourself open to the ability to buy a bunch when it's cheap and store it. So what I do is I put it up on pallets and cover it with tarps. I actually use bunker covers now, you know, plastic bunker cover to cover up my hay. And that works really well. So like right now, I'm going to carry over probably 200 round bales from last year. I bought, I don't remember, several hundred bales of hay last year because I found some second crop, beautiful orchard grass hay for $35 a bale, a nice tight 4x5 bale for $35 a bale. I mean, you can't beat that. You can never make it for that cheap. And so I bought every single bale off that farm. And so now when hay prices are looking at, you know, $125 a ton right now, I'm sitting on a whole bunch that I paid less than 100 for. So that's what I mean. You know, there's going to be a deal out there somewhere, and just be ready to capitalize on it when you have the opportunity. And so this is an Aaron Papism for you. Never let a good deal on hay pass you by. You know, this is how I make my hay. It shows up on a truck and I unload it and stack it and I'm done. You know, it's so much easier than fooling around trying to make your own. So, all right, I beat that horse enough. Not a fan of making hay. Some other ways to reduce feed costs. There's a lot of interest in alternative forages these days, cover crops, annuals, that sort of stuff. I've grown sorghum Sudan grass in the past. I grow a little bit of it every year. I use it to fix my outwintering areas. Really high quality stuff, pretty cost effective generally. Cows really love it. Teff, I grew some teff last year. It did all right. I wouldn't say it was cost effective compared to perennial pasture or sorghum Sudan grass, but cows liked it and it was very good quality. Oats and peas, that's an old standby. Triticale, rye, you might be able to get a jump on your grazing if you've got some winter cereals like that you can get on, the last week of April, first week of May, something like that. Buy yourself a couple of weeks of extra grazing right away in spring. Brassicas, all this sort of stuff makes really good baleage and even better grazing. I've grown some of this stuff. This is the Yield Max mixture from Byron Seeds that we make a couple of crops of baleage off of, and then we graze it in the fall. And so that works really nicely to extend our grazing season. So the biggest thing that can go into improving your profitability is extending your grazing season. Number one thing, the more days you graze, the more money in your pocket. Every day you're grazing is a day you're not spending money on stored food. So here in our baseline scenario, we're feeding for 192 days, saying we're going to be done November 1st, which is very typical for a mediocre cattle operation. So again, our baseline scenario, we're at $38.53 an acre for a return. If we extend our grazing season to November 20th, which is when I typically end, we gain maybe 10 days to 2 weeks growing some annuals like that. So now we're down to 173 days of feeding. And now that bumps us up to $70.99 an acre return. So we added $32 an acre by adding 19 additional days of grazing. So not all that was potentially gained by annuals. Depends on how many acres of them you have, but annuals can be a good way to squeeze out some more grazing days. If you can push that to December 15th, which I have done once in my 5 years of grazing, you can really pocket some serious money. So now we're 44 days past that baseline November 1st. We've added $75 an acre to our bottom line. So how do we extend that grazing season? Well, stockpiling pasture. So you save some pastures that are able to grow enough volume that you can graze those later into the season. This is easier said than done, by all means. And the only way to do this is to have some place to go with those cattle that you can bypass those pastures. Either you are destocking so that you have excess pasture acres in the fall, or you've got some cover crops or something that you're going on alternatively to allow that grass to grow longer. It is not a good idea to say, well, I'm going to feed hay for 3 weeks in order to be able to graze another 3 weeks. Well, that's just self-defeating. So if you're in balance that you don't have the ability to get those cattle away from the pasture for the fall, then just don't worry about it. There's a lot of emphasis put on stockpile pasture, but it only makes sense if you have the ability to either reduce cattle numbers or go somewhere else cost effectively with them while that grass continues to grow.
Can I interject here, Aaron?
Yeah.
Oh, so one thing to consider too is, so maybe instead of having 40 head, 40 cows, it might actually be more economical to have 30 cows, but then extend the grazing season 30 to 50 days. Because at the end of the day, you may actually come out ahead. And I've done those scenarios too. And that's the beauty of knowing how to run the numbers and manipulate the numbers and do the what if scenarios. So maybe in Aaron's sake, depending on how much cash you need to flow, he's better off cutting 10 head out of his herd so that he can now graze later into the winter, in which case he's saving money on hay. And so at the end of the day, he's actually ahead. You make more with less. It's weird, but that's kind of how sometimes that number works out.
Yeah, and no, for sure, sir. So it's going to be a case-by-case basis. So if you have access to really cheap feed, the cheap hay, that you might be better off stocking your farm all the way and not worrying about stockpiling. But if you don't have access to cheap feed, then yeah, you might end up being better off knocking back your stocking rate a little bit, you know, in order to graze longer. For sure, there's a balancing act there, and it's going to depend on the situation. You know, like I try really hard to have cheap hay on hand all the time, and so I've come to realize after a few years of really trying to focus on stockpiling that typically it's not cost effective to sacrifice stocking rate for stockpile, but sometimes it will. In fact, like this year, depending on how things turn out, it may very well be that that's the case, because hay prices are on the rise. So it's just something that you got to be aware of. And you know, what's your goal? If your goal is to graze as long as possible, no matter what, you know, well then yeah, you might want to reduce your stocking rate. You know, because there's also, you know, there's risk both ways. So you reduce your financial risk by grazing longer because you simply have to buy less feed. So you've got less cash out of pocket, which is great. I'm all for that. You also run the risk on the opposite side of having your grass buried in snow, and cattle may or may not be able to graze through it. Most of the time they can, but you know, you can get, like, what was it, two or 3 years ago, the Sunday night after the Sunday of the end of deer season, we got 11 inches of sopping wet snow dropped on us, and the power was out for 3 days, and everything that we had for stockpile was just completely buried in slush, and we were done. You know, and so you know, you just never know what the weather's going to bring, and so that's why you always need to have some hay on hand as an emergency feed source. But anyways, yeah, there's a lot of nuance to it, but I'm all for stockpiling pasture, and so we've done some things to try to increase our amount of stockpile. So in 2021, I applied 100 pounds of urea per acre. So, you know, it's like 46 pounds of that applied. It cost me $25 an acre. I figure I gained about an additional ton of dry matter for the fall on those acres we did that on. So that was very cost effective. $25 a ton. I mean, you can't beat that. Pricing it for this coming year, it's going to be at least $52 an acre applied. So $50 for an additional ton of feed is still pretty cost effective, but the benefit is starting to diminish. And I right now, honestly, I don't plan on doing that again this year. $25 an acre, that's chump change. I'll do that all day. $52 an acre or maybe more for, you know, you can't guarantee what additional growth you're going to get. That's too much risk for me in my estimation, you know. So again, it's something that people have strong opinions on both ways. Some people say you should never put fertilizer on a pasture, that defeats the purpose of it. Maybe, but I'm all for, you know, being economical. You know, Gene Schriefer, you guys probably know him, you know, down in Iowa County. He's religious about putting urea on his pastures in August. You know, because he's trying to increase that fall forage production. Each their own. I don't really have a strong opinion either way. But what I do like to do in order to increase that pasture stockpile is try to get on some annuals in the fall. So like this is where I grew that sorghum Sudan grass mixture. You saw that picture of that being mowed a few slides back. So this is the Italian ryegrass and clover that's planted with that. So then like in October, we grazed that for, I don't know, 8 days or something like that. It was only like 10 acres. But so, you know, that was an additional week that our grass was able to grow on our perennial pastures without being pressured. You know, there's a lot of interest in grazing cover crops of various sorts of combinations after different cash grains. This is one we did this past fall. So I approached my neighbor who had a small winter wheat field that I rented it for $25 an acre, I think, after the wheat came off to plant a pretty diverse mixture of forage stuff. You know, it's like oats and brassicas and hairy vetch and Berthine clover, stuff like that. And just incredible feed quality. Beautiful, 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 beautiful stuff. So we gained, you know, I think we got 10 days out of that 8 acres. And we could have pushed it longer, but The guy wanted us out of there for deer season. So we could have gotten a few more days out of it by making the cow clean it up. But the point is we were able to get off of our perennial pastures for an additional 10 days. So finding opportunities to let those pastures rest. And I mean, and the forage quality, I mean, you could not beat this as far as quality. I mean, you can milk cows on this stuff. It's beautiful, beautiful stuff. Sorghum stand grass, I like as far as a fall stockpile. It holds up halfway decent in the snow. I'd really like to plant some corn with it to hold it up. I know Adam Abel knows Justin Seeger. Some of you guys might know him down in Wapaka County. He's got a mix that he's using that he's grazing way into the year. He might even make it the entire season this year without feeding hay. So that's pretty cool potential there. The quality on this stuff is still very good, even though it looks like it's dead and brown and nasty. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. That's a really nice looking cow pie. Up in Canada, I've seen a lot of grazers up there using standing corn as a winter feed source. I'm very much interested in this. In fact, I was planning on growing some corn acres this year to do this. Plant some super long day stuff that wouldn't get an ear, so it wouldn't interfere with my grass-fed production. But the whole point of corn is that it's strong and it stands up in the snow. So this year, though, I don't think it's going to be cost effective with the price of fertilizer and stuff. So, but something I'm very much interested in. Anybody got any questions on extending grazing season things before I move on? Nobody. Okay. Well, this is what I lie awake at night thinking about, is how to extend my grazing season, because that is the #1 way to increase your profitability. The less stored feed that you have to feed, the more money in your pocket. So drive that into your brains. That is the #1 most important thing you can do. So there's some other things as far as herd management that are important to being profitable. So culling cattle that don't fit your program is very important. So if you've got big, fat, sloppy, leggy animals that are just not going to be efficient on grass, well, you want to get rid of those ones. So you cut their dead weight as far as, you don't have to feed those animals if they're not performing well, and you generate some cow income. I've got 2 cows going into the butcher next Wednesday, or this coming Wednesday. They're open. And so instead of keeping those animals around, I'm going to turn them into $6.20 a pound hamburger and $15 a pound steaks, and make some money on them. It's really, you don't like to see open cows, but that's just the way it goes. And so there's no point giving second chances. I've learned that the hard way, especially when you've got such a small little herd. You don't want to let anything go because you've only got a few little precious pet cows. But it just is not. It's not worth it, because chances are you give that one a second chance, it's going to bite you again later on down the road. So select for efficient pasture performance, and anything that is not performing, turn it into hamburger or sell it, generate some cash from it. Stop throwing good money after bad. When we're looking at cattle body type, this is a picture I stole from Jim Garish. We want to see a really deep body with short legs. So he's got this one here. It's 69% body, 31% air under the belly. When you look at the cattle from the ground to the back, we want to see at least 65% body to 35% air underneath her belly. I've got one cow, Nellie. She's probably like 25% air, 75% body. She's just a tank. That's what you want to see, because those are very efficient animals. They put money into, or they put calories into growth and not into maintenance. So, and thinking about, cattle size, there's a fine point. You can't have animals that are so small that they're not marketable. And that's something that we've run into as we have selected for smaller framed cattle. We use a lot of Aberdeen Angus genetics in our animals, and purebred Aberdeens are frankly just too small for my market. I have gotten 2 complaints in my entire farming career so far, and they were about the small size of the steaks. So Aberdeen Angus cow a pureblood is like 800 pounds maybe. And so the calves that come out of those are not particularly large. And so you get small steaks out of a small animal. That's just the way it is. But there's a happy medium in there somewhere. So if you're thinking about like from a cow calf producer standpoint, which animals are worth more? We've got, I'm gonna call this 700 pounds. This is probably more like a 900 pound animal, but I'll call it 700 pounds for all intents and purposes. We can sell that 700 pounder for $1.30 a pound, and we get $910. Or we can sell this 400 pound calf at $1.80 a pound and get $720. So the conventional way of thinking is, well, this calf is worth more, so I want to have bigger calves. And that's why the conventional beef industry has pushed weaning weights. Oh, I need to have big calves so that I get more money for them in the fall. But it's a counterproductive exercise. In the pursuit of big weaning weights, we've gone down the road of earlier calving, so February, March calving. Yesterday we had a big old ice storm here. I don't know what it was like in the rest of the state, but it was absolutely nasty. Well, this is like prime calving season for a lot of conventional beef producers right now. You got a calf born yesterday. That's a rough entry into the world. Plus the additional feed expenses it takes to maintain a lactating cow during what is still the winter time, let's be honest. So we have higher expenses, and as I'll show you here, you actually don't get more money for them. So weaning weight, everybody loves to talk about weaning weights. They want to have big old calves. It's more appropriate to talk about how many pounds of beef per acre are we producing, but ultimately what we're after is profitability. And so, what's a more profitable scenario per acre? I put things on a per acre basis because that is our biggest constricting resource. We need acres of pasture, we need acres of hay, or whatever the case may be. That's our limiting production factor. It's how many acres we have available. So if we've got a 1,400 pound cow that's weaning 700 pound calves, and a 1,000 pound cow weaning a 400 pound calf, on a 40 acre basis, we can have 21 of those big cows and calves that, when we do the math, we get $477.75 of gross income per acre. If we do the same thing with those 1,000 pound cows, now we can have 33 of the smaller cows and calves, which when you do the math on that, comes out to $594 of gross income per acre. And so that's just looking at gross income. And without going into the weeds, we know that smaller cows eat less on a per head basis because they're more efficient. And so our expense side is going to be lower as well. So moderate framed animals, I'm not talking small. Like I said, those purebred Aberdeens are getting too small, 1,700 pounds. But like a 1,000 pound cow is going to be your most profitable animal. So then when it comes to breeding, what's the best choice? You want to own a bull, you want to rent a bull, you want to AI. This can have some financial impacts as well. So this right here, his name was Deluxe. He was a beautiful registered Belgian Galloway bull that I bought my first year of farming to breed my 6 cows, which in hindsight was extremely foolish to do. But I didn't know any better. I didn't know anything at the time. And so owning a bull is not cost effective unless you have enough cows to maximize that bull's utility. So a typical beef bull should be able to cover around 25 cows. And so for every cow less than 25 that you have, that bull on a per cow basis becomes much more expensive. So a $2,000 bull to breed 6 cows is just stupidly expensive. I didn't know any better at the time. So it is what it is. But those are things to consider. There's a guy I went to high school with who I see is trying to do the whole backyard farmer thing. And he's got Highlanders because, of course, that's the pet breed du jour these days. So he's got 2 Highland cows and he bought a bull to breed his 2 Highland cows with. It's asinine. So think about that. What is the cost effectiveness of your breeding decisions? I rent bulls. I rent moderator bulls from a guy down the road, pay $500 for the season. I'll take that all day. And then I don't have to manage them for the entire year. That was the biggest downside of owning a bull. You only need them for 2 months, but you got them for 12. And so now you have to separate them for the non-breeding season. It just becomes a lot more of a headache. AI is great. It's typically pretty darn cost effective, especially on smaller numbers. Like anything less than 20 cows, if you can get them AI'd, you're gonna come out ahead. The trouble with AI in a grazing system like we're advocating for, and I do, is that getting animals back to facilities to breed them can be a challenge. And so that's why we don't AI. I would otherwise, but we're spread out over 4 different parcels on our home farm. And so we're crossing roads 4 times in order to make our rotations. And so to run animals around to get them bred and stuff is just not practical. But if somebody's got a contiguous land base, that it wouldn't be that big of a deal to run a cow up to get her bred when she's in heat, or to do shots or anything like that. I think AI is a good choice for folks. So just think about what is cost effective and what fits into your production system or your lifestyle. I'm not on the farm full time, and so I don't spend all day sitting around watching for heats. I don't have all day to fool around running cows back and forth to a handling system to get them AI. And so that's why we use bulls. But I've made the decision that it's not cost effective to buy a ownable, more cost effective to rent the bull. So those are decisions to help people think about what's going to be most cost effective. So this one, I could spend all day talking about overheads and capital expenditures. So in Laura Payne's 2010 SARE study, she found that there was about $100 per cow in overhead costs on these grass-fed beef operations. So that's stuff that is not directly making you any money, that each cow needs to produce an additional $100 in overheads just to cover. And so, or she needs to produce $100 more income to cover those overheads. I've got a friend that says never borrow money for things that rust, rot, and depreciate. That's kind of an old saying. I just advocate for never buying as much as possible things that rust, rot, and depreciate. And so you really need to interrogate and question every single capital purchase. I'm talking about things like tillage equipment. Should you be owning tillage equipment? Well, if we're grazers, you should be doing very little tillage. The only tillage I do is I have a 2-acre, sacrifice area that I bale graze on every year. And so we rip that up and renovate it. But instead of me doing it, the farmer that farms the rest of the land down the road, I slip him $100 and he comes and rips it up for me on his way down to do his other fields. And he does it in like 10 minutes with his 30-foot wide, tillage equipment. So it's, I can avoid having that tillage equipment expense and overhead. Haying equipment, I've beat that already, but it really is typically not cost effective to own haying equipment. Barns, oh my goodness. There's nothing worse for a grazing operation than putting animals in a barn. That barn makes you absolutely no money. And in fact, is the cost of additional overhead expenses like a skid steer to clean it out with and a manure spreader to spread the manure that's collected in that barn. So cattle do not need to be in barns, unless you're running a dairy operation, but that's a whole different ballgame. Planting equipment. I know everybody wants to have their little no-till drill, but again, it's just not cost effective and it ties up capital. A big truck and trailer. You don't need to own your own cattle trailer. You don't need to own your own flatbed. I hire all my hauling done. I've got a guy that hauls my cattle and he brings in all my hay or any other sort of large hauling that needs to be done. There is just no way for the limited amount of use that type of equipment is going to be used during the year that you can justify paying $60,000 for a 3/4 ton diesel, and $8,000 for a cattle trailer or whatever the case may be. You can't justify owning it. Manure spreader and skid steer, again, that's stuff that comes from having cattle on concrete and confinement. I could be swayed potentially on this one, maybe, depending on the scenario, if you're offsetting other costs. But anyways, a tractor. If anybody's familiar with Steve Kenyon up in Canada, he prides himself on not owning a tractor. So he's a custom grazer and rents basically all his land, and he doesn't own a tractor. He gets, if he needs a tractor, he rents one from a neighbor, for the couple of days a year that he needs it. And even owning land, again, Steve Kenny doesn't own land. This year I'm more than doubling my grazing operation on rented land, not purchasing any land. So you don't have to own land in order to farm. In fact, most farmers don't own the land. So I could just beat this all day, but buying stuff is a quick way to go broke. When I see beginning farmers in general and grazers in particular, thinking that they need to buy large equipment in order to get started, it throws away all of your capital that you could use to buy cattle, buy feed, stuff like that, and then now we have ongoing expenses. And so when you have a skid steer, well, you got to find a way to justify having it. Like, oh, well, I can use it to push snow, I can use it to clean my barn, I can use it to whatever, so now we're using it more because if you feel like you got it, I better use it. And now we're spending more on fuel, repairs, and maintenance. And you need to have a lot of acres in order to justify things. Having a big tractor, a baler. This is the one that kills me. This little outfit here. This is like what, a 6 or 8 foot drill with this little Kubota tractor. This whole outfit here, $50,000, probably not unreasonable right now. What would you have been able to do with that $50,000 that would have made you a return quickly? You could hire a custom guy to come and drill in whatever it is you needed drilled, and paid him $20 an acre versus the enormous payments you're going to have, or just the huge cash outlay you have in order to purchase this rinky-dink little set of stuff. So I'd love to own my own drill, but it's not going to happen until it is cost effective. And right now I've got a great custom guy that comes in with his 30-foot drill and does whatever I need done, in a matter of a couple of hours, what would take me a couple of days with something like this. So it's not cost effective, and it ties up your capital. So you want to spend money on things that make you money. In a grazing operation, what are the things that make you money? It's your grazing livestock. Instead of buying equipment to do stuff, you could have bought more animals, which are going to generate a return for you. So I can't stress that enough. You should be thinking about ways to not have to use equipment. But here's another example for you. I'm going to keep beating on this. So like baleage. Baleage is beautiful feed. It's just wonderful. There's almost no waste with it compared to dry hay because the cattle just lick the stuff right up. However, baleage is heavy. And so it's been a real struggle for me when we've either made or bought baleage because my tractor is not big enough to really handle those bales. And so like we made some baleage last fall or last spring that we had to make them 4x4s instead of 4x5s in order for me to be able to lift them with my tractor. So now we had almost twice as many bales as we would have otherwise, which is twice as many trips around the field to pick them up. My wagons are not heavy enough to deal with that weight, and so I blew a tire on a wagon and cracked a wagon stringer, so like in order to really handle baleage effectively, I would need to basically upsize all my equipment, heavier duty wagons and a bigger tractor. Or I can just stop doing baleage and not have to go through, not pay for that stuff, not go through the headaches of it. When you feed baleage, you got to feed it daily. You can't bale graze it because it's in a row, and so you can't have that baleage getting exposed to the air. Otherwise, it'll rot on you. So instead of saying, well, in order to solve this problem, I need to spend money to get bigger equipment, the solution is I'll just stop doing baleage. So that's the way you got to think about how to reduce those overhead expenses. Again, so I just mentioned bale grazing. So one of my biggest ways of reducing overheads is bale grazing. I love it. It's so easy. It makes your labor in the wintertime so insignificant. I was just joking to Serge yesterday, and we were talking afterwards about how crummy the weather was yesterday. Well, on Tuesday, I went and I gave my cows enough bales, access to bales, that I wouldn't have to look at them until tomorrow morning. Because I don't want to go out in the crummy weather either, you know, so they'll be fine out there. They're feeding themselves. They're spreading their own manure out there. And so I don't have to have a skid steer or manure spreader or whatever to deal with the manure that is accumulated by feeding on a concrete pad somewhere. And I'm using it strategically to spread nutrients over areas of my farm that need them. So where I'm placing these bales is always the spot where I see the worst grass productivity during the summertime. So this is my nutrient input. I buy all that hay, there's nutrients that come with it, feed it out in the spot in the farm that needs those nutrients, and I don't have to handle the manure then. So it's an extremely good way to reduce winter overheads. People complain about the waste. If you feed with rings, there's not that much waste, especially if you're feeding halfway decent quality hay. If you're feeding garbage weed canary grass hay or something like that, well, yeah, they're going to waste more just because it's not palatable. But a little bit of waste that there is, it makes great bedding. So I never bed cattle. You know, here you see very little waste if you got halfway decent quality hay. That's where a bale was sitting before. If the weather is really cold, my wife might make me roll out a bale. I did roll 0 bales out this last winter. This was from the winter before. I rolled out 1 bale when it was like -5. This is a cheap windbreak I sometimes make depending on where they outwinter. This winter I didn't need to because they had trees on 3 sides, but when this picture was taken, they didn't have trees to get out of the wind, and so pounding some T-posts and sliding pallets over a little bit of shade cloth or something maybe to help get a little more wind protection. You know, but this cost basically nothing. All these pallets were free. The T-posts I got used for like $1 a piece. So you don't have to have a barn. You don't have to have a slab of concrete. Think creatively about how you can do stuff without it costing you any money, or building anything that is going to have ongoing depreciation and maintenance costs. So this is what it looks like in the springtime then. Yeah, this looks like a mess. Then we rip it up and plant sorghum sandgrass and reseed it. So kind of summarizing reducing costs. So you can make some first crop hay off part of your pasture as part of a strategic method of controlling your pasture quality and making some winter feed. Buy hay when it's cheap. Look for those deals and have the ability to store it effectively. You know, pallets and well-tarp piles is a really good way to store hay. Yeah, making hay off hay fields usually isn't worth it unless you're making really high quality stuff in a years of really high prices. Again, this year might be the exception to every rule because of the way everything's going, but still, I think there's deals to be had. But long and short of it is grades as long as possible, whether that's stockpiling or strategic use of annuals, getting your grazing management honed, maybe adjusting your stocking rate. You know, anything you can do to spend more days grazing and less days feeding. And then those small tweaks for herd profitability, culling, and bull management, you know, cattle selection. And then really overheads. Eliminate as much overheads as possible. You know, I hate calling that stuff fixed expenses because they're not fixed. You can change it. If you have got too much equipment sitting around or you're doing things in a manner that requires equipment, then rethink the way that you're doing things and find ways to eliminate those overheads. Find ways not to spend money. And if you're going to spend money on cattle or sheep or chickens or whatever it is, the livestock that you're doing, stuff that is going to generate a return. Graze as long as possible. So
Hey,
now
Aaron?
yeah.
I had a question for you. And
Yep.
have you experienced any downsides to working with custom operators, such as timing of haying, cattle transport? Some folks get nervous about relying on others for some of their operations.
Yeah, so that's I would say a very small downside. I've never had an issue with a cattle hauler. I work with a guy I really trust who's become a good friend, and that works out awesome. My custom haying guys are extremely reliable. Yeah, do they come every, you know, the second that you want them to come? No, because if it's a nice day to make hay, everybody's making hay. But, you know, if you're nice to people and you show your appreciation to them, they put you higher on the list, I have found. My guys, as for as small potatoes as I am, they seem to go out of their way to make sure I'm taken care of. So I appreciate that. The drill guy, that is the biggest challenge. Because again, if it's a good day to plant, for me, it's a good day to plant for everybody else. But you just, good communication. That's really what it comes down to with working with custom guys, is being flexible, understanding that you might not get things done the exact day that you want them done. But if it gets done 3 days later, it's not the end of the world. You just got to be okay with that. And knowing that in the grand scheme of things, you're coming out ahead.
Can I interject here, Aaron?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so one experience I've had with that, was that Katie that asked that question, I believe?
Yeah.
One experience I've had with that is if you do it in shares, meaning you're going to get 100 bales off of my farm, you get to keep 30, I'll keep 70. Guess what? Knowing that they're going to get 30 bales for themselves really incentivizes them to get there in a timely manner. Especially, for Aaron, he's got this buddy-buddy relationship with the custom guy, but not everyone's going to have that. And so that's one way around. That's part of the reason people don't want to do custom anything with anyone, because yeah, I've seen it too. It's like, geez, this thing was ready to be cut 3 weeks ago and they still haven't gotten here yet. Well, if they're getting a part of that, guess what? They'll get there on time. That's what I've seen. And so that's another way around that, Katie, is just doing it in shares. Unless you have someone that's really reliable like Aaron does, then obviously you wouldn't worry about that. But that's one way of getting around that issue.
Sounds good. Yeah, I heard that at a sheep pasture walk recently, that they were doing something like that to harvest some of their hay off, and that's been working well. So thanks for the tip.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that, Serge. I don't know. Maybe I'm living in la la land here, but like most things in life, relationships matter. If you work with people, and so I've gotten burned that way. So when I first started, I had a cattle hauler that relationships were not that important to him, and we ended up parting ways because he actually burned me on a hay deal. I told him I was going to buy hay and I needed him to haul it, and he went and bought the hay out from under me. And so that was the last time I ever did business with him. But I ended up finding this other guy, and now we become friends, and that relationship matters to him, and it matters to both of us. And so I try to be as flexible as possible with all these people, not to badger them, communicate well. So for example, I've got 85 acres of drilling, almost 100 now, of acres that need to be drilled this spring. Well, I talked with my custom drill guy about it a month ago. And so he's got plenty of heads up, and he can start to get a plan together in his head about, okay, I'm going to be in this neighborhood this day, and so I'm going to need to be able to swing by and hit Aaron, when I'm over here. And I'm perfectly willing to sit here and understand that, he's not going to be everywhere I want him to be on the same day. When you'd like things planted, you just got to be flexible, be a good communicator, and show appreciation and be understanding and work with these guys. Because but they don't like people harping on them any more than you'd like somebody yelling at you when you owe people work too. So relationships matter, I think. It really does.
And Kelly added, talking about relying on others, for her small operation, there were a few considerations she made in relation to this. We had a hauler for cattle that did fine at meeting a sale barn delivery window, but did not do so well with a narrow time window that our locker required. We have gone back to owning our own trailer for a few animals to the locker and still hire for larger hauling jobs. We didn't need as big of a truck for this reason as well. So it looks like.
Yeah, there you go. So you found a middle ground. Yeah, like one of those little shooty trailers that holds 4 cows or something like that. You can get those for pretty cheap and hold those with a 1/2 ton. That's not that big of a deal. But to go and get a gooseneck, I have a real hard time justifying that. But again, try to find ways to not spend money on stuff like that. Because even still, so you got a good deal on that. You buy that little shooty trailer or something, you're going to use that, 1/2 dozen times a year or something like that. it's also the time. That's one of the things that I love about working with custom people is it gives me my time. So like cattle hauling, all I have to do is get those animals loaded into the corral, and then my guy knows that he's got to come on this day, or I text him the night before to remind him and say, I text him in the morning at 7 o'clock, hey, I've got 5 steers in the corral, come get them when you're ready. And based on his day, he comes and picks them up, loads them up, and goes and drops them off at the butcher. So I didn't have to take the time to haul those animals into town and drop them off and come back. So there's time that was saved there. So I don't know. I have had wonderful experiences working with custom folks. I've rarely gotten in trouble, and it has allowed me to keep a lot of equipment off of my balance sheet. So I'm a big advocate for it. Yeah. Any more on that? It's good stuff. I say one last thing on this. So people don't like to be reliant on others. I have found great strength both in just kind of community and relationships, as well as in my business, in being inter-reliant on people. In fact, I wrote a blog post about it a while back, that there is a lot of value to that community of people that I work with. Instead of trying, because you just can't be the one man show for everything. The old McDonald farmer that does everything and raises everything himself, like, it just doesn't exist. And if you're trying to do that, you're going to burn yourself out. One person cannot do everything. And so we're spreading the workload around multiple people. We're generating value to our community. Our farm is supporting, partially supporting. I counted it up one time, more than a dozen other local businesses because of the way that we operate. And so for folks that are trying to, do all their own planting, do all their own haying, even people that are trying to do all their own butchering and stuff like that. Now, I don't understand butchering is a problem, but like, one person cannot do everything. And so I find there's a lot of value in that community, the agricultural community that's created by working together. It's really great. And I've made a lot of really good friendships through it all. So, all right, enough of that softy talk. So back to the business side here. So we looked at the cost side. Now let's turn and look at the income side. So the first thing, how do you gain more income? Well, you raise the price. So if you're selling to a branded program like Wisconsin Meadows or Strauss or whatever, you don't have a lot of control over pricing, but you do have control over quality. That's where, like, the grass-fed beef co-op pays you based on quality. They're grading carcasses and paying you accordingly. It's the same thing even if you go to like American Foods in Green Bay, like a lot of the dairy farmers they work with, they're sending culled cows and steers down there. They're doing 2,000 head a day. Like, this is a big operation. But if you're selling on the grid, you're getting paid based on yield grade. So if you improve the quality of your management, improve the quality of your cattle, then you'll get paid more. So let's just say you're getting $2.21 a pound from the grass-fed co-op because you're somewhere in that mid-range as far as quality. If we increase that price to $2.29 a pound because we've improved our grazing management, maybe we're selecting better quality cattle, and we get that price up, 8 cents, that ultimately comes out to an additional $18.20 an acre. So that's not nothing. That's additional money that's going in your pocket because you've improved the quality of your management and the quality of your cattle. So you're able to increase your price that way. This is where we can really make some big differences, is in direct marketing. Direct marketing puts more money in your pocket than any other thing. So that's my business. I don't sell any cattle into conventional markets or even branded programs like Wisconsin Meadows. I do everything direct. And so when you're selling animals direct, you're putting the most money in your pocket. So here, our baseline scenario, we're not selling anything. Again, we're at $38.53 for a return. even if you just sell 3 steers a year, which anybody could sell 3 steers a year, right? Between family and friends or whatever, like selling 3 steers takes absolutely no effort. We increase our profitability by $75.80 an acre on our little 40-acre scenario here. So, I mean, that is the biggest thing. Not even increasing your grazing season makes as big a difference as being able to direct market 3 steers off these 40 acres. So that is a huge impact on our bottom line. And that's at a price of $3.75. That's what I was a couple of years ago when I first made this presentation. I'm going to be at $4.20 a pound hanging weight this year, plus the processing the customer pays. So direct marketing really pays. However, there are a lot of challenges associated with direct marketing. So selling 3 steers is easy. If you're trying to sell 15 or 20, we're going to do 20. I don't know. I think we're slated to do 26 this year. Like, that takes work. It's it's like a second job doing the marketing once you're trying to get to a halfway decent scale on it. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and it's a whole different set of skills aside from production. Instead of worrying about how many tons of feed I need or managing my grass, well, now this is about people skills. This is about building those relationships. And I talked about that on the production side, but relationships really matter on the marketing side as well. Web design. I just spent, 6 weeks of on and off work with my wife and my aunt, who's a marketing person, redoing my website, inventory management, order management, like logistics, all this sort of stuff that you don't really have to worry about too much on the production side comes into play on the marketing side. And then there's additional direct costs as well. So there's costs associated with moving product. I use a custom label, so there's additional labeling cost. Okay, I pay $300 some a year for my website. There's a 3.5% sales fee on PayPal, that I use for processing my orders online. So there are other direct costs that go into direct marketing. If you sell at a farmer's market, you got to pay your booth, plus you got to staff it and all the other crap that you got to bring along to the farmer's market. And then balancing production and sales. And this can be a real challenge, is you can't sell what you didn't produce, but you shouldn't produce what you can't sell. And so that's why it is nice to have a backup option like Wisconsin Meadows. Like I'm a member of Wisconsin Grass-Fed Beef Co-op. I've never sold them anything, but I like to have that in my back pocket should the need arise that I cannot sell something through my direct market channels. I would be able to at least be able to sell it, through Wisconsin Meadows. But trying to balance, you make way more money selling direct. So balancing that production and sales is really, really important. So it's easy for me to say go direct market, and it really is not difficult to do. Like I said, 3 steers a year is simple. But if you're going to build your whole business plan around direct marketing, you better be devoting lots of time and effort to the marketing side to do it on any sort of scale. So anyways, yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's worth it. So if we send 10 cattle to direct market and we send 4 to the co-op, now we're making $288.78 an acre. That's where we're seeing a real return. And that's why I do devote so much time and effort to it, because it really does pay. So for folks that would like to learn more about direct marketing, Charlotte Smith, she's a farm marketing guru. I listen to her podcast, I've seen her speak. 3Cow Marketing is her business name. I recommend her stuff. She knows what she's talking about. She's big on email marketing, which we do religiously. We send emails every other week. And when I send a sales email, which we only do maybe 2 or 3 times a year, money shows up in the PayPal account after you send the email. So email marketing does work. All right, and then we kind of talked about this some yesterday when we were looking at those various spreadsheets and stuff, but enterprise selection really, really is important. So what kind of grazing is going to make you the most money? Cow calf, there's a lot of people that are interested in cow calf because it's easy. But generally it is the lowest margin livestock enterprise there is. It can be done well. People can make money at it, but it has to be done right. And there's an awful lot of people that are not doing a good job at it. Stockers, I showed you that budget yesterday. Stockers, you can make good money in stockers, absolutely. There's some risk management that you should probably take into account as far as health and veterinary stuff, and price protection. There's various insurance tools you can use to protect yourself from price risk. Grass finishing branded programs. I used to be hot on these when they were very competitive with conventional beef. Right now, they're not competitive with conventional beef. But you don't have to do any marketing, which for a lot of people is the right move because marketing is hard. Direct finishing, or grass finishing direct marketing, that is going to make you the most money more than likely. However, you have to put in a lot of time and effort on the marketing side. Grain finishing, I showed you that cross calf finishing budget that I came up with yesterday. Right now, that's a good business to be in. Feedstock producer. Don't get too carried away with this. To be a feedstock producer, it takes money to make money. You got to be buying $10,000, $20,000 bulls in order to kind of get your feet wet. But I know a guy that is doing it well. But he had money to begin with. He ran his own machine shop to get seed money to get started. Custom grazing and custom heifer raising. Those are good cash flowing businesses that don't have a lot of risk involved. So not only what's going to make you the most money, but what fits with your lifestyle. Getting back to what Serge talked about yesterday, what are your goals? Are you looking to do something year round? Are you just looking for a seasonal enterprise? Are you looking for something that's going to generate the most money? Or are you looking for something that's just going to be fun and make a little money, but not take a lot of effort? So those are all things to consider. We talked with stockers yesterday. Those are good. I like stockers as far as an enterprise. Should you own cows versus just buy calves? So last year when I made this presentation, it absolutely made more sense to buy calves than to own cows. Right now, like I showed yesterday with calf prices, it is a better deal to own cows. Now, unfortunately, owning cows is something that's not super easy to jump in and out of, although there is some flexibility. If you're not married to your cows, which no one should be if you're a serious cattleman, no animal should be considered sacred and not on the chopping block. If it makes economic sense to sell cows, then you should sell cows. If it makes economic sense to buy cows, then you should buy cows. People get really wrapped up in their genetics and what they think are superior genetics, and maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But I would imagine it's not that. I imagine most people think more highly of their cattle than they really should. And so don't be afraid to jump in and out of the cow game if required. So, like I said, in the typical year, it's oftentimes cheaper just to buy calves than it is to own the cow and take care of the cow. But right now with current prices, it's a good time to be owning cows. I'll skip through this. Don't worry about that. Other livestock enterprises. So I do pigs and chickens, which are really good enterprises. A few things I really like about them. The pigs are really low labor. I've got a great pastured pig setup now that I have 5 acres fenced specifically for pigs in a manner that I can strip graze them just like cows. And so very easy labor. If you don't have a good setup for them, then they can be labor intensive. I started that way, and now we've got a better system going. But they're a stackable enterprise, meaning that they run on the same acres as the cattle. Even though I have my pig pasture, well, it's just a pasture that has special fence around it, but the cattle are still grazing through it. Since we raise in big chicken tractors that we move around on pasture, they're part of my fertility management program. The best grass on the farm grows behind the chicken, and so they really mesh together really nicely. The other thing about pigs and chickens is that they're good cash flow. Pigs is a 6-month enterprise. Chickens is an 8-week enterprise. So you get your money turned around out very well. Sheep and goats, we talked about sheep yesterday a little bit, but again, other good enterprises that you can mix together. So yeah, here's from a couple of years ago. I don't recommend pink pigs for pasture production. That was an experiment that it went fine, but I wouldn't recommend it. Anyways, you can see the point. Cattle and pigs on the exact same acres, separated by a polywire. That's it. So to kind of summarize here, keys to building a profitable grazing business, reduce our costs, especially our stored feed costs. The best way to do that is by extending the grazing season, utilize profitable herd management, and avoid overheads and overcapitalization. Buying equipment, buying land, putting up buildings, those are generally bad investments. And then increasing income, how can we manage our animals to raise our price or get higher quality animals that we can raise our price? And if we're selling into conventional markets, there's a lot of cattle marketing as far as utilizing insurance programs, futures contracts, stuff like that you can use to protect pricing, using puts and calls. And this is getting into like advanced marketing, but there's ways that you can protect your price. Direct marketing, like I said, is the best way to increase your price, but it also comes with added work and costs. Just make sure that you are doing an enterprise that is, one, profitable, and two, fits your lifestyle. And then, there are opportunities for stacking additional enterprises like pigs and chickens. So be careful about going too crazy. Again, the old McDonald farm of everybody doing everything generally leads to ruin, not to success. But some level of diversity is a good thing once you've got your feet on the ground with at least one enterprise. So if we put it all together here, if we reduce our stored feed costs from $100 to $95 a ton, because we were doing a little of that first crop hay, we extend our grazing season 30 days, utilizing some annuals, some stockpile pasture. We hit tier 1 pricing 60% of the time, so that brings our average pay price to $229, and we direct market 3 steers. That ultimately leads to $170 an acre improvement to our bottom line. So it's not like one thing is going to do everything for you, but you stack these management changes, these management tweaks together, it all adds up to something substantial in the end. So if we look at now our total financial summary page here, when we include our fixed costs, and I only had $50 in here for land, but if it was $100, you'd knock $50 off here. But long story short, return per acre is $93.52 an acre after those fixed costs, but included in there was already $2,500 worth of labor. So on a cash basis, it's actually $156 an acre in your pocket. So again, no one little thing is going to do it all, but putting all those pieces together adds up to having a profitable enterprise. So some additional finer points on financial management. You can only manage what you measure, and so you got to keep track of stuff. The first thing people need to do is separate farm money and personal money. You need to have a separate farm checking account in order to keep yourself honest. I work with a dairy farm that's been farming for like 50 years, and they only last year I convinced them to get a separate farm checking account because they did not have a handle on family living. Money was just coming and going, and they were not keeping track of it. So have a separate farm checking account. Track those income and expenses closely. Obviously you need to keep track of stuff for your Schedule F for taxes, but for more than just taxes, utilize custom expense and income categories that fit your farm so that you can do enterprise level analysis. So I use a spreadsheet that I can analyze stuff by cattle, pigs, chickens, even by customer outlet, to see what are the most profitable, where's my money coming from and where is it going? And so I can make decisions based on that. If you're just throwing all the receipts in a shoebox and handing them to the accountant and saying, fill out my Schedule F for me, you're not able to really do any sort of analysis that's going to be able to lead to management decisions. So
and be an honest banker. And what I mean by this is like a lot of people, they want to have like their little track. Would that be a good investment? Now you can buy it because you want to buy it, especially because, you know, a lot of graziers are not doing it full time. I'm not even doing it full time. You know, so we have off-farm income that you can spend money on things that you normally wouldn't be able to if you were farming full time. But you should still make decisions based on whether the farm is being able to support that or not. Because, you know, subsidizing the farm with off-farm income is a good way to make your wife unhappy, you know, or your spouse. And it doesn't lead to long-term success. So the question that you should ask yourself or ask people if they're contemplating buying a piece of equipment or something like that that is a questionable expense is, could you go to the bank right now and get a loan for this based on the returns that the farm is producing, not what your off-farm income is producing, but based on what the farm can support? Would you be able to go down to Greenstone or Compeer or whatever your local farm credit services is, and if you showed them your farm only income and expenses, would they give you a loan for that? That's the question to ask. So this is a spreadsheet that I use. So it's pretty basic. This is actually from the University of Missouri. You can download it from them. I've tweaked my own version over the years, but you know, it's pretty simple, but it's got all your basic Schedule F categories, and I've added more for my intensive purposes, but it's just an easy way to keep track of stuff. QuickBooks, a lot of farmers use QuickBooks. It works great. You can run good reports from it. Set up well. QuickBooks is a really good tool to use. And then farm financial statements. So this is getting into the finer points of financial management, but keeping a balance sheet, an income statement, and a cash flow statement are really important for tracking your farm's performance and progress. So I use a program called FinPack, which is put up by the University of Minnesota. I do this with a lot of farms I work with. You know, every January 1st, you know, you update a balance sheet. So this is January 1st, 2021. This was my, you know, farm balance sheet. Making an income statement. So I'll get to income statement a little bit, but income statement shows you the true performance of your farm. Instead of just looking at how much cash is in the checkbook, this is what's the value of the farm assets that were produced over the last year. So, and cash flow statement, that's basically a summary of the cash that came in and out of the farm. Very similar to like your Schedule F accounting that most people are familiar with. So doing those farm financial statements every year helps keep you honest and helps you keep you on track. So Jim was on yesterday. Here's Livestock Compass. I've used Livestock Compass a little bit for my own farm. Honestly, FinPack to me is easier, but FinPack's an expensive software I get access to through work. So for those of you who don't have access to FinPack, Livestock Compass is a good way to keep track of this stuff too. So this is my income statement for this last year. So I had 122,000 gross income, 106,000 in total expenses. So my net farm income was $16,221. So included in this is changes in inventories. So that's what your chart doesn't reflect. So like we've got $17,000 more livestock on the farm than we did at the beginning of the year. You know, it's taking into account depreciation, which is something that your Schedule F is you're gonna calculate for Schedule F, but it's different. That's tax depreciation versus this is use depreciation. How much serviceable life is left in your equipment? That's what we're getting at here with depreciation. But yeah, so doing an income statement is the best way to track, is your farm actually making money? Because especially in the early years, it doesn't seem like you're getting anywhere because there's not necessarily more cash in the checkbook than when you started with. But if you're tracking your inventory changes, well, your business is growing. You have more assets, you have more cattle, you got more hay, you got more equipment, whatever the case may be. So the business is performing well, but you wouldn't know that unless you went through the effort of doing an income statement. So And then cash flow planning. Oh my goodness, this is like one of the most important tools that I use on my farm. Cash flow planning helps you figure out when is money coming in versus when is money going out. And it helps you anticipate, revenues and expenses throughout the year. So this is my cash flow plan from last year. I'm tweaking my one for this year because some things have changed. But so the reason why cash flow planning is so important is if you look at this number up top here, this is the checking account balance at the beginning of the month. Based on this is my income, anticipated income, and anticipated expenses. We get to August, I was planning on having $80 in the checking account left. $80. Okay, well that's not a very good checking account balance to have. I'm not comfortable with that low of a amount of money in the bank. But I did this back in January, so 8 months in advance, I knew that I was going to run short of money in August. And so I was able to make changes to my management, delay payments, or try to move some more money. What ended up happening is I pushed for deposits on animals earlier. You see, I had planned no income for April and May. I brought in like $8,000 worth of deposits in April and May instead. And so we were able to manage through that cash flow crunch. But you can't manage what you don't know. And so if you can anticipate where those shortfalls are going to come ahead of time, you can make decisions to manage through it. And cash flow is what sinks businesses. It's not a lack of profitability. You can do something that's very profitable, but you can run out of cash on your way towards that profit. And so that's why cash flow planning is really important. If you don't have cash to pay the bills, even though you're on the trajectory to make a profit, well, it doesn't matter if you didn't pay the bills. So cash flow planning is very important. So, all right. So, and then to plug my program here. So the Farm Business and Production Management Program is what I work for at Northeast Wisconsin Tech College. Other tech colleges around the state have similar programs. So we do financial analysis, production, troubleshooting, just general farm assistance, but really focus on the financial piece in particular. Each one of us instructors, is going to have a different specialty. Obviously, mine is grazing and just in beef production and livestock in general. There's going to be some agronomy folks that'll be able to help you, maybe some dairy specialists, people that can help you with a lot of stuff. And so that's year round. And then in the wintertime, we do 12 weeks of classes. So it's a 2-hour class every week. We'll go, not all of it's in classroom stuff. We'll go and tour farms and bring speakers in and stuff. And then we'll do field days and seminars throughout the year in addition to that. So I think it's an excellent program. It's incredibly good networking for farmers. And they get that personal financial assistance that they need. Like Extension, quite frankly, just doesn't do this stuff anymore. Like 40 years ago, this is what Extension did, but they don't do that anymore. And so this is the service that we provide. And depending on where you're at, this is going to cost you anywhere from $300 to $700 a year. But that's cheap money compared to the value that you get, I think. So seek out those farm business instructors in your area for help on this stuff. Okay, so wrapping up here, I just got a few last notes here. So talked a little bit about economics versus finance. So economics is, does this make money long term? Is this profitable? Versus finance is, can I afford to do this? AKA, does this cash flow? And that's what I was just touching. So you need to have both in the long term, but in the short term, cash flow is king. So a lot of common farmer mistakes I see that sink your cash flow is buying too much land too early. That's an enormous use of your capital, of your borrowing capacity and cash that you can put into other things. Buying too much equipment, same thing. That tracks are making you money, and so you've just piled a bunch of money into that asset that is not making a return. And potentially buying cows. Cows are a good investment if you're in the cow-calf business, because that's your income-producing asset. But if you're in like the grass finishing business or something like that, cows are not necessarily the best use of your money. And so getting back to my personal example, I had 6 cows and a bull that I bought. I also bought some additional steers so that we had a jump on the production cycle. But it can take, if you're just buying open cows or heifers, it might take you 2 or 3 years before you've got anything to sell. without generating any cash in the meantime. And so buying complete herds of cows, calves, and yearlings allows you to start generating cash flow immediately. Or don't even start with cows at all. Just buy calves or buy yearlings that you can then finish out. So there's a lot of different ways that you can manage through this to generate that cash flow for operations. So we want to minimize those initial investments in fixed assets, such as land, buildings, and machinery, and we want to maximize our income producing assets, which of course are those livestock that generate the cash. So again, rent land. You can always rent land for cheaper than you can buy it for. Custom hire, field work. Again, that's my buddy Abe. Abe Good, the Mennonite guy. Awesome dude to work with. And don't put up buildings. As grazers, we do not need to have structures, period. And we want to maximize those income producing animals. So invest our money in animals, especially livestock that have quick turnover and return on investment. So examples of fast returning businesses, pastured poultry. This is one of my chicken tractors. Again, 8-week turnaround on chickens. Really excellent cash flow and good money. Stockers, we're talking 4 to 6 months for a return on stockers. Pastured pigs, same thing, 5 or 6 months for return on pastured pigs. These are great cash flowing businesses. The ultimate cash flowing business, custom grazing. You get paid every month. You don't have to outlay the cash to purchase the animals. You just get paid that monthly management fee. So financial pitfalls and how to avoid them, that startup cost could be pretty substantial, but is basically almost eliminated if you work with NRCS. And so obviously you folks all know that. Don't bite off too much too fast. It doesn't do you any good to have pasture seeded and fenced that you're not able to utilize if you can't afford to purchase the cattle or whatever livestock you have in order to utilize those acres. So how many cattle can you afford to buy and feed? That's how many acres that you should start with, or maybe just a touch more so you can grow into it. Beware of the cattle production cycle. Again, it takes at least 2 years for a grass-fed steer to be finished. If you're doing a different type of cattle production, you just got to be aware of seasonality of cattle availability and price swings and stuff like that. So just be aware of that. And then, how much do you want to finance this versus pay cash for? What's your risk comfort level? If you're looking at borrowing money to start a cow-calf operation, well, that's a very bad idea because the return on investment is going to be pretty low. Versus if you're going to pay cash for stuff because this is what you want to do, then great. But don't go borrowing money for stuff that's not going to return more than the interest rate and the opportunity cost of that money. So be aware of how much you actually want to finance and where you want to throw your money at. So tips for beginning grazer success. We'll start with high turnover enterprises. So custom grazing and stockers, if we're talking cattle, I think are by far the best places for a beginning grazer to start. Don't go buy cows. Every beginning grazer wants to go buy cows, but they're not a good investment because they don't turn over fast enough. So custom grazing and stockers, they provide short-term cash flow that helps people with short-term success, which leads to long-term success. And also you can learn that grazing management without the hassles of winter. So seasonal enterprises help you just focus on that grazing management, which is the most important thing. And you don't have to worry about the wintertime hassles of feeding animals and procuring hay and all that sort of stuff. So that's how folks should start. If you are looking at getting into a finishing operation, make sure you're buying complete herds that have calves and yearlings in addition to buying cows, or even before you buy cows, because those are the income producing animals, not the cows. And then start small, only convert as much land as a farmer can afford to forego income on for 2 years. So that even if you're doing something like custom grazing or stockers, if you're converting cropland, that first seeding year, you're going to get some grazing on it, but not that much. It's really only going to be in the second year that you're going to be able to have a full stocking rate on those acres. And so they're going to have to forego some income from that land for almost 2 years. So, work towards those long-term goals while covering short-term cash flow needs. Again, if somebody's interested in really having really high-end, well-adapted cow genetics or whatever, that's great. But what can they be doing in addition to generate cash flow in the short term while they're working towards developing this really nice cow herd? And establish good financial management habits right away. Get that separate checking account, do good record keeping, keep those farm financial statements, balance sheet, income statement, that sort of thing, so that you're keeping tabs on your finances. You're not sitting there 3 years down the road going, geez, I spent a lot of money and a lot of time, and I don't feel like I've got anything to show for it. So that financial management piece is huge. Yeah. And then as far as the grazing side, this is the number one thing that I've had to learn, is there's no such thing as wasting grass. Residual is super important. The more grass you leave behind, the more grass there is when you come back to it the next rotation. So don't be afraid to leave long residuals. So then some good resources. I mentioned the Farm Business Instructors Wisconsin Technical College system. I think we do a really good job. Just ask me. The Grassworks Ask a Grazer Facebook page is a good resource. It's pretty active. Also, the Grassworks Grazing Conference is like the best conference ever. I'm on their board, so I'm biased, but it's a great conference that we put on. Wisconsin Beef Information Center that Extension has, so it's got some useful spreadsheets. It's not as actively updated as it used to be. I don't know what's going on in Extension, but still some good stuff on there. Books by Steve Kenyon, Jim Garris, Greg Judy, Julius Rochelle, Grass-Fed Cattle by Julius Rochelle. That's a really good book. He's a Canadian guy. Joel Salatin, Gabe Brown, Ranch Management Consultants. So I'm a huge fan of RMC. I'd really like to take their Ranching for Profit school at some point. I just need to be able to devote the week to get away to do it. It's like $5,000 for a couple to go to it, but it would be money well spent, I think. But there's some books and stuff that they've got out. I just finished Healthy Lands, Happy Families, Profitable Businesses by Dave Pratt, who used to own RMC. Now he's out of it. That was a really good book. I listen to the Working Cows podcast religiously. Some other good podcasts for grazing there's the Grazing Grass podcast, which is all right. Jared Luhrmann podcast. And then like magazine type stuff on line is really good. I subscribe to that. Graze and Stockman Grass Farmer. Those are good publications as well. On the financial side of things, Fearless Farm Finances by Paul Dittman and Jody Pagam and Craig Chase is an awesome, awesome book. That teaches you the basics of keeping those farm financial statements and doing some more advanced financial analysis stuff, like partial budgeting and internal rate of return analysis, stuff like that. Really easy, accessible book to read. I read that book, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like that. I still keep it on hand. I sometimes give copies of it away to my farmers. It's just an excellent, excellent basic farm finance resource. So with that, let's chat some more. Anybody got any questions or comments? Let's get some discussion. Threw a lot of stuff at you.
In the meantime, Aaron, if you wanted to stop sharing, I'm going to throw up the
Sure.
CEU sheet quick. And Mitch said fantastic information. And Kelly before commented about how she was glad we were talking about those relationships. And I think that goes back to somewhat what Serge was saying before, is communicating with people, talking with people, just getting, those relationships built.
Yeah, I bring donuts to my butcher.
Do you have any questions, people?
I'm not that good.
Well, I would just say too, like sometimes there is a lot that we're giving them, and And when you think of something and you feel more comfortable, reach out to either Aaron or I, and we can certainly walk you through certain things. And if things seem a bit muddled, really, honestly, email, call, text, whatever, just let us know. I'm fielding those questions on a regular basis, and I'm sure Aaron is too. So don't be afraid to do that if you don't want to do it in a public setting like this. That's perfectly fine.
So I guess nobody's going to talk. I'll just kind of summarize what I think are some of the really important things when helping people into the grazing business. It all starts with foundational grazing management. That's number one. None of the other stuff matters if you don't have good grazing management. Don't spend money and effort on equipment, because that stuff's not making you any money, and it's a distraction from the grazing business. That's what your business is. You're a grazer. If you try to do too much stuff, then you don't do any of it well. Don't push people towards direct marketing if they don't have the personality and skill set to do it. A lot of people say, "Oh, we're going to sell grass-fed beef, direct market," and they just don't have the skills to do it. So there are other opportunities out there to make good money grazing animals without doing direct marketing. And don't forget about the financial side of it, as far as the record keeping and financial statements and analyzing investments. It's not that hard to do. Internal rates of return. You can Google how to do that, to analyze if it's going to be a good investment or not. So those things are important.
Here's a question here.
Yeah, do I have problems with pink eye? I have had pink eye. What was it? 3 summers ago, I think we had an outbreak in August. The only time we've ever had it. Flies were exceptionally bad that year, and I think it came in with the bull I rented, because like a week after the rental bull showed up, all of a sudden pink eye showed up. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe not, but he was the first one to have it, so I'm assuming he brought it with him. Whatever the dosages of oxytetracycline, jab him with that, cleared it up. I've never done the eye patches or anything like that. It's just a lot of screwing around. But so yeah, whatever oxytetracycline dosages for treating pink eye has been effective for me.
But I think, maybe what Ken's getting at, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, is that, this old adage that having animals graze taller grass scratches their eyes, which makes them susceptible to pink eye. Therefore, I will not be doing rotational grazing the way you guys want it done, because I don't want pink eye in my herd.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aaron. I have my own take on that, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Serge. Go ahead.
No, I would just say that it's not clear cut that way, Ken. Not at all. So the way to counter that right off the bat is you see plenty of guys with pastures that are down to the nubs. I mean, it's like 2-inch tall pasture. Why do they have pink eye if that was the problem? It's obvious that it's not the grass scratching the eye, but it's flies bringing in the bacteria infection into the eye. So it has nothing to do with the height of grass and scratching eyes. It has everything to do with the flies. That usually quiets that discussion down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was just at one of my farmers I work with that's a custom heifer raiser, all confinement. And he's got pink eye in like December, in those animals. So it's not the grass doing it. I will say, I don't like to see, if you've got dry, dead, stemmy grass, then you probably screwed up on as far as your grass management. Which might argue against that with me, but I spend a lot of time managing my grass for ultimate quality and quantity. I mean, that's what it's all about. We're grass managers first and foremost. The cattle are just the mechanism to manage the grass. That's really what it all comes down to. And so how you manage your grass in May and June sets up how the quality of your grass for the rest of the summer. And so we do clip a fair bit of acres to manage stemmed out grass. We've got a lot of orchard grass in particular on our home farm. That I don't plant orchard grass anymore because it does go mature so quickly, and so we'll clip that orchard grass every year and knock the stems down. Not because I'm concerned about pink eye, but just because I'm trying to set it back to that high quality vegetative state. And so yeah, so stock density, but before clipping comes stock density, making sure that we're at the appropriate stock density to get good animal performance, but also good utilization. So we want as much of that grass as possible either eaten or stepped on. And I'm not a big fan of like the mob grazing type stuff. Really ultra high density stock density, because animal performance I don't think is as good. And as a grass finisher, I'm all about animal performance. But in order to get good animal performance, I need to have good quality grass. And so that's where that balancing act comes in, that we need to have high enough stock density that we get even grass utilization, but not too high that they're too competitive and not able to eat as much as they need in order to put on that good quality finish. So, but grazing tall grass is not a problem as far as pink eye. I mean, last year, sorry, my light shut off because of the motion sensor. There we go. Last year with the super dry June that we had, we basically didn't have any rainfall in June. And when normally I would be just flying over the farm in June, trying to keep ahead of that seeded out grass, we slowed way down because we didn't have new grass coming back to. And so that's like one of the finer points of grazing management maybe, but how you manage your speed of rotation is not based on how much grass is right in front of you. It's based on how much grass is growing back behind you. And when you don't have rainfall, there's not grass growing back behind you, which means you got to slow down. And so it's actually better to sacrifice residual in a drought circumstance and get longer rest. I'm not gonna get in the weeds here a little bit, but long story short, okay, so we slowed down our rotation because we didn't have rainfall, which meant that the grass that we had got all stemmy and seeded out and the quality was pretty poor, but we still had grass, and we'd had no pink eye outbreaks grazing dry seeded grass for the month of June and early July until the rain finally turned back on, and then we were back in. But yeah, so I'm not a big believer in the whole tall grass equals pink eye thing either. Yeah, I know. I don't know if you want to call it an old wives' tale or whatever, but it's a widely held belief, and I just don't see it. Good question. What else do you guys got?
And if you can't think of anything right now, like I said, it's fine. Just contact us later when a burning question arises, contact us and we'll be happy to help out. But yeah, if you want to like hop along this summer, I'm happy to take people out in the field and kind of show them the ropes. That's fine. And if you're up closer to Aaron, I bet Aaron would do the same.
Yeah, we host a lot of pasture walks at our farm as well as through NWTC. We do summer pasture walks with some of the other grazers that I work with around here. So if you want to get in on a pasture walk in like Shawano, Oconto, or Marinette counties where I work, reach out and I can get you on my text list. But we do stuff kind of on the fly. Working with farmers, not agency folks, so we don't plan stuff too far ahead. But we'll plan stuff out a week or 10 days ahead of time anyway. So yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I would say just kind of in summary here, when you're working with potential new grazers, whether if they're really like gung-ho, they're like, yeah, we want to graze, ask them questions that help them think about or kind of broaden their perspective. So if they come in saying, yes, I want to be a grass-fed beef producer or whatever, just help them to see that there's other enterprises and avenues of successful grazing businesses out there. If somebody says that we need to buy such and such piece of equipment or whatever, ask them questions that help, that make them question whether that purchase is really necessary or not. My job and as a farm business instructor, and I think everybody's job as agency folks is not so much to tell people this is how you need to do things, but to make them question and interrogate their decision making to help them come to their own best conclusion. So that's what I got for you. You're not going to turn everybody into a grazing guru overnight, but you can help people on that path and help them broaden their horizons to what might be possible.